Chapter 676, 10 Small Teams. Attention! Qi Long shouted suddenly. All the mecha operators stood at attention. Ling Lan slowly knocked the short whip against her left palm. She walked to the mecha operators that were standing at the front row and scanned them with cold eyes. All the mecha operators felt nervous. They were afraid that they made a mistake. However, not everyone was sensible enough. Some mecha operators who weren't present yesterday hadn't recognized Ling Lan as their regiment commander. Hence, they didn't pay much attention to the orders given. They maintained their original position and stood around casually. A few of them even leaned on one leg. Ling Lan slowly walked towards a mecha operator who was standing sloppily. She patted the person's chest with the whip and asked, "Didn't you hear the call for attention? Aren't I in attention?" The mecha operator rubbed his eyes and dug his ears. The mecha operators who were present yesterday felt their heart dropped. They felt that this person was doomed. Ling Lan didn't reply to the mecha operator. She retracted the whip and knocked it against her left palm again. She was thinking about something. The mecha operator sneered. "Seems like the new regiment commander is just a paper tiger." At that moment, Ling Lan moved. The whip in her right hand swung at the mecha operator's right leg. There was the sound was bones breaking. "Ah!" The mecha operator screamed in pain. He fell on the ground and grabbed his right leg. There was fear in his eyes. He didn't expect the new regiment commander to break his leg just because he didn't stand at attention. Ling Lan kept her whip indifferently. She said calmly, "Since you can't stand at attention, there is no use for your legs." She stepped past him and scanned the other mecha operators. The other mecha operators who didn't stand properly immediately corrected their posture. They were scared. They finally understood why their comrades' faces were pale when they came back yesterday. This was why they kept reminding them that their regiment commander is a devil. The mecha operator groaning on the ground was dragged away by Ziyi and Luo Lang. Peace returned to the training ground. Ling Lan was satisfied with everyone's posture, so she returned to the front. She said coldly, "First, I will announce that I, Ling Lan, will be the regiment commander of 250 Mecha Clan from now on. I hope that all of you will remember this point. Next, the 250 Mecha Clan will split into 10 small teams. There will be 25 people in every team. I will announce the team leaders for the small teams now. Team 01, Team Leader, Yang Mingzi." Yang Mingzi was stunned. "He is the team leader of Team 01? He raised his head and looked at Ling Lan in disbelief. Ling Lan stared at him coldly. Yang Mingzi regained his senses and hurriedly received his order. "Yes, Regiment Commander." Yang Mingzi had been the commanding officer of a 1,000-member mecha operating team before, so, by right, a team of 25 people should mean nothing to him. However, for some reason, he felt his heart pounding furiously when he heard Ling Lan's order. He was excited. This emotion seemed unfamiliar to Yang Mingzi. Team 02, Team Leader, Liu Furong. Yang Mingzi was shocked to hear the name. He looked at Liu Furong. Liu Furong was astounded too. He didn't expect himself to be a team leader. Yang Mingzi bumped him with his elbow. Liu Furong regained his composure and received the order. Team 03, Team Leader, Qi Long. Ling Lan gave the members of Lingshan a chance to be the team leaders too. Since they were already powerful enough, she had to give them more experiences to grow up. Qi Long heard his name being called and stood up straight. He shouted, "Yes, Regiment Commander." Team 04, Team Leader, Zhao Jun. Team 05, Team Leader, Luo Lang. Team 06, Team Leader, Li Lang. Team 07, Team Leader, Ziyi. Team 08, Team Leader, Han Jijian. Team 09, Team Leader, Gu Dongyang. Gu Dongyang was a mecha operator who had been recognized by the Federation. According to what Li Shi reported, his recovery was the fastest and he was one of the people who were willing to cooperate with Ziyi and Luo Lang during the treatment. Since he had the heart to stand up again, Ling Lan would support him entirely. Making him the team leader was the first sign of support she showed. Gu Dongyang's mouth corners twitched when he heard his name being called. He was excited. He shouted in a hoarse voice, "Yes, Regiment Commander." No one realized his hands were clenched into a fist. He felt hope lighting up in his heart. Team 10, Team Leader, Li Yingji. Li Yingji was stunned. He was a team leader too? He just entered the Lingshan battle team. He was just a new member. He couldn't control his emotions and shouted loudly, "Yes, Regiment Commander." Li Yingji realized the distance between him and Ling Lan. If it was him, he would be selfish and only promote his own men. He would not give any chance to other people. Li Yingji knew that there were many people in Lingshan battle team who were capable of being a team leader. However, Ling Lan gave him the spot. Li Yingji was touched. He was grateful for Ling Lan. He thanked her for taking him in when he just entered the 23rd Division. He also thanked her for remembering him and giving him the position of a team leader. He suddenly felt that he was willing to do anything for Ling Lan. The team leaders of the 10 teams are temporary. If the team leader doesn't perform well in the next month, he will be replaced by someone better than him. There is only one rule in 250 Mecha Clan: only the strongest can speak. Ling Lan continued. The 10 team leaders got a shock while the other mecha operators felt encouraged. Now, the mecha operators here will be split into 10 small teams. As for those that are not present, you all will send them personally to the treatment room. Since they dared to disobey my command, they will pay the price for it. Liu Furong and Yang Mingzi smiled bitterly. They became Ling Lan's knife. As for Gu Dongyang, he didn't have such worry. He felt that people who disobeyed their superiors should be punished. Chapter 677. The last team. Very soon, all the mecha operators were split into 10 teams. There was an average of 22 people per team. The remaining 3 of each team were still sleeping in the dormitory. The 10 team leaders rushed to the dormitory district with their team members and kicked open the closed door without any hesitation. Their regiment commander said that the last team to complete this mission would be punished. The entire team would have to run 30 kilometers with weights on. The mecha operators were not afraid of running 30 kilometers. They hadn't been running for a while, but their foundations were still there. However, they dread carrying weights. The weights that Ling Lan asked Chang Xinyuan to bring over were not the normal 5 kilograms or 10 kilograms weights. One set weigh 150 kilograms. A person who reached refinement was able to lift more than 500 kilograms of weight, but that was just for a short moment. It was different from carrying the weights for a long period of time. Even at their peak physical state, the mecha operators could only run 10 kilometers with 150 kilograms of weight on them. But, with their current physique, they might only be able to run for 5 kilometers. 30 kilometers. They might just die halfway. No one wanted to die. They had given up on themselves, but they didn't want to die. Hence, the mecha operators accepted their team leaders without any retaliation. Although most of them belonged to Lingshan, they had no objections. No. That's impossible. It's just that in their situation, they had to put down their unhappiness and focus on completing the mission together. When these mecha operators saw their comrades wandering alone in the dormitory district, they pounced on them like a tigress who saw a deer. They grabbed the person tightly and dragged him to find Li Shu. Every team was doing the same thing. Within a short time, all the remaining mecha operators in the dormitory were taken away by the 10 teams. Ling Lan relaxed when she saw the empty training ground. She asked in a low voice, "Little Four, am I doing the right thing?" She was confused about her decision. The training she planned was extremely tough. The people going through the training were her brother-in-arms as well as mecha operators who had many achievements. They were not her enemies. Was this the correct decision to make? Anything you do is right. A cute voice sounded in her mindscape. The person who replied to her was Little Blossom. Ling Lan remembered that Little Four was still sleeping, as he needed to evolve. Little Blossom was the one accompanying her now. "Everything I do is right? What do you know?" Ling Lan knocked Little Blossom's head. Little Blossom was obedient. If she didn't give any order, Little Blossom would not do anything on his own. If she gave a decision, Little Blossom would support her entirely. He was not like Little Four, who liked to do stuff behind her back and always give her stupid ideas. However, she missed Little Four. She missed the person who always created trouble for her. "Master, do you miss Little Brother Four?" Little Blossom could sense Ling Lan's thoughts. He bit his fingers in confusion. As a newborn, He was unable to understand why his master missed elder brother 4. He couldn't comprehend the relationship between his master and little 4. Yes, I miss him. I don't know when he will wake up, whether his evolution is successful, and whether he is in danger. Don't worry, elder brother 4 is strong. Nothing will happen to him. Also, elder brother 4 thinks the same way as me. You are the most powerful person I know. Anything you do is right, Little Blossom replied. Little Blossom was speaking the truth when he said that little 4 was powerful. He was not just trying to console her. As an intelligent entity, Little Blossom knew how scary little 4 was. This was why he was willing to recognize little 4 as his elder brother. He willingly bowed down to little 4. Ling Lan didn't know that Little Blossom was speaking the truth, but she still felt Little Blossom's good intention. She rubbed his head and said gently, "Thank you, Little Blossom." These mecha operators had given up on themselves. Normal methods wouldn't work on them. She needed to use harsh means to get them to stand up again. Thus, she must let them struggle between life and death every day. This would release their hidden potential. Ling Lan's gaze turned firm. Little Blossom was not good at speaking like little 4, but she still gained strength from his words. At that moment, the first team came back. It was Team 01 led by Yang Mingzi. Yang Mingzi saluted to Ling Lan and reported his group's progress. Then, Gudong Yang's team came back. They had stayed at 250 Mecha Clan for a long time, so they were familiar with the mecha operators in 250 Mecha Clan. They knew who didn't come, so they specifically went to the dormitory where the missing mecha operators were at. Hence, they used lesser time than the other teams. After the two team leaders finished their mission, they exchanged glances and felt relieved. They could run 30 kilometers with the weights on, but their team members couldn't. As the team leader, they could not let anything happen to their team members on the first day of training. Based on how vicious their regiment commander was, he would definitely give them a harsher punishment if they couldn't finish the task on time. They couldn't care much about their brother-in-arms in the other teams. All the other teams were their competitors. There was no such thing as helping each other. Very soon, the other teams started coming back. Yang Mingzi saw Liu Furong running back and felt happy for him. When Li Yingji came back, he saw that all the other teams were present already. His expression changed. He left 250 Mecha Clan for 2 months, so he was not familiar with the people in the Mecha Clan. Qi Long had the help of Han Jijian, so he was able to find his team members quickly. Zhao Jun and Li Lan faced the same problem as Li Yingji, but they cooperated with each other and managed to finish the task before Li Yingji. Li Yingji was alone and could only run around the dormitory blindly. He took a long time to find the final 3 members of his team and became the last team to complete the task. Chapter 678, Rebellion. Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong were secretly happy the last team leader to complete the mission were from Ling Lan's battle team. They wanted to see if their heartless and vicious regiment commander would treat his men the same way as he treated them. Ling Lan was not surprised that Li Yingji was last. When she assigned Li Yingji as one of the team leaders, she had expected this result. Ling Lan was not purposely trying to torture Li Yingji. Li Yingji had the capability to be a team leader. He has been a leader ever since he was in the Scout Academy. However, he needed to improve his personality and ways of doing things. It would take some time before he gains the recognition from his team members, but Ling Lan didn't have the time to wait for him. She knew that the war was going to happen soon. There was not much time left. Hence, she decided to use the most extreme methods to train her Mecha Clan members the moment she has the chance to. She must fully control the 250 Mecha Clan as soon as possible so that her comrades could have enough experience and participate in the war. Li Yingji was lacking, but Ling Lan believed that as long as he managed to gain the respect of his team members, his team would be on par with the rest of the teams. After going through thick and thin together, Li Yingji would definitely gain recognition from his team members. The process might be difficult for him, but it would be rewarding in the end. Of course, Li Yingji didn't understand all these currently. He stood in front of Ling Lan with a pale face. He was dead. He knew what Ling Lan was capable of. Ling Lan looked at Li Yingji coldly. She didn't express her disappointment, but the emotionless gaze made Li Yingji worried. Is he useless? 30 kilometers with weights. Do you need me to remind you? Ling Lan didn't question him. She just repeated her order. Yes. Regiment commander. Li Yingji gritted his teeth and saluted. He turned around and said, "Carry the weights now." Then, he ran to the side first and started carrying the weights. His team members didn't want to follow him, but Ling Lan's malicious gaze stopped them from complaining. They swallowed their words. They still remembered what happened to the person who didn't stand at attention. They didn't want to be the second person to suffer, so they obediently followed Li Yingji. At that moment, they still had some hope that if they fell in exhaustion, their regiment commander would not force them to complete the 30 kilometers run. This hope prevented them from doing anything overboard. As Li Yingji brought his men to carry out the punishment, Ling Lan ordered the other 9 teams to carry out the training for the day. There was an uproar. Their training was even harder than the 30 kilometers run with weights. What kind of punishment was that? Ling Lan's voice echoed through the training ground. Don't worry, after they completed the run, they will still have to complete the training. Everyone turned silent. Soon, they started talking among themselves again. They knew that if Li Yingji's team carried out the training after the run, all of them would die. No one would be able to survive the training. They felt depressed. Was their regiment commander trying to kill some of them using this method so that the new recruits could take over their positions? The life or death situation ignited the flame in their hearts. Their eyes turned firm as anger burned inside them. Although they had given up on themselves, they still had the desire to live. If not, they would be in a coffin now. Ling Lan wanted to inform the mecha operators in 250 Mecha Clan that as their regiment commander, she could kill them without tainting her hands if she wanted to. She wanted them to know that she didn't care about their life at all. Without a doubt, Ling Lan's actions infuriated them. She touched their baseline. Their unyielding spirit was sparked. When Yang Mingzi, Gu Dongyang, and Liu Furong heard what Ling Lan said, this was their first thought too. Was their regiment commander trying to kill them? They thought that Ling Lan would slowly increase the intensity of the training, but reality proved that they were wrong. Ling Lan jumped straight into the most intense training on the first day. Not many people would be able to handle the training. Most of them would probably faint halfway through. In their memory, even the special forces didn't have such intensive training. They were just mecha operators who hadn't been working out for many years. Was their regiment commander trying to create results quickly, or was he too young so he acted rashly? If that was the case, it would be a pity. Everything would go to waste. The current situation would be destroyed by his actions. If they guessed correctly, the mecha operators would rebel against their regiment commander soon. All the mecha operators might die in this rebellion if things got out of hand. Then, the 3 of them remembered that there was a rule which stated that all soldiers who rebelled could be killed by their superiors without reporting to the higher authorities. Was this their regiment commander's plan? Was he trying to kill all the mecha operators using this rule? The 3 of them felt a chill down their spine as they thought of this possibility. They looked at Ling Lan, who was wearing a poker face. As expected, the mecha operators started rebelling. Are you trying to kill us with this training? We won't accept it. One of the mecha operators shouted angrily. Yes, no other mecha clan has such harsh training. This is not normal. He is trying to kill us. If we don't retaliate, we will all die here. Resist. We must resist. Rebel, 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 rebel. Close to 200 mecha operators started chanting. This showed how scary Ling Lan's training was. Shut up. Yang Mingzi screamed suddenly. He couldn't let the mecha operators die here. Liu Furong and Gu Dongyang woke up from their thoughts when they heard Yang Mingzi's voice and started holding back their team members too. Ling Lan frowned slightly. She thought that the 3 of them would just watch the other mecha operators with cold eyes. She never expected them to try and stop their team members. This caught her by surprise. Although she let them become team leaders, She didn't think that she was able to win them over. She had beaten Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong up in front of so many people. This was humiliating to them. She was happy if they didn't create trouble for her. Ling Lan didn't know that the three of them were just afraid that she would kill all the rebelling mega operators. This showed how successful she was at building up her image of a malicious and heartless regiment commander. However, the furious mega operators didn't appreciate what they were doing. Many of them thought that they had gone to Ling Lan's side and scolded them too. A cold voice rose above the masses. You don't want to train? Sure. All the team leaders, send them to the laboratory. Ling Lan was not afraid of the mega operators at all. Resisting showed that they still had some fire in them. It was a good thing. Ling Lan's words caused an outburst. We have received merits. We don't want to become guinea pigs. If we don't resist, we will all die. Brothers, charge. A figure rushed towards Ling Lan. The attack was so sudden that Qilong and the other members of Lingshan didn't notice it. By the time they saw the figure, he was already right in front of Ling Lan. You are looking for death. Ling Lan swung her whip at him. Smack! The mega operator flew out and slammed onto the ground. He slid out for a few meters. A blood trail was left behind. After he stopped, the ground below him turned red quickly. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. Yang Mingzi rushed forward in despair and felt his pulse. It was gone. The mega operator was killed by Ling Lan by a single whip. He's dead. Yang Mingzi moved his mouth and squeezed those two words out forcefully, attacking his superior. He deserves to die. Ling Lan replied calmly. Everyone sucked in their breath. This person was extremely heartless. This was the first time Ling Lan killed someone in front of them. They dared to retaliate because they felt that their regiment commander would not dare to kill anyone. After all, she didn't kill the person who offended her on the first day. All she did was beat him up badly. However, now, they know that their regiment commander really didn't care about their lives. She just didn't kill them yesterday because she didn't have a valid reason to. Once she has won, she would have no more qualms. Damn it, we must take revenge for our brother. Another mecha operator shouted and rushed towards Ling Lan. Smack! The mecha operator flew out and landed beside his dead comrade. Blood oozed out of his body. He was also dead. Attacking your superior, you deserve to die. Ling Lan used the same reason. Let's kill Ling Lan. If not, we will die anyway. Kill him. Another voice rang through the training ground. Everyone started shouting, kill him. Someone followed, kill him. Kill him. Kill him. The mecha operators chanted. Ling Lan's had finally angered all of them, so this is how it feels to be a villain. It doesn't feel good. Ling Lan was depressed. She never wanted to be a villain, but she had no choice. Yang Mingzi, Gudong Yang, and Liu Furong saw the angry crowd and knew that it was hopeless now. They stared at Ling Lan with pale faces. Was their regiment commander going to contact the law enforcement department? Were they going to watch their comrades dying in front of their eyes? Kill me? Do you all have the capability to? Ling Lan sneered. The nonchalant look in her eyes was the final straw. Everyone charged at Ling Lan angrily. They couldn't defeat Ling Lan alone, but they could definitely kill her if they attacked together. Yang Mingzi, Gudong Yang, and Liu Furong were shocked. So what if the mega operators managed to kill Ling Lan? Attacking their superior was an offense that would get them executed. If Ling Lan didn't die, he would have a valid reason to kill all the mega operators. There was no way these mega operators would survive. They felt despair. Their friends who once achieved many merits were going to be killed by their own people. Ice blockade. The entire training ground turned into an ice world as soon as a cold voice was heard. Domain Realm Master. Yang Mingzi was shocked. The three of them jumped back and used their Qi-Jin power to protect their bodies. They tried to block the Domain Realm energy. However, they worried for nothing. Ling Lan's energy went past them. The mega operators who led the attack on her turned into ice statues. The expression on their faces froze. They didn't have the time to react or stop when this happened and were frozen on the spot. All the other mecha operators stopped in their tracks. They didn't have the courage to act anymore. The once noisy training ground was dead silent. The mecha operators who escaped the attack stared at Ling Lan frighteningly. The fact that Ling Lan was a domain realm master dashed all hopes they had of resisting. They only had one thought now. They were dead. Ling Lan looked up and smiled. She knocked the whip against her left palm and said softly, "Why, team leaders, do you all need me to repeat myself?" Yang Mingxi, Liu Furong, and Gu Dongyang regained their senses and shouted at their team members who hadn't turned into ice statues. They started preparing for the training today. Qilong and the other team leaders called their team members too. The mecha operators looked at the real-looking ice statues and shivered in fear. They didn't dare to say anything. They might die from the training, but there was a possibility that they would survive. If they resist, they would definitely die. They knew which option was better. The mecha operators finally understood what Ling Lan meant when she said only the strongest can speak. Everyone started training with their various team leaders. Only the ice statues were left in the training ground. Ling Lan walked to the two mecha operators who were dead and kicked them. She said indifferently, "They are gone now. You can get up now." The two mecha operators jumped up. One of them smiled. "Boss, how is our acting?" "Not bad," Ling Lan said. She pointed at his face and asked, "Luo Xian, your face looks weird. Also, why was it you two?" Luo Xian rubbed his face and said pitifully, "We couldn't control what we change into after we took the face-changing agent. Only Yuan Yan and I turned into 40-years-old men. Everyone else looked too young." He frowned after speaking. It was mentioned that the face they turned into depended on their mental age. Does this mean that Yuan Yan and his mental age had reached 40 years old? Yuan Yan felt depressed too. He thought about the same thing. Ling Lan guessed their thoughts from their expression and wanted to laugh. Luo Xian and Yuan Yan were more mature compared to people like Li Jingong and He Kaiang. However, she felt that Lin Zonking was the most detailed and mature out of their group. The idea that your changed face reflected your mental age must be fake news. Ling Lan was a little wrong in her logic. Why must people who are more detailed and mature have a higher mental age? Stop feeling depressed. The face-changing agent only lasts for a day. You will regain your youthful looks tomorrow. Ask Li Shi to come over and collect his patients. Ling Lan consoled them and gave them an order. Chapter 679, I want. She couldn't let those now unfrozen mecha operators return to their teams just yet. If not, the fighting spirit in the mecha operators would be extinguished again. She just managed to inspire their desire to become stronger. "Yes, Regiment Commander." Luo Xian and Yuan Yan saluted and received her order. Very soon, Li Shu and Lin Zonking came with a bunch of people. Without the 7 people who became team leaders, there were only 9 people, including Ling Lan, left in the Lingshan battle team. Ling Lan watched as her team members dragged the unconscious mecha operators on the ground away. Even Luo Zhao, who was weaker than the others, had to drag 2 people at once. Ling Lan felt that there were not enough people in her battle team. Maybe I should take in more people if I see anyone with enough potential, Ling Lan thought to herself. The mecha operators thought that they could relax after leaving the sight of their vicious regiment commander, but they were wrong. Ling Lan would walk between the 10 teams and supervise them. If she saw any mecha operators not training diligently, she would hit them immediately without any warning. Then, she would order someone to drag the person away. Her heartless actions instilled fear in all the mecha operators' hearts. No one dared to be lazy anymore. The 250 mecha clan consisted of all the useless mecha operators from various divisions. Hence, most of them were unable to complete the training. Before they were halfway through the training, all of them were exhausted. Only the 10 team leaders remained standing. They thought that they were able to end their torture for the day, but they were too naive. Since Ling Lan gave them this training, she had the confidence that they could all complete it. Very soon, Li Shu came over with the other members of Lingshan and injected the mecha operators with an agent that allowed them to regain their stamina rapidly. After they experienced the effects of the agent, the mecha operators started groaning and rolling around on the ground. They scratched the ground and begged Ling Lan to let them off. They felt as though they were in a living hell. Unfortunately, Their pleas were unable to soften their regiment commander's heart. Ling Lan's face turned darker. "I've filmed this scene. It will be displayed on all the screens in our Mecha Clan base. You all will be able to see your ugly faces for a month." The mecha operators were unmoved by Ling Lan's words. They were already useless people. They were not afraid of looking at themselves. Also, everyone in this mecha clan was the same. Ling Lan knew what they were thinking, so she continued. "If you all can't complete the training in 1 month, this video, as well as the other videos that will be taken in the future, will be shown to the entire 23rd Division. If you all still can't complete it within 3 months, the videos will be spread to the entire military. Of course, I will do a thorough job and write all your details in the video. I will tell everyone your identity as well as the merits you have achieved in the past. It will definitely be interesting to see your past achievements and your current state." Ling Lan smiled. "I'm not sure if your past comrades would feel ashamed of you when they see the videos." "No." The mecha operators shouted in despair. When they left their battle teams and comrades, they left as a hero. They knew that in their battle teams, they were still considered respectable seniors. It would be a hard blow to their juniors or comrades if they realized that their heroes and seniors were in such a haggard state. This must not happen, the mecha operators exclaimed in their hearts. Ling Lan forced out their ego and sense of shame. Everyone had a bottom line that could not be touched. Once someone hit their bottom line, they would retaliate furiously. All the mecha operators got up from the floor. They only had one thought in their mind: they must complete their training and not let the video be shown in public. They could not accept such humiliation. Ling Lan was relieved to see such a reaction from the mecha operators. Luckily, they still had something they wanted to protect. They still had some pride left. Ling Lan was afraid that these mecha operators had really given up on life. If that was the case, she would not be able to help them at all. They would really be useless to her. Of course, if they were really useless, Ling Lan would kick them out of the mecha clan. She needed to be responsible for her other team members. In the cafeteria of 250 mecha clan, all the mecha operators sat at the dining tables. A widespread food was laid out in front of them. This was definitely enough to replenish the energy they have lost during the training. The once lazy chefs quickly brought out the food and placed them in front of the mecha operators. Ever since Ling Lan took over as the regiment commander, the logistics department of 250 mecha clan started becoming efficient. From this moment onwards, the 250 mecha clan turned from the most relaxed mecha clan to the scariest mecha clan to be in. Some logisticians entered this mecha clan using their connections so that they didn't have to work too much. However, they regretted their decision instantly. Not only do they have to complete their logistics work, but they also need to undergo harsh training too. This was not something a logistician should do. They wanted to rebel, but after looking at the videos played before each meal, they gave up on the idea. After the food was laid out, the logisticians retreated to the side. A screen came down from the ceiling and started playing the video taken when the mecha operators begged to be released from their training. The logisticians felt a chill running down their spine. The mecha operators were used to seeing the video. Some of them had started improving and their faces were not shown on the screen. Those that were still shown felt ashamed of themselves. They were all useless people at the start of the training, so why were some of them able to improve? Why couldn't they do the same too? They had enough of the gazes by the logisticians. They didn't expect the logisticians to watch their videos with them. They felt humiliated. Their weak side was displayed to the logisticians. It should be known that the logisticians' job was to service the mecha operators. Hence, they had a natural respect for mecha operators. Yet, in the 250 mecha clan, the logisticians no longer looked at them with respect and envy. It was replaced by a look of disdain. The mecha operators couldn't accept this change in attitude. As the logisticians lost their respect for the mecha operators, they gained more fear towards Ling Lan. They would not be able to forget Ling Lan's viciousness anytime soon. They felt that since even ace operators were unable to win against their regiment commander, they would have no chance of retaliating against him. If they didn't listen to him, he could just kill them as easily as killing an ant. Ling Lan was surprised that the logisticians were impacted by the video too. It meant that she didn't have to waste any more effort in worrying about them. The logisticians' training was harsh, but they were not as tough as the mecha operators' training. If they pushed themselves a little, the logisticians could complete the training. Hence, they didn't have much of a reason to rebel against Ling Lan. Those logisticians that came to the 250 Mecha Clan to have an easy life wanted to leave the Mecha Clan secretly. Since they couldn't offend their regiment commander, they could just hide from him. However, their wishes weren't fulfilled. Ling Zhao had his eyes on the 250 Mecha Clan. Who dares to touch the Mecha Clan now? The logisticians lost their connections and could only train obediently. Who said that the 250 Mecha Clan is the most relaxed and comfortable Mecha Clan to be in? I will kill the person who told me that. This was what the logisticians were thinking. 250 Mecha Clan became a Mecha Clan that was easy to get in but difficult to get out. Thus, Ling Lan's actions were not found out by anyone else in the 23rd Division. Mind you, her actions could land her in the military court anytime. Ling Lan was able to have such a smooth journey because of her father. As expected, no matter what era it was, having a good father was an important thing. At the staff officer headquarters, He Xueyang and Tong Ziying agreed with Ling Lan's methods. They had been watching over the 250 Mecha Clan and saw the improvements in the mecha operators. This showed that Ling Lan's harsh and high-pressure methods were effective. Tong Ziying wanted to create a record of the 250 Mecha Clan so that he could research on why Ling Lan's method was so effective. Unfortunately, this proposal was rejected by General Ling Zhao. He even gave a strict order that there would be no records of Ling Lan's doings in the 250 Mecha Clan. Tong Ziying didn't understand why the general gave such an order. Since Ling Lan was able to cure the mecha operators that were once deemed useless, his methods might be useful in helping the other mecha operators that were met with mental obstacles. If they were able to find out the reason why the method was working and make it known to the other mecha clans, the entire Federation would benefit. Why didn't the general allow it? On the other hand, He Xueyang understood Ling Zhao's worry. Ling Lan was General Ling Zhao's son. He has a high chance of taking over the general's position. Hence, he couldn't afford to have any dark histories. The things that Ling Lan did to the 250 Mecha Clan were good, but it could also be used against him. At that moment, Ling Zhao was hiding in his office and looking at the documents about the 250 Mecha Clan. He had tears on his face. His cute and cuddly princess was getting further and further away from him. His baby daughter is a sweet and obedient little girl. How could she be misunderstood by others? He must hide all the evidence to protect his daughter. Ling Zhao was firm. He opened his optical supercomputer and used his rights as a general to delete all the information about Ling Lan's doings in the 250 Mecha Clan. He gave an order to forbid any other generals from obtaining information about the 250 Mecha Clan. If he had the ability to, he wanted to prevent everyone from getting any information about the 250 Mecha Clan. However, his position was not high enough to do that. Maybe he should climb higher in rank. Ling Zhao raised his head. An idea was forming in his heart. The 4-star planet Liang was not a suitable planet for humans to live in. However, there were ample resources on planet Liang and laborers were needed to open the mines. The salary for these jobs was much higher than normal, so many commoners were attracted to the offer. They planned to work for 20 to 30 years and earn their pot of gold. Then, they would return to their 3-star planet and enjoy city life. In order to let humans live in planet Liang safely, the Federation built 2 giant cities on planet Liang. Each city was able to hold close to 100 million people. The workers on the planet would bring their families along, so there would be scout academies as well as specialized schools. Those people who couldn't get into the scout academies could attend these specialized schools and learn specialized skills to support their families. Chen Yang's family was a normal family. They lived on the planet Liang. Chen Yang was a normal mine worker and his wife, Luo Minutes, was a normal woman who worked at a supermarket as a stock managing assistant. She received the most basic first-level salary. There were many families like Chen Yang. However, because of his oldest son, Chen Ying and his wife were slightly different from the other families. Many people were jealous of them. Chen Ying's son was called Chen Yifan. When he gave this name to his son, he probably thought that his son would have a normal life. However, the moment his son was born, he knew that his son was special. His son's physical constitution reached an S rank. When this news reached the military headquarters, they immediately sent people over and wanted to nurture his son. Chen Ying and Luo Minutes gave birth to their son 10 years after their marriage. Hence, although they knew that their son would have a bright future if they let the military nurture him, they were still unable to let him go. From the name, you could tell that this couple had no huge ambitions in life. They just wanted their family to be safe and sound. Hence, Chen Yifan was not taken away. The military felt regretful, but they didn't force Chen Ying. There were many children who had S-rank potential, so it was fine if one of them didn't join them. However, in order to not waste Chen Yifan's potential, the military decided to give Chen Yifan all the benefits he should have. All the medicines that were given to an S-rank baby were given to him too. As Chen Yifan grew older, he started to display his potential. In the Scout Academy, he was always the top few in terms of the physical skills test and theory exams. His parents were proud of him. Sometimes, they wondered if their son could have been stronger if they had sent him to the military. This thought came out again when they gave birth to their second son, Chen Yan. 2 years later, his potential was only C rank. If they knew that they would have a second child so quickly, they would not have wasted their oldest son's talent. When Chen Yifan was 16 years old, he entered the 3rd Men's Military Academy. Everyone was jealous of Chen Ying and his wife, but no one understood the regret they had. Chen Yifan had been in the military academy for 6 years. In those 6 years, he never went back home. He would only have a video call with them once every New Year. Chen Ying and his wife missed their son, but since they had Chen Yan accompanying them, life was not that hard. If Chen Yifan was their pride, Chen Yan was their worry. Chen Yan's potential was not high, so it meant that he would not be able to reach a high level in terms of physical skills. Not only that, he was not smart either. After graduating from the Scout Academy, he was only able to study at the Mecha Engineering School for 3 years. He barely managed to pass his exams. Chen Ying and his wife thought that Chen Yifan had taken away all their best genes, and that's why Chen Yan was so normal. However, no matter how normal he was still their son. When Chen Yan reached the age where he could enter the military, Chen Ying and his wife had a dilemma. They hoped that Chen Yan would be able to pass the recruit test and enter the military. As long as he didn't need to go on to the battlefield and survived until his retirement, the country would give him a good job and his life would be stable. However, the recent news made them worry that their son would have to go to war. If that was the case, they hoped that their son would not pass the test, as they could still afford to take care of him. Bang! The door flew open. Chen Yan smiled as he walked in. He was not worried about entering the military at all. Chen Yang scolded him. "Don't you know how to open the door properly? Sooner or later, you will break the door." Chen Yan ignored Chen Yang. He pushed the person behind him and shouted, "Dada, look at who I brought." A familiar figure appeared beside Chen Yan. Chen Yang and his wife rubbed their eyes in disbelief. A moment later, they widened their eyes. "Yi, Yifan." Chen Yifan nodded calmly. "Yes, father, mother, I'm back." Chen Yang and his wife were elated. They hurriedly pulled Chen Yifan onto the sofa. After they recovered from their happiness, they remembered, "You graduated from the military academy, right? Which division were you assigned to?" They were sure that Chen Yifan would get into a military division. They knew that with his ability, he would be able to survive in the military well. Sometimes, the child that was more capable would be neglected by their parents, while the one that was not as smart received more care. Chen Yifan remained silent for a moment. "I didn't take the military academy exam." "Why?" Chen Yang was shocked. "No reason," Chen Yifan replied impatiently. The 6 years in the military academy made him understand that the world of soldiers was not as pure as what he had imagined. There were different factions and powers in the military. If he wanted to rise above everyone else, he needed to follow what everyone else was doing. Chen Yifan was unable to accept this. "But, that is your path. It was a shortcut for us to become a civilian too." Chen Yang shouted in anger. Why did his son choose to give up such a good opportunity? This was something everyone on planet Liang Wang wanted. However, they now don't even have the opportunity to become civilians. Chen Yifan replied Chen Yang with an indifferent face. Chen Yan was not smart, but he could still sense the anger in his father. He pulled Chen Yifan up instantly and shouted, "Father, I'm going to the armory and see if my name is on the list." Then, he ran out of the house with Chen Yifan. Chen Yang vented his anger on Luo Minutes when she tried to speak up for her son. He told her that Chen Yifan became like this because Luo Minutes pampered him too much. Luo Minutes was not someone easily bullied. She screamed back at Chen Yang and forced Chen Yang to calm down. Now, they have to worry about both of their sons. Chen Yifan thought that Chen Yan lied to their father in order to bring him out, but instead, he was speaking the truth. He went to the armory and got the news that he was accepted. Chen Yan hugged Chen Yifan and jumped around happily. "Don't go," Chen Yifan told him with a stern face. "No, I want to go." Chen Yan was a stubborn person. "You might die on the battlefield," Chen Yifan continued in a serious tone. "Since I want to become a soldier, I have prepared myself for it," Chen Yan replied firmly. "Are you going to leave our parents alone?" Chen Yifan said furiously. Chen Yan looked at him with a puzzled expression. "You will be home, right? You won't be going into the army, so you can accompany our parents." Chen Yifan didn't know what to say. He didn't expect this to be a reason for Chen Yan to enter the military. The two brothers ended their conversation unhappily. Chen Yang and his wife felt their world turning upside down. Their talented elder son didn't want to enter the military, while their slightly underperforming younger son wanted to enter the army. The date of registration for the military had arrived. Chen Yan packed his luggage and prepared to leave the house. Whether or not his parents agreed, he would enter the military. He opened the door and saw his brother standing there. Chen Yifan looked at his younger brother and asked, "Do you really want to go?" "Yes, General Ling Zhao said that we must protect our country. I want to protect our country." Chen Yan was naive and not that smart, but he was stubborn. Once he made a decision, no one could stop him. Chen Yifan saw Chen Yan's determination and turned around. When he noticed that Chen Yan was not following him, he asked, "Why are you still standing there?" Chen Yan scratched his head. "Brother, what do you mean?" "What do I mean? I'm entering the military with you." Chen Yifan felt helpless. If his brother entered the military by himself, he would most likely be used. He needed to look after him. Ah! Chen Yan was stunned. Didn't his brother say that he didn't want to enter the military? Chen Yan left the house with this query in his head. After the two of them left, Chen Yang and his wife opened their room door. Luo Minutes had tears in her eyes while Chen Yang appeared to be in shock. "Are you happy now? Both your sons have entered the military." Luo Minutes punched Chen Yang angrily. If Chen Yang was willing to sit down and talk nicely, would her sons leave without bidding farewell to them? Chen Yifan smiled bitterly. He hugged Luo Minutes and said, "They have their own path. We can't stop them. With Yifan's help, Yin will be fine." Chen Yang felt complicated too. If his two sons swapped their ambitions, he would not need to worry so much. Hence, the Chen brothers' names were entered into the recruits list. Chen Yifan chose to become a logistician so that he could take care of his little brother. He chose to enter the 23rd Division too. They were both not certain if they were able to enter the 23rd Division. If the number of applicants to the 23rd Division was more than the number of available slots they had, the mainframe would choose the better candidates first. As people from planet Liang, the Chen brothers would not be on the priority list. The two of them waited for an hour before receiving a message on their communicator. The message stated which starship they were allocated to. Chen Yifan prayed before looking at his communicator. When he saw that he entered the 23rd Division, he jumped up in excitement. "Brother, I'm going to the 23rd Division." General Ling Zhao was the reason why Chen Yan wanted to join the military. Hence, he wished that he would be able to enter the 23rd Division and become a member of General Ling Zhao's division. Chen Yifan smiled gently. "Congratulations." Then, he turned and walked to the right. Chen Yan got a shock. He pulled Chen Yifan back and asked, "Brother, where are you going?" Chen Yifan knocked Chen Yan's forehead helplessly. "The starship." "Starship? Why does it sound so familiar?" Chen Yun scratched his head. Didn't you see the information written below? You need to board the starship to go to the 23rd Division. Oh, right. Chen Yun finally understood. He widened his eyes. Big brother, how do you know that I need to get on the starship? Were the people from the academy so amazing? Could they predict the future? Chen Yufan sighed. If he wasn't here to look after his brother, he might be unable to even pass the recruit training camp. He waved his communicator in front of his little brother. When he saw the confused look on his brother's face, he said, because I'm going to the 23rd Division too. Chen Yun was elated when he heard this piece of news. To him, his older brother was a person who could do anything. He felt happy that he could be in the same division as his brother. The nervousness that he felt disappeared. Chen Yufan felt pressured when he saw his little brother's happy face. Was he really able to survive 10 years in the military with his brother? At the headquarters of the 23rd Division, He Xuanyang was arranging the documents in his hand. He placed all the documents that needed the general's signature on one side. Beep. Beep, an announcement appeared on his optical supercomputer. It reminded him that a call was coming in. He Xuanyang answered the call. His assistant's voice sounded. Chief of Staff, the regiment commander of the 250 Mecha Clan, Ling Lan, is looking for you. The documents in He Xuanyang's hand dropped on the floor. Chief of Staff, are you okay? His assistant asked worriedly. He Xuanyang calmed himself down and replied, I'm fine. Let him in. FK. Why did this person come again? He Xuanyang felt desperate. Nothing good would happen when Ling Lan looked for him. He Xuanyang recalled how often young Master Lan looked for him whenever he needed more resources and weapons. Nowadays, the faces of the people from the logistics department would turn green whenever they see him. These things had nothing to do with their department, but he still had to do it. He still owed the head of logistics a huge favor. He Xuanyang felt unhappy. Why don't young Master Lan look for the general? Finding the general was the most effective way. The general just needed to give an order and everything would be settled. The old bastard from the logistics department would not dare to defy the general. Ling Lan liked to find He Xuanyang because it was easier for her. Whenever she looked for her father, he would always ask her about the Mecha Clan. Ling Lan didn't like to talk. She knew that with her status, He Xuanyang wouldn't dare to ask her anything. He would also satisfy all her needs. Ling Lan believed that her father would give her what she wanted, so she just needed He Xuanyang as the middleman to talk to her father. Ling Lan walked in. He Xuanyang smiled and asked, Ling Lan, what do you need? He knew that General Ling Zhao wanted to hide young Master Lan's identity, so he called Ling Lan by his name. Someone might enter his office suddenly, so He Xuanyang had to be careful. The possibility was not high, but it was better to be cautious. Chief of Staff, I have to trouble you again, Ling Lan said indifferently. She sounded as though she was here to greet him. He Xuanyang rubbed his face and said helplessly, what do you need this time? Soldiers. Ling Lan replied blatantly. He Xuanyang raised his right hand and pointed at Ling Lan. His hand was trembling. Shouldn't you look for your commander or the sub-commander? Do you think that I'm Doerman? Do you think that I can fulfill all your wishes? Troublesome. Ling Lan thought for a while and replied. He Xuanyang looked as though he received a huge blow. Young Master Lan looked for him not because he was amiable and easy to interact with. He looked for him because he was convenient. He must have owed Ling Zhao and Ling Lan a huge debt in his past life. This was why he needed to serve them now. He Xuanyang thought about the general who threw everything at him. Sob. These two people are both bad people. Don't tell me that you can't do it. Ling Lan pressed against the office table with her hands and looked down on He Xuanyang. An oppressive aura formed around her, as expected of Ling Zhao's son. He Xuanyang exclaimed in his heart. However, despite how much he liked Ling Lan, he didn't want to relent so easily. He was the chief of staff for General Ling Zhao. How could he be scared by a regiment commander so easily? Ling Lan, why don't you look for your direct superior, the commander of the Middle Second Corps? Many soldiers are assigned to the Middle Second Corps. He Xuanyang shrugged. I'm just the chief of staff. I can't do anything about the distribution of soldiers. Master, he is lying. Little Blossom shouted angrily in Ling Lan's mindscape. Although he was unable to download data secretly and use them like Little Four, he could still view the documents on He Xueyang's optical supercomputer. Ling Lan had warned him against destroying the information on any optical supercomputer from the 23rd Division. Hence, Little Blossom could only suppress his desire. Ling Lan knew that He Xueyang was lying even without Little Blossom's reminder. The Staff Officer Department is the only department that was linked to all the other departments. Although the main job of the Staff Officer Department was to create a battle plan, this mission would only be given during a war. During normal times, the Staff Officer Department was in charge of the operations of the entire division. Ling Lan was not surprised by He Xueyang's rejection. He always did this when she looked for him. She patted the documents beside him and said, "Chief of Staff, should I find a document that can help you regain your lost memory?" She didn't know whether there was a document related to the distribution of soldiers, but she didn't care. She just needed to frighten him. If he didn't get scared, she would think of another way. Ling Lan was lucky. There was indeed a document related to the distribution of soldiers in the pile of documents. He Xueyang felt frustrated as he looked at the confident Ling Lan. He suspected that there was a traitor in his team who revealed the content of the documents to Ling Lan. Of course, he knew that that was impossible. Everyone in the Staff Officer Department had a good character. They underwent many tests before entering this department so no one would leak any information out. He Xueyang gave up. He asked, "How many people do you need?" Ling Lan raised her hand. He Xueyang heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, he didn't ask for many people. 50 people, no problem. He just needed to send a request in the mainframe to fulfill her request. He didn't need to negotiate with other departments or report to General Ling Zhao. He Xueyang didn't want General Ling Zhao to know that he helped Ling Lan with many things. The general was a fair person. He wouldn't want his son to make use of his connection. He Xueyang was thinking too much. Ling Zhao would never stop him from helping Ling Lan. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't be too conspicuous, he would have given Ling Lan everything he could. Ling Lan shook her head to express that the number was wrong. He Xueyang's face changed. "Don't tell me that you need 500 people." Ling Lan put down her hand and replied nonchalantly, "Thank you for your help." He Xueyang wanted to vomit blood. "Really? That's impossible. No mecha clan took in so many soldiers at one go. Only those mecha clans who suffered huge damages during a battle had such a privilege. If not, 50 people were the maximum." Ling Lan answered, "A normal mecha clan should have around 4,000 to 5,000 people. There will be 1,500 mecha operators in the mecha clan. However, our mecha clan only has 250 people. Even with the addition of logisticians, we only have 350 people in total." "Chief of Staff, don't you think that the division is paying too little attention to our mecha clan?" He Xueyang was speechless. He stuttered, "The 250 mecha clan is a special mecha clan. That's why there are so little people. I only need 500 people. 100 ace operators and 400 excellent logisticians." Ling Lan told He Xueyang her request. 100 ace operators? Impossible. "Do you think that ace operators can be found everywhere?" He Xueyang shook his head. Asking for 500 people was already a huge request. 100 ace operators? Did he think that the 23rd Division belonged to him? Fine, the 23rd Division is led by his father. In other words, it really belonged to him. Ling Lan frowned. She thought about it and changed her requirements. 50 ace operators and 450 logisticians. He Xueyang shook his head again. Ace operators were the main strength of a division. Moving one ace operator required a whole list of the protocol. 50 of them. Ling Lan might as well kill him. Even if he looked for General Ling Zhao, he would not be able to get them within a short period of time. Ling Lan looked at him coldly. "Let's not waste time. Why don't you tell me what you can give me?" He Xueyang was afraid that Ling Lan would ask for even more things, so he hurriedly replied, "I can't give you any ace mecha masters. The most I can give you is 50 advanced mecha warriors and 200 recruits." Chapter 680. The legendary 250 mecha clan. Advanced mecha operators? I don't need them. Just split a part of them to be logistics personnel. Even new recruits can join the logistics group. Ling Lan looked down on those mecha operators. After all, She was about to reform the Mecha clan. Advanced Mecha operators required a lot of time to develop and did not correspond with her plans. Split. He Xiuyang almost laughed after hearing Ling Lan's request. Only young Master Lan has the audacity to haggle with him. Woo wah woo. It was as though young Master Lan was never afraid of him and instead teased him. As expected, Ling Zhao and his son are both villainous people. He Xiuyang's resentment was quite strong. 300 logistics personnel, no more than that, He Xiuyang replied helplessly. 400 people, not one less. Ling Lan looked towards the sofa beside her and said to herself, I'm not busy today, so I have all day to talk to Mr. Staff Officer. Ling Lan sat there with an expression saying that if He Xiuyang didn't agree, she would sit here forever. He Xiuyang looked at the countless piles of documents on his desk and cried on the inside. If young Master Lan actually stayed here, he wouldn't be able to work today. As expected, the father and son, Ling Zhao and Ling Lan, are both evil. They are both here to bully him. He Xiuyang said with resentment, alright, if it's 400 you want, then 400 it is. Regiment Commander Ling, please be careful on your way out. He wanted to quickly send away young Master Lan, otherwise, not only would it hurt him mentally, it might hurt him physically. He would have to do overtime if that were to happen. Thank you, Mr. Staff Officer. Ling Lan satisfyingly saluted He Xiuyang and then left his office. As He Xiuyang was watching Ling Lan disappearing from his sight, he suddenly remembered that he could have actually refused Ling Lan's request. Why did he have to accept meeting with him in the first place? He Xiuyang just discovered that he made it troublesome for himself. The 3-month training period for new recruits had finally ended. After the training officer told everyone to scatter, all of the new recruits grouped around in the field. Chen Yun excitedly went to look for his older brother, Chen Yufan. They were quite lucky as they were sent to the same recruit training camp. Although their training officers were different, they were still together. This made Chen Yun feel very at ease. Chen Yun only walked for a short while before managing to find his own elder brother Chen Yufan leaning on a lamp post in the field, waving at him. Elder brother. Chen Yun ran towards his brother like a dog seeing its owner. The only thing missing was a wagging tail. Chen Yufan saw Chen Yun's bright smile. The expressionless face finally grinned. He patted Chen Yun's head and asked, Did you pack your bags yet? I packed them long ago, replied Chen Yun. Knowing that today was the last day of the training, he had woken up bright and early. He was too excited to sleep, so he packed his belongings throughout the night. Elder brother, which clan do you think will be put into? Chen Yun suddenly remembered something. His originally excited mood instantly dropped. He lowered his head and unconsciously kicked the lamp post. What's wrong? Chen Yufan thought it was odd that Chen Yun's mood changed so quickly. This time, elder brother probably won't be in the same clan as me. After all, they had only just left the care of their parents. Chen Yufan had been taking care of him this entire time. Chen Yun, who was not independent, suddenly discovered that he was going to be apart from his elder brother. He instantly felt uneasy in his heart. Chen Yufan rubbed Chen Yun's head, comforting him. Yun, no matter which clan we are sent into, being apart still means we're together. You have to remember that you have grown up already and must be able to face the world yourself. Also, you chose to join the army, so since this was your choice, you must walk this path bravely. Chen Yun nodded. Chen Yun's depressed mood instantly disappeared. He once again had his symbolic eating grin on his face. Chen Yufan smiled and said, Even if we aren't together in the beginning, I will try to find a way for us to be together. Then I'll be waiting for that. Chen Yun laughed. Although that was what Chen Yufan said, Chen Yun still thought his brother was just comforting him. After all, they had already learned that the clan where the new recruits like them would end up, would depend on the grades during their training and be distributed by the mainframe. Those who with good grades, would be placed in good clans, and those with poor grades would of course be placed in weaker clans. Chen Yun knew that his own grades were among the lowest. In the many assessments he had, he only passed by a few points after the cutoff point. His elder brother Chen Yufan, on the other hand, would definitely have good grades. After all, his elder brother was a cadet from the 3rd Men's Military Academy. Chen Yufan saw that Chen Yun didn't believe him. He shook his head and smiled. but didn't give any explanation. In actuality, during the new recruit training period, he had meddled with some things. However, it was just as Chen Yun had thought. Because of the mainframe's placement, Chen Yufan couldn't confirm that what he had done was actually going to make the two of them be placed in the same clan in the end. If that didn't work, then he would have no choice but to go with his last plan. Chen Yufan's eyes showed a hint of determination. The Chen brothers, who had already registered, were sitting in the waiting room. An anxious-looking new recruit that had just registered walked into the waiting room and looked around. Suddenly he saw that Chen Yun was sitting amongst the crowd. The new recruit was overjoyed. He sprinted towards him and smacked Chen Yun's shoulder. Chen Yufan lifted his head. The expression on his face would make any other man's heart skip a beat. His hand, that he smacked Chen Yufan's shoulder with, instantly froze in place. Chen Yun didn't see his elder brother glaring at his friend. He looked at the person who ran towards them and instantly stood up excitedly. "Zhu Yu, I didn't think we would be able to meet you here." Zhu Yu was in the same training group as Chen Yun in the new recruit camp. The two of them were both underperforming and their grades in the lower rankings. Since the two of them were in the same boat, Zhu Yu and Chen Yun had formed a strong bond with each other in the past 3 months. They were both waiting to see each other during their placement. Chen Yun was also very happy to see him. "Chen Yun, have you finished registering?" Zhu Yu sent careful glance at Chen Yufan. He didn't forget the glare he was given just now. It was too terrifying. Seeing Zhu Yu's eyes move, Chen Yun immediately introduced him to his elder brother. "This is my elder brother, Chen Yufan, who is also a new recruit. However, he wasn't in our training group. My brother and I have finished registering already." "Elder brother Yufan, hello." Zhu Yu shouted respectfully. Chen Yufan made him feel pressured. Someone like him was actually just a common new recruit? Zhu Yu didn't think so. Chen Yufan nodded in reply, but didn't speak a word. Chen Yun seemed to have felt Zhu Yu's fear, so he immediately pulled him aside and asked in a whisper, "Have you finished registering?" "Yeah," Zhu Yu nodded. "I'm not sure which clan we'll be placed in." Chen Yun, who was filled with anticipation, had a little bit of sadness inside of him. He didn't know who his future comrades would be and hoped that they would be easy to get along with. "Actually, all the clans in the 23rd Division aren't bad, as long as you don't go to 250 Mecha Clan," replied Zhu Yu. Chen Yufan's eyes locked into Zhu Yu. He saw the frustration on Zhu Yu's face and knew that Zhu Yu had said something he shouldn't have said. Chen Yufan knew it right away that Zhu Yu wasn't as simple as he thought. Chen Yun didn't discover Zhu Yu's frustration. He heard Zhu Yu's words and instantly became curious. Thus he asked, "Zhu Yu, why can't we go to the 250 Mecha Clan?" Zhu Yu saw that although Chen Yun was curious, he was still indifferent. It didn't seem like Chen Yun was trying to pry the information out of him. Zhu Yu instantly felt relieved. During their time together in the past 3 months, Zhu Yu knew that Chen Yun was a simple individual who would definitely not change his attitude towards him because of Zhu Yu's identity. Zhu Yu also wouldn't get looks of pity from Chen Yun's eyes. After being relieved of worry, Zhu Yu didn't try to hide anything and whispered back, "According to some legend, although this 250 Mega Clan had all ace Mega operators, they were also useless people who couldn't fight in the battlefield. If we're not careful and get placed as the logistics personnel in that clan, it's possible that we would be rotting in there for 10 years. Soldiers who enter that clan at private rank would probably still be a private after they leave the military." Hearing this, Chen Yun quickly shook his head and said, "I definitely don't want to go to this 250 Mecha Clan. I am going to be on the battlefield." Zhu Yu continued, "I don't want to go there either. I didn't join the military to waste 10 years of my life in that kind of place." He clenched his fist with great force. Zhu Yu joined the military this time in order to prove to people that he wasn't a useless descendant from the Zhu family. He definitely couldn't waste away 10 years. Chen Yufan heard their conversation and couldn't help but have a thought in his mind. If what Zhu Yu said was true, this 250 Mega Clan was quite suitable for the two brothers. Chen Yufan didn't want to achieve anything. He only thought about how he and his little brother would be able to peacefully live through the 10 years of military service. As Chen Yun and Zhu Yu were whispering, Both of them suddenly felt the communicators on their wrists vibrate. The two of them looked at each other and knew that the results of their placements had came. The two of them took a breath, lifted their arms and looked at their communicators. Then in an instant, they were petrified. Chen Yufan looked at the notification sent to his communicator and couldn't help but raise a brow. He was just thinking that 250 Mega Clan was the perfect clan for him and his little brother. He didn't think that he would actually be placed in there. But Chen Yufan wasn't sure if Chen Yin was placed there. "Yin, where did you get placed?" Chen Yufan softly asked Chen Yin, who was now standing there like a statue. Chen Yin turned his head stiffly. "Elder brother." In the next second, he hugged Chen Yufan and began to cry loudly, "Elder brother, it's 250 Mecha Clan. I don't want to be a useless nobody." Zhu Yu slumped into his chair. He began speaking to himself, 250. It's actually 250? Why is it 250? Was this fate? Was this why he had to go to the 250 Mega Clan where all the useless individuals gathered? Will he never be able to get rid of the nickname useless in his entire life? Zhu Yu's family wasn't just any normal family. This was also the reason why he knew some of the secrets of the 23rd Division. It was just that he didn't think that his desire to have a start fresh was in the end played around by his terrible fate. It turns out, all of his hard work was all for naught. "Come to the 250 Mega Clan with your elder brother, alright?" Chen Yufan's voice echoed beside Chen Yin Weiling's. Chen Yin raised his head in surprise. "Ah, elder brother, you're going to the 250 Mega Clan as well?" "Yes." Chen Yufan replied with a half-smile. "That's great. It's the same anywhere if my elder brother's there." Chen Yin rubbed his face with his sleeve and smiled stupidly once again. Chen Yin was a simple man. His sadness after knowing he was sent to 250 Mega Clan was quelled by the excitement he felt knowing he was going to be together with his elder brother. Zhu Yu wanted to cry but couldn't. He clearly knew why the 250 Mega Clan was formed. It was to give useless and glorified seniors a place to stay, and logistics personnel in the clan were there to care for these washed-up mecha operators. Unless an individual had a strong background, they wouldn't be able to get out of 250 Mecha Clan. Zhu Yu knew that the Zhu family had given up on him and would definitely not use their military connections for him. Zhu Yu foresaw that the three of them would waste 10 years of their lives in the Mecha Clan and would not see the light of day. Disregarding Zhu Yu's deepened sorrow, Chen Yin's excitement and Chen Yufan's calmness, 400 people who had the lowest scores above the passing grade were all placed into 250 Mecha Clan by the mainframe. Chen Yufan, on the other hand, hid his real potential in order for him to be placed in the same clan as his younger brother by manipulating his grades to be similar to those of Chen Yin. It should be said that although the placements of the mainframe were fair, as it would still use the training grades as the reference, this would make those who deliberately hid their potential to get past the system like Chen Yufan, just by looking at Chen Yufan's data would make it clear that his training grades were altered. It was not He Xiuyang's idea to make the mainframe place 400 of the worst logistics personnel into the 250 Mecha Clan. It was just that 250 Mecha Clan had such a bad reputation. Although He Xiuyang had told the lower ranks to care for 250 Mecha Clan, those in the lower ranks didn't want to waste such good soldiers. Instead, they made their own decision and put down 250 Mega Clan as the lowest level, level F. The placements done by the mainframe was in accordance with the level of the clan. A triple S level clan such as the Special Forces would of course be given the strongest of the new recruits, while the lowest level, level F, would of course receive the weakest new recruits. When Ling Lan received the list of 400 names of the logistics personnel after the placements, she figured it out after the fact after seeing the piss-poor training grades. Unfortunately, the ship had already sailed and she could only take what she was given. Of course, Ling Lan didn't care too much about the terrible grades of these new recruits. In her eyes, there were only lazy people and no useless people. As long as she ruthlessly trained them to force out their potential, some of these trash-like logistics personnel would definitely not be too far off from those outstanding logistics personnel. Since there were so many people, Chen Yufan and the others followed a group of new recruits and sat on a hover bus. The bus flew quickly and after a few hours, they arrived at the entrance to the base of 250. The infrastructure of the base was very modern. Chen Yufan only glanced at it for 1 second and knew that the walls were laced with magnetic storm nets. If any idiot wanted to fly past the wall, they would definitely be electrocuted by the magnetic storm nets. The entrance seemed ordinary, but the circular object that looked like a decoration was actually a Gatling laser cannon. If anyone wanted to get past the entrance, it would only be possible if there were thousands of people attacking it. Chen Yufan's frowned. Was all this firepower and defensive equipment actually going to be used to protect a bunch of useless mecha operators? Chapter 681. Arrangement. Wow, this space looks sick. A few new recruits looked outside from their windows. They looked at the large and seemingly endless space of operation. Their eyes instantly had red hearts pop out from them. After only just coming out from the training camp, they had never seen a real clan's base of operations before. These new recruits were instantly in shock and awe by the vastness and modernness of their future mecha clan. The driver of the hover bus received a signal from the base and slowly landed near the entrance. The soldiers on guard at the entrance were fully geared. They walked into the bus with a serious expression on their faces and began to examine the new recruits. This was a necessary procedure before entering a base. The guards in 250 Mecha Clan were no longer slacking and relaxing like they were before Ling Lan had taken over. If anyone dared to cause any trouble, those people would definitely not have a good time. A malevolent aura expanded into the bus as these soldiers walked into it. The aura made the rowdy new recruits instantly sit up straight on their seats and not dare to make any noise or even move. Chen Yufan clearly sensed the malevolent aura the soldiers had on them. He had once felt this type of aura around a few instructors with battlefield experience and around the mercenaries on their mission. How can these soldiers be considered useless? Chen Yufan had a lot of questions in his mind. Was this 250 Mecha Clan actually the same as what Zhu Yu had said? After the checks, these soldiers asked the driver of the bus to get off. Then, they took control of the bus. Not long after, the hover bus flew up once again and went into the entrance that had already been opened. The hover bus flew for another few minutes, then stopped at large square. There weren't any buildings around them but only grassland and forests. The soldiers told the new recruits to get off. When all of the new recruits got off the bus, the door closed and flew away once again without a trace. The 400 new recruits who were suddenly put in an unknown location had all become restless and uneasy. Right at that moment, a simple sketch of a map suddenly appeared on a screen in front of them. Then a voice echoed within the square. Hey newbies, in order to welcome you newbies in joining 250 Mecha Clan, we prepared a welcoming ceremony specially for you guys. Are you guys ready? Chen Yufan bit his lip. What welcome ceremony? Wasn't it just a game where the veterans prank the new recruits? It was as he had expected. Entering the clan wasn't that easy. The expression of the 400 new recruits were all different. Some were afraid, some confused, some nervous and also some who were excited. Do you see the map on the screen? Remember it carefully. If you make a wrong turn and activate our base's defense system, then you'll die for nothing. After hearing these words, everyone's face turned pale. Were people actually going to die? In the division, there are many new recruits who perish for different reasons every year. Hope you lot won't become one of them. The warning was heard by every single new recruit. Everyone began to memorize the map on the screen. Many people were afraid of memorizing it wrongly and immediately used their communicators to record the map. You have 2 hours. If you don't get to the destination within 2 hours, hey, good luck. The announcer's voice was filled with schadenfreude. This voice made Chen Yufan's heart drop to his stomach. A punishment that hasn't been told to them yet indeed was something to be worried about. It seemed, in order to make sure there weren't any casualties, they must complete the task. The countdown starts now. As the announcer finished speaking, the map on the large screen disappeared. Immediately a countdown timer appeared counting down from 10 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, go. After this voice finished, a few new recruits, who were anxious to get going, took their bags and went to the direction on the map by themselves. There were also many new recruits who began to form groups and teams. Chen Yufan's group of 3 joined a small team after Chen Yufan signaled the other 2 to do so. No one knew what would happen on the way to their destination. With more people moving together, they would be able to solve issues that one single person would not be able to. Inside a monitoring room, Ling Lan, Li Shu, Lin Zonking and the others weren't busy. We're secretly watching the performance of these new recruits. These new recruits aren't very capable. Their performances are all worse than the stronger ones. Lin Zonking felt a little bit of regret. There wasn't anyone who created a group that had more than 30 people in it. Most people just moved out by themselves. In the wilderness, this type of decision was without a doubt a death wish. These are all new recruits. Whether they become a snake or dragon in the future is all dependent on how you nurture them, Ling Lan said calmly. Lin Zonking raised his head as if dumbstruck and looked towards his boss with a look of disbelief. Did his boss mean that these people will be working under him from now on? Each person in the logistics department of 250 Mega Clan currently has their own position. Before these people make any mistakes, I won't be able to do anything to them. Also, the current logistics personnel are already used to their commanding officer. If you were to take the place of their commanding officer, you would probably need to do a lot in order to have them submit to you. Spending time and effort on something like this is a waste and yields no benefits. This is also the reason why I haven't done anything to those in the logistics department, explained Ling Lan. However, I won't be able to rest if the Mecha Logistics Department is under someone else's command. For these 400 new logistics personnel, I don't want anyone else to meddle with them. They'll be given to you. I hope you will be able to nurture an exceptional group of Mecha Logistics soldiers. Yes, Regiment Commander. Lin Zonking excited saluted. In all this time, Lin Zonking saw everyone else in their battle team getting their own job positions and assignments. Only he, Luo Xian's group of 4 didn't get assigned to any missions. They would go to places where they were needed. Luo Xian's group of 4 were alright with this because they didn't think too much of it. Lin Zonking on the other hand was different. After all, Luo Xian's group of 4 had only joined the battle team after entering the 23rd Division. Lin Zonking, however, had followed the boss from back when they were in the Scout Academy. Other veteran members were assigned important work while he had free time on his hands. This made Lin Zonking suspect whether or not he was too weak, thus the boss was afraid to assign him an important task. Now that he heard what the boss had planned for him, Lin Zonking understood that he was thinking too much. The boss had already considered him, it was just that there wasn't any chances before. So he didn't tell him about the arrangements. This was his boss. When he didn't have 100% certainty in doing something, he wouldn't simply promise anything. After being excited for a short while, Lin Zonking slowly calmed down. He discovered that Luo Xian, Yuan Yan, Li Jingong and He Kaiyang looked at him with envious looks. Lin Zonking suddenly thought of something. He remembered that during this period, the boss had made him take Luo Xian's group of 4 on missions. After spending some time getting to know one another, he and Luo Xian's group of 4 were more familiar with each other. He instantly had an idea. Boss, just having myself to take on 400 people is definitely impossible. You have to give me some helpers, Lin Zonking requested. Ling Lan half smiled and glanced at him while smirking. Oh, what kind of helpers do you need? Seeing the satisfaction showing in Ling Lan's eyes, Lin Zonking knew he had guessed Ling Lan's thoughts correctly. He instantly smiled and said, Boss, don't blame me for stealing people away, but I would like Xian, Yan, Jingong and Kaiyang to come with me. The 5 of us will make the Mecha Logistics Department better together. Ling Lan glanced towards the 4, who had expressions of joy on their faces, and said indifferently, I'm not against it, but whether they are willing to help you or not, you are going to have to invite them yourself. If they aren't willing to go with you, don't come running to me. Before Lin Zonking could answer Ling Lan, He Kaiyang already shouted, Boss, we are willing to join the Mecha Logistics Department to help Zonking. The 4 of them were bored from not having anything to do. Now that they suddenly had something to do, They of course were willing to do it. Ling Lan glanced over coldly. The sharpness in her eyes instantly frightened He Kaiang. He put down his head and didn't dare to look at his boss. If you're joining the Mecha Logistics department to help, then you guys can join. Ling Lan said calmly. If you guys do, then take up the responsibility. No matter who makes a mistake, I will punish them no matter what and won't play favorites. You understand? Understood. The four of them shouted simultaneously. The four of them were intelligent people. They were certain from their boss's words that their boss had arranged them to the position of being Linzon King's deputy officers. The four of them didn't feel wronged by this. In the time they went on missions with Linzon King and witnessed his capabilities, they were already thoroughly convinced that in terms of strength, they could only become Linzon King's deputy. Ling Lan's arrangement was completely fair. Also, Linzon King's temperament was great, always willing to talk and come to an agreement. The time they all worked together was very enjoyable. The four of them were also very willing to continue to work with Linzon King. Seeing that the four of them didn't complain about anything and excitedly accepted the arrangement, Ling Lan instantly breathed a sigh of relief. It should be known that during wartime, the most important factor was logistics. If there was an issue with logistics, even if the strength of their mecha operators were strong and ruthless, they still wouldn't be able to stay in battle for too long. Only when the logistics was made sure to be strong and sturdy, capable of sending in reinforcements to the front line continuously, then the military core would be able to bring out its full potential. Now the most important part. Ling Lan of course would hand over positions of power to people she trusted. However, Linzon King by himself wasn't enough to develop an outstanding logistics team. Thus, Ling Lan arranged 4 deputies for Linzon King. However, most soldiers with some capabilities nowadays wouldn't want to go to the logistics team because logistics was a department where people begged to not make any mistakes instead of acquiring merits. If an individual wanted to rise up in the ranks in logistics, there was almost no hope. Looking at the entire federation, there were actually no officials that came out from logistics. Even if there were, those people would at the very most be a senior colonel. This was also why Ling Lan was worried the 4 of them weren't willing to go. However, now it seemed Ling Lan had worried too much. Luo Xian's group of 4 didn't feel that it a bad thing for them to go into logistics. For them, ranking up from their second lieutenant rank to senior captain was already reaching the top. Vice captains of Mecha Logistics had a rank of senior captain. Also, the rank of senior captain was a rank that holds military power. It was much better than a rank based on reputation. In reality, ever since Ling Lan took over as the regiment commander of 250 Mecha Clan, no matter if it was her or her team members, they were all getting used to their new positions. Luckily, all of the members in Ling Lan's battle team were all capable individuals who were also stable and steady. Many of them were set in important positions in the Mecha Clan and were all easily adapting to it. For example, Qi Long, Luo Lang, Ziyi, Li, Zhao Jun, Han Jijian and Li Yingji became Mecha Battle Team captains. They each led 25 ace mecha operators and created strong mecha battle teams. The members under them were returning to their past glory due to their hard work. Li Shou on the other hand had already been appointed as the clan's head physician. Luo Zhao and Han Xuai became his aides. Through their hard work and effort, 250 Mecha Clan's treatment facilities were temporarily opened. Of course, the clan's hospital was still lacking in skilled laborers. A portion of these new recruits would be selected to fill in those positions. A hospital was similarly a facility that was necessary during wartime. It needed the maximum amount of people working in it in order for it to run smoothly and could not have any positions unfilled. Chang Xinyuan was responsible for the research center of the clan. However, this was only just an idea Ling Lan had and was currently not set in stone. Currently, only Chang Xinyuan was building the modification factory by himself. Once it becomes built, this department would be the most undermanned. Not only did they lack enough logistics personnel, they also lacked technical personnel. Ling Lan couldn't help but put this plan aside for now. The Mecha Logistics department that Ling Lan had been worried about now had 400 logistics personnel, with Linzon King taking up the lead and Luo Xian, Yuan Yan, Li Jingong, and He Kaiang aiding him. It helped resolve a big worry Ling Lan had and made her feel much more relaxed. However, if she were to allocate 2 logisticians for each mecha operator, 400 was still not enough. Additionally, these 400 new recruits weren't all going to be allocated to mecha operators. Li Shu also needed a lot of people, and she still needed to allocate a few to Chang Xinyuan to help him. It seemed that the 400 people she acquired from asking Staff Officer He Xiuyang was still not enough. Ling Lan regretted her decision. The only reason Ling Lan didn't consider the original 100 or so members in the logistics department was because, as the number of mecha operators increased, this 100 or so logisticians were already going to have a difficult time dealing with the entire mecha clan's normal day-to-day living and would not be able to spare anyone to do anything else. Ling Lan was worried but knew that she couldn't be hasty about all this and needed to walk the path step by step. There will be a day when 250 mecha clan becomes a fully equipped, well-allocated and mature ace mecha clan. Ling Lan and the others watched for a bit longer. Ling Lan then suddenly asked, "Are Qilong and the others ready?" Lin Zonking softly replied, "Preparations were done long ago, just waiting for your command boss." "Let them begin their mission," replied Ling Lan. "Yes, Regiment Commander." Lin Zonking immediately gave orders to the 10 team leaders. The 10 teams who were waiting at their positions began to move out after receiving the orders. Chen Yifan led Chen Yan and Zhu Yu and followed behind a fast-moving group. The leader of this group was called Go Rongkai. He was a detailed individual. After studying the entire map, he gave clear instructions to everyone in the team. If they wanted to reach the destination by the allotted time, it would be impossible to reach it with normal walking speeds. They must jog and move faster. Although many people were not so convinced, they still didn't mind running for a while. Also, saving time in the first half of the total distance would make the second half much easier. Thus, they jogged forward towards their destination. Chapter 682. It's him. The rest of the new recruits that saw them dashing right in front of them raised their eyebrows in confusion. Some felt that they were wasting their energy while others got enlightened by their actions and started increasing their pace too. Some even started running alongside them. The 30-man group turned into a 50-man group after some time. Those people who were joined in were people who were originally running alone. They might as well join this group when they are all running. Soon, the 400 people were split into 3 groups. The 50-man group was in the front. 200-men group were in the middle. This group didn't want to stand out or be at the bottom. Hence, they kept their pace and stayed in the middle. The remaining people were at the back. These people wanted the others in front of them to scout out the path for them. "Do you think the first group wants to stand out or have they seen through our trap?" Lin Zonking asked Luo Xian softly. The person leading them was the one who gathered people to discuss just now. "They should have seen through our trap," Luo Xian replied with uncertainty. "They probably saw through it. The map is simple but it consists of all the hints we gave. If they still couldn't see through the trap." Ling Lan shook her head. If they couldn't see through it even with such obvious hints, she would have a hard time training them. As she thought about this, Ling Lan got unhappy. She was hoping that more people would see through her scheme. Seemed like she was too optimistic. Actually, there are some good candidates. For instance, this person. Lin Zonking saw a profile from the list of profiles of the 400 recruits in front of him. He clicked on the profile. The name Chen Yifan appeared. "This person looks familiar," Li Jingong said. "The All Federation Military Academy Grand Mecha Tournament at the start of the year," Lin Zonking reminded. "Oh, it's him." Li Jingong remembered this person. He was puzzled. Chen Yifan was an ace operator from the 3rd Men's Military Academy. He could become a senior captain. Why did he participate in the normal soldier recruitment to become a logistician? Yeah, he is just a private. His result during the recruit training is quite bad. He almost couldn't graduate from the recruit training camp. Lin Zonking announced Chen Yifan's results to everyone. Even Luo Zhao, who had the lowest stamina among them, could achieve a better result. It's hard to achieve a good result in the final test of the recruit training camp if you don't have the ability to. However, It is also easy for some powerful recruits to hide their true strength. Qilong, Luo Lang, and the rest of them didn't give their 100% during the test, so their results were not the best too. Ling Lan explained. It means that Chen Yifan is hiding his power. Why did he try so hard to enter our mecha clan? He Qiang started to think about the worst possibility. I don't think that he aimed to enter the 250 mecha clan. Would you expect the worst 400 logisticians to enter the 250 mecha clan before the results were shown? Ling Lan rejected He Qiang's guess. No one would be able to predict such results. Even the people in charge didn't know that someone will give the 250 mecha clan an F grade. The 250 mecha clan got this batch of logistician based on pure luck. If someone was able to guess this outcome, he must be extremely smart. Such a clever person would not use someone as obvious as Chen Yifan as a spy. Ling Lan's words enlightened everyone. Yuan Yan smiled. Seems like getting an F grade is not that bad. We managed to get an ace operator. No matter how bad these logisticians are, we got something good out of it. Yes, getting an ace operator is a good thing for us. Ling Lan nodded. After entering the division, Ling Lan started to understand the importance of having ace operators in a team. No mecha clan would give up their ace operators unless someone with a higher authority asked them for it. Ling Lan felt fortunate that 250 mecha clan was a special mecha clan. There were no battle teams below her which she could ask people from, but there was no one above her who would ask her for some operators. The mecha operators of the 250 mecha clan all belonged to her. They would not be transferred to other mecha clans. Ling Lan could train her mecha operators without any worry. She hated it when other people took her fruits of labor. It was good to have more ace operators. People like Chen Yifan had much potential in them, so all the mecha clans wanted people like him. This was why the battle teams would fight to get new ace operators into their teams. The 250 mecha clan had no right to snatch ace operators from other big mecha clans. Hence, they never expected one to send himself to them. This good news lifted Ling Lan's mood. She felt much happier when she looked at the logisticians again. Actually, Ling Lan was quite a poor thing too. The 250 mecha clan was said to have 250 ace operators, but that was not the case. Only a few of the once ace mecha masters still retained their abilities. Most of them only managed to reach the status of a special class operator after months of tough training. A few of them only managed to reach the level of an advanced mecha warrior, without going on the battlefield. Ling Lan was not sure if these mecha operators could really fight. Would their potential be released after experiencing some life or death situations on the battlefield, or would their mental state be destroyed once again? Although there were many uncertainties in this bunch of mecha operators, Ling Lan still wanted to train them. She chose to train them and not take in new advanced mecha warriors because she didn't have enough time. It would be easier to let ace mecha masters regain their skills compared to training advanced mecha warrior to become ace mecha masters. Ling Lan lacked time. They reached Ziyi's trap. Yuan Yan stared at the screen and shouted excitedly when he saw the first bunch of people entering the trap. Everyone was focused on the screen. The first 50-man group were entering a dense forest. Chapter 683, Deceptive Deployment of Troops. Chen Yifan saw the forest and frowned. This kind of place was the most suitable place to lay out a trap. He wondered if the veterans in 250 mecha clan would do something here. Go Ronkai was a careful person. He immediately stopped everyone when he saw the forest. What happened? Someone asked. This forest is dense. The lighting inside is not good. If the seniors want to test us, they might ambush us inside there. Go Ronkai told everyone his opinion. We just reach 1/8 of the journey. Even if they want to test us, they will not lay out a trap so quickly. Someone gave a different opinion. Yeah, wouldn't they wait until we are out of energy before testing us? They were tired, but they still had a lot of energy left in them. If their seniors wanted to test them, this was not a good time. Most of the people didn't support Go Ronkai's opinion. Go Ronkai started to waver too. He wondered if he was being too cautious. Chen Yifan stood at the back and didn't say anything. He felt that what these people said made sense, but his instincts told him that the forest was dangerous. However, no one would believe him. Instinct was not a good reason to convince other people. No one wanted to waste time in this forest. The time they spent to cover 1/8 of the journey proved that what Go Rong Kai said was true. They needed to march rapidly in order to reach their destination within 2 hours. Hence, they treasured their time and were afraid that they would waste too much time contemplating over this. Then, a recruit told everyone his opinion. Most people agreed with him. The recruit felt that this was an illusion created by their seniors. They wanted them to think that there was an ambush inside the forest to slow down their speed. That way, they might be unable to reach their destination due to the lack of time and all their efforts would be wasted. Only Chen Yufan didn't agree with this idea. He trusted his own intuition. His intuition had allowed him to escape from several dangerous situations before. However, he didn't object to the general consensus. They were just his temporary teammates. He could just let them explore the path first. He believed that if there was really an ambush, he would be able to escape with his little brother safely with his abilities. Thus, Chen Yufan and his brother, Chen Yan, followed behind the main group as they entered the forest. The forest was quiet. Besides the sound of leaves rustling in the wind, they could only hear their own footsteps. Chen Yufan looked as though he was relaxed, but he was on his guard. If anything happened around him, he would be able to react immediately. Ziyi stood among the leaves and swayed along. He seemed to have become one with the tree. His team members were hiding on the other trees. They were waiting for his command. Exclamation mark 2, 3, 47, 48. Huh? Ziyi saw Chen Yufan and was stunned. Wait, this person seems familiar. Let me think, where have I seen him before? Ziyi tapped his forehead with his fingers as he tried to remember where he saw this person before. The Grand Mecha Tournament early this year. He was our opponent, the Ace Mecha Master from the 3rd Men's Military Academy, Chen Yufan. Why the hell is this person here? Ziyi looked at Chen Yufan in surprise. He didn't understand why this person appeared as a logistician of the 250 Mecha Clan. TSK, TSK. TSK, he is a private now. That is interesting. Ziyi gave an evil smile. However, he frowned quickly. With him around, it would be hard for me to get rid of these people quietly. I might alarm those people behind them. Ziyi thought for a while and decided to not act this time. He let the 50 people off. There were still other traps behind. His friends would be interested in Chen Yufan too. Ziyi didn't want to admit that he let Chen Yufan pass because he wanted his friends to experience the same shock he felt just now. The 50 people walked through the forest safely. The soldier who suggested that everything was just an illusion felt proud of himself. The atmosphere in the team changed. Some people who used to respect Go Rong Kai started to question his ability. Some people felt that he was cautious but not decisive enough. He would not make a good leader. The group started to get divided. Chen Yufan looked back at the quiet forest. He was puzzled. He felt someone staring at him when he was walking through the forest just now. He thought that they would be ambushed, but they came out of the forest unscathed. Why did their opponents let them off? Was it because there were too few people? Were their opponents targeting the 200 people behind them? If that was the case, they made the right decision to walk faster. This was the only reason Chen Yufan could come up with. Chen Yufan never expected that his old rivals, the people from the 1st Men's Military Academy, were in the 250 Mecha Clan. Hence, the moment he entered the Mecha Clan, his identity was exposed. The people hiding in the forest wanted to make the most out of their ambush, so they let them off. The 50 people managed to leave safely, all because of him. Unfortunately, Chen Yufan didn't know this. He continued on his path. 10 minutes after Chen Yufan and his group left the forest, the 200 people had arrived at the foot of the forest. These people saw the group in front of them leaving the forest safely, so they entered without much thought. By now, they understood that time was not on their side, so they hastened their pace. Their slow speed at the start already wasted some of their time, so if they don't hurry up, they would definitely not reach their destination in time. They looked down as they rushed forward. They didn't pay much attention to their surroundings. Ziyi waited until they reached the place where his team members were hiding in and gave an order to attack. His team members were already a little impatient, so they immediately jumped down and attacked the recruits. The recruits were frightened by the sudden attack. They couldn't think properly. Even when they had the numbers advantage and there was only one opponent, they didn't think about combining forces. They panicked and screamed as they ran around. Hence, although the recruits outnumbered Ziyi and his team, Ziyi still managed to subdue close to 70 people. Each of his team members subdued 3 recruits on average. There were some recruits that retaliated. A small group of people calmed down quickly after they were attacked and fought together to resist against the veterans for 3 minutes. After the veterans felt satisfied, they left after 3 minutes. The recruits were confused. They didn't know what the aim of this ambush was. After a huge mess, most of the recruits managed to escape from Ziyi's attack. At that moment, the last batch of recruits reached the forest too. They heard the screams of fear coming from within the forest and knew that there was a trap inside. The recruits thought for a while and decided to make a detour around the forest. Ziyi felt that they were seeking death. This batch of recruits was already much slower than their comrades. If they continued to make a detour, they would waste even more time. Unless they walked through the shortcut which was marked as a danger zone on the map, they would be unable to reach their destination in time. Shortcut. Ziyi felt his teeth hurting. That danger zone was the experiment testing area for Chang Xinyuan and Li Shu. No one knew when they would step on an experimental product if they walked through the place. The feeling of stepping on an experimental product was an unforgettable experience. Also, Woleng brought his team over there. He explained that he didn't like logisticians, so he didn't want to waste time on them. He would rather bring his men to the danger zone and challenge the place again. Now, there were 2 things that the mecha operators in 250 Mecha Clan were most afraid of. One was the hellish month training by their boss, and the other was the danger zone which they had to challenge once every month. In order to increase the difficulty of the challenge, Chang Xinyuan and Li Shu put in a lot of effort to invent frightening agents and mechanical weapons. Sometimes, they would cooperate with each other and come up with a frightening invention. This made the area of Forbidden Zone in the 250 Mecha Clan. No one would willingly go there and get tortured. Fine, let's wish them good luck. Ziyi looked at recruits who took the detour and prayed for them. Then, he left with his team. At the same time, a river appeared in front of Chen Yufan's group. It was not a huge river, it was only 10 meters wide. For someone who reached refinement, this was an easy distance for them. They could jump over the river after a short run. People who reached Qijin were able to bring someone across. Chen Yufan reached Qijin, so he was able to bring Chen Yun safely across the river if he wanted to. However, to the normal logisticians who just achieved the foundation of manifestation, this distance was a challenge to them. Of course, they could choose to swim their way across, but no one dared to do it. They were uncertain about what was in the river. Chapter 684, Choice. They couldn't see the end of the river and there was no bridge too. Besides crossing the river, there was no other way. No one knew what to do. Does anyone have a knife? Someone asked. The people around him stared at him with judgment in their eyes. It was forbidden to bring any sharp weapons such as a dagger or a knife into a mecha clan. Once they were caught, their weapons would be taken away. Some of them didn't know this rule and brought along their weapons. Everything was confiscated when they entered the 23rd Division. The person who asked the question realized he had asked a stupid question. He sighed as he looked at the tree around him. It seemed like he can't use the trees. Everyone looked at the river in a daze. Besides swimming across, there was no other way. They hoped that their regiment commander didn't breed any water monsters. Before stepping into the river, they threw a rock inside. Nothing appeared on the surface. Go Ronkai looked at everyone and asked, "Who wants to get down first?" No one replied to him. Everyone knew that it was dangerous to be the first person to enter the river, so they just looked at each other. No one wanted to volunteer themselves. Everyone just cared about their own well-being. Go Ronkai was furious. However, he was only the temporary leader, so he didn't have the right to force anyone. Seems like I have to do it myself. Just as Go Ronkai was about to volunteer himself, Chen Yufan said, "Let my brother and I go down first." Everyone was elated to hear someone volunteering themselves. They quickly cleared the path for him. Go Ronkai was grateful to Chen Yufan. He asked, "Thank you. May I know what is your name?" Chen Yufan smiled. "I'm Chen Yufan." He pointed at his younger brother, Chenyan. "The Chen brothers, we will have to rely on you this time." Go Ronkai wanted to pat Chen Yufan's shoulders, but Chen Yufan had already pulled his younger brother to the riverbed. Zhu Yu watched the two brothers stepped into the river. He remembered the times when he trained with Chen Yan and gritted his teeth. "Brother Yufan, Yan, I will come with you too." Chen Yufan looked back at Zhu Yu. He nodded his head in agreement. Chen Yan even smiled and waved at Zhu Yu. Chen Yufan took out a few rubber bands from his backpack and asked Chen Yan and Zhu Yu to tie up the ends of their sleeves and trousers. Their military uniform looked normal, but they were actually waterproof. As long as the water didn't enter their uniforms would not get wet. When all of them finished tying up their clothes, Chen Yufan asked Chen Yan and Zhu Yu to follow behind him as he entered the river. He Kaiang smiled as he looked at the image on the screen. "Since we are bored, let's play a game." His words caught everyone's attention. Yuan Yan asked curiously, "What game?" "Let's guess if Li Yingji's team will attack them." He Kaiang remembered Li Yingji's face when he picked the river as his position. He wanted to laugh. At the start, Li Yingji was so confident that he would not pick the toughest location. Unfortunately, ever since he became the team leader of Team 10, he had been very unlucky. "I don't think so." Li Shu was the first to answer. "I don't think so too." Luo Xian followed. "No," Yuan Yan said firmly, 3 people is too little for him. Li Jingong smiled. He was the third inheritor of the Li family, yet he was working harder than him. Li Jingong knew that Li Yingji would not be satisfied with just taking down 3 recruits. Li Yingji would pretend that there is no ambush and let the 3 of them pass. "As for the rest, I'm not sure whether he will attack them," Lin Zonking replied. There was an even larger group of people behind this group, so he wasn't sure who Li Yingji wanted to ambush. "You all think that he won't? That's not fun. Seems like this question is too easy." He Kaiang was sad. He felt that Li Yingji would not attack them too. Ling Lan glanced at them and smiled. "You should instead ask them why they think that Chen Yufan wanted to enter the river first." Lin Zonking thought about it for a moment and replied instantly. He knew that they would be fine. Be it a test or an ambush, the other party would definitely want to get the most out of their ambush. Hence, the first person to enter the river would be the safest. Ling Lan sat on her fancy chair and placed her hand on her chin. She looked at Chen Yufan with satisfaction. He was a smart and strong person. If his character was good, she would train him personally. "Seems like he understands what we are thinking." Lin Zonking was unhappy. He didn't like a contestant who knew what the examiner was thinking. "It's fine. After most of the recruits get taken down, it will be their turn, also." Ling Lan smiled. Qilong only looks at how strong his opponent is. He doesn't care about the result. Everyone smiled. After 2 more ambushes, they would reach the place where Qilong was at. If Chen Yufan still had this mentality, he would be in danger. Very soon, Chen Yufan and the other 2 reached the other side of the river safely. The other people felt relieved when they saw that nothing happened to them. They jumped into the river with a light heart. At the same time, the second group of people who managed to escape from Ziyi arrived at the river too. They also saw Chen Yufan and the other 2 crossed the river safely and they jumped in without any hesitation too. They wanted to take advantage of this time and outrun the first group. The first group didn't want to lose out too, so they started jumping into the river. In an instant, there were almost 100 people in the river. Suddenly, an accident happened. One of the recruits who was swimming was knocked unconscious. He floated on the surface of the river. His military uniform prevented him from sinking into the river. "There's someone." Go Rongkai didn't jump in like the others, so he saw the black shadows under the surface of the water. "It's a trap." The people in the river turned desperate. Some swam forward furiously while others stopped in the middle of the river. Some even tried to climb out of the river. Chen Yan and Zhu Yu saw the situation in the river and felt frightened. They didn't expect the river they just crossed to be filled with people. They felt fortunate. "Brother Yufan, what do we do now?" Zhu Yu didn't know what to do. They had only finished a quarter of the journey, but there were only 3 of them left. "Don't worry, let's wait for them at the front." Chen Yufan saw the agile movements of their seniors in the river and knew that they were not normal soldiers. They must be experienced soldiers. With his current capabilities, he would be unable to resist against them if he was attacked by more than 2 veterans at the same time. He didn't know whether these people would climb up the river banks, so it was dangerous to stay near the river. Chen Yufan quickly brought the 2 people away from the river. After running for some distance, he panted and found a place to rest. Chen Yufan would not let the 3 of them lead the way for the rest of the recruits. They already met 2 ambushes after 1/4 of the journey. There would most definitely be more ambushes later in their journey. If they led the way, they might enter the lion's den. Chen Yufan wanted to walk with the main crowd and find the chance to escape the traps along the way. As Chen Yufan waited patiently for the people behind them to catch up with him, Go Ronkai was in a difficult situation. The recruits were in a mess. No matter what he said, they wouldn't calm down. He knew that the situation was out of his control. He calmly looked at the river surface and gauged the area and number of opponents there were. Then, he ran for a certain distance to gain some momentum. As the opponents were busy attacking the 100 recruits, he took the opportunity and swam across the river. Some people followed behind Goronkai and jumped in after running for some distance as well. They used all their energy and quickly swam to the other side of the river. Everyone knew that they only had a small opening for them to swim across the river. Once their opponents finished subduing the 100 recruits, they would have the time to come over and attack them. By then, they could forget about reaching the other side of the river. No one thought about working together to fight off Li Yingji's team. Everyone just wanted to reach the other side of the river before they were targeted. Only those who were already attacked fought with Li Yingji and his team. By the time Li Yingji's team subduing the recruits, the other recruits had already crossed the river. Damn, I stayed in the river for half a day and only managed to catch this much? One of the mecha operators complained unhappily. Li Yingji snorted. What can we do? We are still not powerful enough. If the regiment commander was here, he could stop everyone with just his ice blockade. Li Yingji's team members were speechless. Leader, can you not compare us with a monster? Are you thinking too highly of us? Li Yingji's team was not satisfied with their results, but their mission had already ended. Their boss told them that once the recruits passed the river, they couldn't chase them anymore. Hence, they could only watch the recruits leave. Lin Zongqing, go and check for the results of their mission. Ling Lan saw that the river mission was completed, so she gave Lin Zongqing an order. Yes, Regiment Commander. Lin Zongqing quickly contacted Li Yingji. Regiment Commander, they managed to take down 82 recruits. That means that almost 20 recruits escaped. The river hindered the recruits more than their team. This means that the combat ability of Li Yingji's team underwater is not high. Ling Lan was in deep thought. The other teams have this problem too. Lin Zongqing didn't want to see Li Yingji be scolded again, so he spoke up for him. My men cannot have such an obvious weakness. From tomorrow onwards, the entire mecha clan will have 2 additional hours of underwater combat training. The people in the room all groaned. They looked at Lin Zongqing furiously. You spoke up for Li Yingji, but you implicated all of us. Ling Lan had a heartless and vicious image, but she was a fair person too. The mecha operator's training was scary, but the members of Lingshan battle team would take part in even more training than them. Hence, if she gave an order to the entire mecha clan, it meant that the Lingshan battle team had to follow her order too. This was why the members of the Lingshan battle team groaned. Lin Zongqing's face turned pale. He tried to control his emotions as he accepted Ling Lan's order. As expected, Li Yingji only brings me bad luck. If I speak up for him again, I will change my surname to Li. Go Ronkai was the first person to reach the place where Chen Yufan was resting. When he saw Chen Yufan, Go Ronkai finally felt at ease. He collapsed on the ground and couldn't get up for a while. What's the situation at the back? Chen Yufan asked. Bad. Not many people managed to escape. Luckily, you 3 are fine. Go Ronkai felt that the 3 of them were really lucky. Yes, I feel scared just thinking about it, Chen Yufan replied calmly to Go Ronkai. Chen Yun looked at his brother curiously. His forever calm and composed brother would feel scared too? However, the second group came and managed to take advantage of us. Go Ronkai gritted his teeth angrily. Now, he knew why these people didn't join them at the start. They were waiting for them to open up the path. They didn't have an easy time too. Did you see how many people were left? Their expression seemed anxious too. Chen Yufan was an observant person, so he noticed the differences in their expressions. Go Ronkai recalled what he saw and thought about something. You mean, there must have been a trap in the forest. However, the people there let us pass and only attacked the second group. Chen Yufan told him his conclusion. They deserved it. Go Ronkai felt better. His mood went down again. He took so much effort to form a team, but most of them were already gone. He said tiredly, "What do we do now?" Chapter 685, The Real Motive. Wait. Chen Yufan said firmly. Wait? Go Ronkai was puzzled. Wouldn't they be wasting more time like this? There will be even more traps like that ahead of us. If the four of us lead the way, we would have no chance of winning against our opponents. We have to follow the main group and find a chance to escape the ambush. Chen Yufan stated his opinion. Go Ronkai calmed down after listening to his explanation. He pondered for a moment and realized that Chen Yufan was right. They didn't know what was ahead of them. Nothing good would happen if they just rushed forward without thinking. I'll listen to you. Go Ronkai felt that Chen Yufan was a smart person, so he decided to follow his lead. Chen Yun looked at his brother with respect. This is my brother. He is someone who is capable of winning over a capable person like Go Ronkai with just a few words. Sob, as expected of a genius from a military academy. At that moment, the thought that anyone who graduated from a military academy was a genius formed in Chen Yun's naive heart. Chen Yufan waited patiently. Very soon, the people behind them caught up with them. Some of them chose to rest beside them while a few of them continued without resting. When almost everyone had overtaken them, Chen Yufan and the other three people got up and started marching again. They blended in the main group. Using this method, the four of them safely got past 3 ambushes and finally managed to finish 90% of the journey. There were 30 minutes left. Success seemed to be waving at them. However, there were not many people remaining. Most of the recruits got stopped by the 3 ambushes. Chen Yufan, what do we do now? Go Ronkai looked at the people around them. It was impossible to hide anymore. Chen Yufan was the one who planned everything along the way, so Go Ronkai had already recognized him as the leader. During this whole time, Chen Yufan was frowning. After he heard Go Ronkai's question, he sighed. I'm afraid that we have fallen into a trap. Why? Go Ronkai felt his heart dropped. He didn't know why Chen Yufan said this. This mission might not be what we thought it was. They might be testing our ability to react to sudden situations. Chen Yufan was confused. Such tests are normally done to pick out elite soldiers. Why did it happen in the 250 Mecha clan? Even an ace Mecha clan wouldn't have such a harsh test. In his memory, only the special forces had such high standards. Are you saying that getting to the destination in time is not the ultimate motive of the test? The main aim is to watch our performance as we get to the destination? Go Ronkai's physique was not as good as Chen Yufan, but he was a smart person. He immediately understood what Chen Yufan was saying. Maybe we were wrong from the start. Chen Yufan came from the military academy, so he understood what being a soldier meant. It was just that the things that happened in the military academy caused him to question the purpose of being a soldier. Why? Go Ronkai, Zhu Yu, and Chen Yun asked simultaneously. They didn't know why Chen Yufan said that. It should be known that they managed to escape from 5 ambushes unscathed. Were they not supposed to escape from the ambush? This didn't make any sense. Do you all still remember the oath that our instructor asked us to remember at the start of our recruit training? Chen Yufan gave a forced smile. Of course. Chen Yun shouted, passion and loyalty in service of our beloved Chinese Federation, and to respect, trust, and care for our fellow warriors with a pure heart. Go Ronkai and Zhu Yu knew what Chen Yufan was talking about after hearing the oath. They shouted in unison, respect, trust, and care for our fellow warriors with a pure heart. Chen Yun was confused after the 2 people interrupted him. Did I recite it wrongly? No, you're right. Go Ronkai smiled bitterly. If they guessed correctly, Their performance at the first 5 ambushes must have been terrible. Chen Yufan was right. They were wrong from the start. This test is a test of our teamwork. However, look at us now. Let's not talk about teamwork. We didn't even cooperate with each other. It's not too late. Chen Yufan encouraged himself and said softly, "Do we cooperate with the other recruits? I'm not sure if they are willing to work with us. They have been thinking for themselves all these while, so the other recruits might be suspicious of them if they suddenly suggest working together. No matter what, we need to try. We will never be able to succeed the last mission with our own strength." Chen Yufan replied calmly. They had been running for 25 minutes without meeting any ambushes. Before this, they would walk into an ambush every 10 to 15 minutes. The longer they remained safe, the greater his worry grew. Their journey was coming to an end soon. He suspected that the last ambush would be even harder than the first 5. None of them would be able to escape if they didn't work together. The 4 of them reached a consensus. Go Rongkai, Zhu Yu, and Chen Yin went to look for the other recruits that were alone and communicated with them. Very soon, the recruits started gathering around Chen Yufan. A small team with around 10 people was formed. Chen Yufan took out the photo of the map and zoomed in on it. He realized that if they didn't meet any obstacles, they would be able to reach their destination in 15 minutes. Chen Yufan decided to let everyone rest for 10 minutes so that he could explain the current situation to the newly joined members. They could also wait for the other recruits that were behind them. The recruits that managed to reach this stage were smart and had some capabilities. They were already suspicious about how smooth the last part of the journey was, so everyone felt that the next ambush would be the toughest. Thus, when Go Rongkai, Zhu Yu, or Chen Yin invited them to act together, they accepted the proposal calmly. Chen Yufan told the recruits what he felt the motive of the test was. The recruits thought about it carefully and found that there was a high possibility that what he said was the truth. Then, Chen Yufan told everyone that the next ambush might be the hardest one and they could only pass it if they worked together. Everyone agreed. However, they were uncertain about the task ahead, so they couldn't come up with a better plan. After waiting for 10 minutes, more people joined them. There were around 80 people in the team. There were no other recruits behind them. Everyone knew that they were probably the only ones who managed to pass all the 5 ambush safely. With a depressed heart, they stepped on the last part of the journey together. There was a small hill around a few hundred meters tall in front of them. On the hill, there was a simple thatched hut. 2 people were sitting in the hut, playing Go. Beside them, 2 other people laid on a long and narrow stone bench with their eyes closed. A young man with a bulky body and a humble smile on his face suddenly opened his eyes. A glimpse of light flashed past his eyes. He yawned and asked lazily, "How many people do you think will be left for us?" This person was Qi Long. "There will definitely be some small fry left for you." The young man who was playing Go beside him replied indifferently. He placed a Go piece on the stone table without any hesitation. Ever since his boss invented this new Go game, he fell in love with it. Whenever he had the time, he would drag someone to play the game with him. They do have their own version of Go, but there were fewer rules compared to their boss's version. After their boss sent them the rules of her version to their communicators, Han Jijian gave up on their version. What kind of Go was that? The bosses humiliated their version of Go. However, not everyone liked their boss's version of Go. Only Li Lang and he were crazy about it. As for their boss, he was a god-tier master in Go. He remembered what his boss said to him. "After you manage to learn the essence of the game, you can discuss Go with me," Ling Lance said with a mysterious and lonely expression. They were still too weak. Han Jijian sighed. He looked at Li Lang. Li Lang might have felt this way too, so he kept studying Go. He wanted to become a god-tier master like their boss so that their boss would have a match with them. They understood what it felt like to be invincible. Also, their boss wanted them to improve too. That was why he would hide his identity and play a game with them. However, they were unable to win against him yet. As for why they thought that person was their boss, if it was not him, who else could it be? Who else could be so good at Go and have such a powerful hacking ability? Without a doubt, Ling Lan was invincible in the eyes of Han Jijian and Li Lang. However, in actual fact, They thought too highly of their boss. If they observed their boss well enough, they would notice that she was in a daze when she played with them. They would be able to see her pupils being dilated the entire time. Ling Lan was not a Go master. She was someone who didn't know anything about Go at all. How was she able to play with Han Jijian and Li Lan then? Well, she had little for. In reality, Ling Lan brought over Go from her past life to cure Little Four's boredness. The person who was playing Go with Han Jijian and Li Lan was Little Four. Ling Lan only placed the Go pieces on the board for him. It was tiring to sit for a few hours and move Go pieces. Hence, Ling Lan stopped doing such things. Why did she say such a mysterious sentence then? Well, she was their boss. She needed to maintain her image as their boss. She couldn't let her members know that she was a novice at Go, right? This was the simple truth. As for the person who played with Li Lang and Han Jian online, it was Little Four too. Hence, her legacy continued. Li Lang smiled when he heard what Han Jijian had said. He replied, "There will be more than a few small fry. Those traps do not have the ability to completely annihilate the recruits. That will depend on whether they understood the aim of this test. If none of them understood, there will only be a few people left." Zhao Jun, who was lying beside Li Lan, said, "Yes, if they worked together from the beginning and got through the ambushes together, there might be many people left. If they didn't, there might be less than 100 people." Han Jijian agreed. 100 people? I think that you overestimated the recruits. Qi Long didn't think too highly of the recruits. Their boss said that this was the worst batch of recruits. He felt that if 50 people reached their checkpoint, it was already a miracle. Let's not talk about Ziyi and Li Yingji. Yang Mingxi, Liu Furong, and Gu Dongyang are experienced people. Boss didn't tell them his intentions, but they will definitely understand what he wants. Hence, they will not annihilate all the recruits, Han Jijian explained to Qi Long. They'll give the recruits a chance. If the overall potential of the recruits is still alright, there will be more people reaching our checkpoint. If the potential was not as good, there will be fewer people. I agree with what Jijian said. There should be around 80 to 100 people. If there are less than 80 recruits, it will almost be impossible to win against us. If there are more than 100 people, impossible. Li Lan continued, however, the people that they let off are most likely those who they feel has potential. It means that the recruits that reach our checkpoint are recruits that had reached a certain standard. We cannot let our guard down. Great. I've been waiting for half a day. Qi Long looked at the time on his communicator and sat up immediately. He said excitedly, "The time is almost up. It's finally my turn." Zhao Jun stood up and stretched himself. "Qi Long, shall we have a bet?" "What?" Qi Long asked with interest. "Let's see which team can capture the most recruits." Fighting spirit burned in his eyes. Ever since they become team leaders, they were competing with each other. "Sure." Qi Long and Zhao Jun hit their palms with each other. Li Lang and Han Jijian shook their heads when they saw this scene. These two fighting maniacs wouldn't give up any chance to compare which team is stronger. Li Lang and Han Jijian were used to it. This was their unique characteristic. Their team members also followed their lead and were also fighters who had the strongest combat abilities. Their teams were among the strongest within the 10 teams. Even the 3 experienced veterans felt that they were not as driven as these two people. Chapter 686, completely annihilated. Chen Yifan and everyone else had arrived near the bottom of the hill. The map showed them that their destination was on the top of the hill. In these few minutes, everyone was in an anxious state. They were afraid that they would step on a trap the next second. It was the most mentally exhausting 10 minutes in their entire journey. However, when they reached the bottom of the hill, Chen Yifan realized that he was fooled by the people from the 250 Mecha clan. In the first 5 ambushes, he didn't notice certain clues, so he didn't choose the best way to handle the situation. However, since he was able to bring his younger brother safely past those ambushes, he felt that he had completed his task. He didn't feel frustrated, yet, now, he felt a sense of helplessness. It felt like all his thoughts had been predicted by his opponent. There must be some powerful individuals at the last checkpoint. I was fooled by them entirely, Chen Yifan muttered to himself. "Brother, We are near our destination. Why did you stop? Chen Yun saw Chen Yufan stopping in his tracks and felt puzzled. Chen Yufan gathered his spirits when he heard his younger brother's voice and replied, "Be careful, the last ambush is probably here." This was the last place their opponent could conduct their ambush. Chen Yufan was certain that they would be attacked on the hill. All the recruit agreed with what Chen Yufan said. After experiencing the first 5 ambushes, they didn't believe that their superiors would let them pass the test so easily. Hence, all the recruits gathered their strengths and walked up the hill. The road up the hill was quiet. It was so quiet, the recruits could hear their own heartbeats. They got nearer and nearer to their destination and no one attacked them yet. All the recruits arrived on an empty field at the halfway point of the hill. A flagpole was embedded right in the middle of the empty field. The flag of the 250 Mecha Clan was attached to it. The 250 Mecha Clan was not an official Ace Mecha Clan, so they didn't have their own personal flag. Their flag was the 23rd Division flag, but the number 250 was painted on the other side of the flag. The symbol that represented their Mecha Clan was painted next to the numbers. 2 soldiers stood below the flag. Once they saw the recruits, they looked at the time on their communicators and said something to each other with a smile. They seemed happy to see the recruits reached here on time. The recruits realized that they had reached their final destination. They were elated. There were 10 more minutes before the appointed time. They had completed the recruit test. Unexpectedly, there was no scary ambush on the last part of their journey. They managed to successfully pass the test easily. All the recruits jumped around happily. Although this was just a temporary team, they went through the toughest journey together. Such an experience drew everyone together. Many of them high-fived each other. Some of them even hugged the person beside them. Go Rong Kai felt relief too. He hugged Chen Yufan excitedly. "Chen Yufan, we pass, we pass." In the end, there is no ambush. We just scared ourselves. On the other hand, Chen Yufan just stared at the 2 people standing at the field. He was in a daze. Did they really pass? Was the last ambush just an illusion that their opponents gave them? Chen Yufan looked at the map on his communicator. The red flag which represented their destination was in their current spot. This meant that they had really passed the test. "Recruits, why are you all shouting? Are you all not coming over here to end your test?" A stern voice came from the other side. The recruits finally realized that they still had not registered and ended the mission officially. Everyone rushed towards the center of the field. Just as Chen Yufan wanted to ask Shenyan and the other 2 to follow the recruits, he coincidentally glanced at his communicator. The green dot which represented his position was moving further away from the red flag, although it was near. The spot where the 2 soldiers were standing at was not where the red flag was. Chen Yufan looked up immediately. He turned his head and saw a simple thatched hut on his right. The flag of the 250 Mecha Clan was placed on the roof of the hut. Something flashed past his mind. He reached out and pulled Chen Yun with one hand. He didn't know who he grabbed with his other hand, but he just pulled the person and rushed to the hut. Chen Yufan wanted to remind everyone, but he didn't have the time to. If he stayed for a moment longer, he would be attacked too. Sure enough, the moment Chen Yufan moved, the recruits that rushed to the center of the empty field got attacked by the soldiers hiding around them. They had no chance of retaliating at all. At that moment, all the recruits finally realized what was happening. This was not their final destination. This was an ambush. They were all caught off guard. It appeared when they felt the most relieved. They were completely annihilated. They made so many plans before this, but everything went to waste. They couldn't even initiate their plans when faced with the psychological tactic played by their opponents. Chen Yufan dragged 2 people with him, but his speed was still fast. If he was given another second, he would be able to enter the hut. No one would be able to catch them then. Just as he was about to enter the hut, he felt a strong Qi-Jin energy coming behind him. His gaze turned sharp. He took a deep breath and directed all his Qi-Jin power to his arms. 2 strong forces came out of his hands and pushed Chenyan and Zhuyu forward. Chenyan and Zhuyu flew towards the entrance of the hut. Chen Yufan turned around and attacked with his palms again. Boom! His palms collided with his opponent's fist and a loud explosion occurred. Chen Yufan felt a huge energy coming towards him. He stopped using his Qi Jin. The energy from his opponent caused him to fly towards the hut. Huh? Chen Yufan heard his opponent's puzzled voice. At the same time, he saw two figures flying past him. They landed in front of him. He recognized one of them. It was his younger brother. There is someone behind him. Chen Yufan immediately got a hold of the situation. Seems like their opponent made ample preparations and placed someone at the entrance of the hut too. Should he give up on his brother and enter the hut himself? This thought flashed past his mind. The person who attacked them just now was as strong as him. He could feel it from the punch that he received from his opponent. If he didn't enter the hut now, he might not have another chance. Even though he thought about entering the hut himself, he already controlled the power in his body and landed steadily on the ground. He was only 3 meters away from the hut. Chen Yufan didn't regret his decision. His younger brother was the reason why he entered the military in the first place. If his younger brother couldn't pass the test, there was no point in him passing it. Additionally, he could feel the force of presence of the Qijin master behind him. He might not even succeed if he tried to enter the hut just now. Once he failed to enter the hut, he would be surrounded by 2 Qijin masters. He had no hope in completing the mission. Chen Yufan looked at the Qijin master who attacked him first. It was a bulky young man. For some reason, he felt that this person looked familiar. He tried to remember where he met this young man before. Not bad. His opponent wanted to attack him again, but the person behind him said, "Brother Jun, leave this person to me." Chen Yufan felt that this voice was familiar too. He suddenly wanted to laugh. He actually found a person who looked familiar and a person who sounded familiar in the 250 Mecha clan. He must be too tired. The muscular young man frowned. "This is my prey." The person behind him continued. "The 2 people on the ground are yours. I know this person. There's something I want to ask him." "You know him, really?" The muscular young man looked suspicious. Seems like he had been fooled by the other person before. "Of course, Chen Yufan, are you not going to greet your old opponent?" The person behind Chen Yufan suddenly called his name. Chen Yufan was shocked. He turned around immediately and saw a familiar humble-looking young man smiling at him. Qi Long. Chen Yufan gritted his teeth. He knew who this young man was. This was the person he lost to during the Grand Mecha tournament. He would never forget him. The leader of the first men's military academy that year, Qi Long. Qi Long ignored the anger in Chen Yufan's eyes. He leaned against the door of the hut and crossed his hands in front of his chest. He spoke as though he was talking to an old friend. "Chen Yufan, with your capabilities, you can be a senior captain in any division. Why are you here as a logistician? Why are you just a low-level private? Don't tell me that you offended someone and got implicated. That is none of your business." Chen Yufan replied furiously. He was fine with losing to the first men's military academy, but he couldn't accept the consequences he had to endure. Their team leader was the one who was incapable and caused them to walk into the trap. But because their leader had a powerful background and would most probably become a high-ranking officer in the military in the future, he couldn't have any shameful past records. Thus, the blame was pushed onto him, the so-called second-in-command. He was not given any power during the entire battle, but he had to endure all the blame. He wanted to retaliate and lodge a complaint, but it was useless. This humiliation was written down in his records. He lost his confidence in the military academy after this episode, and in turn, caused him to lose his confidence in the military too. That was why he didn't want to enter the military. He became the only cadet that went back to his hometown after graduation. Chen Yufan never expected that he would enter the military because of Chen Yun. The only difference was that he was a low-level logistician now and not an elite. "Well, it is indeed none of my business, but since you are part of the 250 Mecha clan, it is my business now." Qi Long flicked his epaulette. He gave an evil smile. "Private Chen Yufan, I'm your superior, Senior Captain Qi Long." Actually, the smile just seemed evil to Chen Yufan. To other people, Qi Long was giving a humble and sincere smile. "Are you from the 3rd Men's Military Academy too? Are you my brother's senior?" Chen Yun asked curiously. "He is a senior captain, so he must have entered the military a long time ago. If he knows my brother, He could only be my brother's senior. Chen Yufan's face turned red when he heard his younger brother's words. He knew that Qilong was 1 year younger than him. Was his brother trying to imply that he was not as good as Qilong? Chen Yufan understood what it's like to have a dull teammate. His younger brother is just slapping his face. Qilong smiled. Of course not. I'm from the 1st Men's Military Academy. I should be 1 year younger than your older brother. How is that possible? Chen Yun was shocked. You are a senior captain. To Chen Yun, a senior captain was already a high-ranking officer. He knew that he might be unable to even become a staff sergeant at the end of his military career. He heard that many people retired as a corporal. Chen Yun counted mentally. A senior captain was 5 ranks higher than a corporal. He looked at Qilong again. He stared at Qilong's epaulette intently. Zhao Jun and Qilong laughed at Chen Yun's expression. Qilong smiled and pointed at Chen Yufan. If your brother wants to, he can become a senior captain too. I don't understand why your brother chose to become a normal logistician. Qilong shook his head. Since Chen Yufan decided to join the military, why did he choose to become the lowest-ranked soldier? If his friends didn't carefully look through the profiles, they wouldn't know that one of their logisticians was actually an ace operator. Chen Yun looked at his older brother in surprise. He thought about himself and felt touched. He cried, "Older brother, you chose to become a normal logistician because of me. I'm so sorry." Chapter 687. It's them. Chen Yufan scolded them. You're sorry? If you really are sorry, just please take care of yourself. Chen Yufan was afraid of Chen Yun's simple-mindedness. He was afraid that he would lose his life because of it. His parents were busy with work, so he spent most of his childhood with Chen Yun. To his parents, he might be a capable and strong-willed child. However, he would also meet setbacks and feel depressed too. At that time, Chen Yun was the only person who cried with him. They supported each other all those years until he went to the 3rd Men's Military Academy. Compared to his parents, Chen Yufan felt closer to his brother. This was why he was willing to enter the military with him, although he had lost his confidence and trust in it. Chen Yun shrunk back his neck when he saw how angry Chen Yufan was. Sob. His older brother is too fierce. Zhao Jun saw that Chen Yufan was Qilong's old opponent, so he stopped attacking. He brought Zhu Yu and Chen Yun to the side so that they could watch Qilong's and Chen Yufan fight each other. Qilong rubbed his hands excitedly when they moved aside. He cracked his knuckles loudly. He had been tormented by Ling Lan all these while, so he wanted to torture someone back. His team members were much weaker than him, so he couldn't bear to fight with them. The other members of Lingshan knew what Qilong was like, so no one would agree to battle with him. It was hard for him to find an opponent nowadays. Unexpectedly, Chen Yufan appeared. He was someone who was on par with him during the Grand Mecha tournament. Finally, he had the chance to have a good fight. Chen Yufan, if you beat me, I will let you pass the test. Qilong enticed Chen Yufan. No need. I admit defeat. Chen Yufan replied decisively. Qilong's heart dropped. What did you say? He must be dreaming. He must be having a dream. I said, I admit defeat. Chen Yufan replied back clearly. What? Qilong screamed sadly. Why couldn't he admit defeat after fighting him? Chen Yufan looked at Qilong. Do you think that I'm stupid? Don't you remember that you are on par with me in terms of skills? Qilong tried to persuade him. Victory is unpredictable. Don't you find it a pity to give up now? That is mecha piloting skills. I know that your physical skills have reached the peak of Qi Jin. I will not torture myself needlessly. Chen Yufan replied calmly. He had investigated all his opponents who participated in the Grand Mecha tournament. Thus, he knew Qilong's physical skills level. Chen Yufan was at the early stage of Qi Jin. He was not Qilong's match. Also, his little brother had failed the test. There was no point in him passing the test anymore. Qilong didn't understand Chen Yufan well. If Qilong said that he would let Chen Yufan's little brother pass the test if he could withstand his attacks for 5 minutes, Chen Yufan might have fought with him. Qilong's hope was broken. He leaned against the door and knocked his head against it. The door opened after he knocked it 2 times. He didn't knock the door open with his head. The person inside opened it. If you continue knocking your head like that, the door will break. Han Jijian stopped Qilong from knocking his head with his hand as he glared at him. He didn't understand why Qilong was destroying public property. Was he not afraid that boss would punish him? Qilong pointed behind him with a pitiful face. Chen Yufan doesn't want to fight with me. Chen Yufan? Han Jijian was stunned. This name sounded familiar. Where did he hear it before? He followed Qilong's finger and saw a familiar face. Han Jijian thought for a moment. He remembered who he was. Chen Yufan, why did you become a logistician? Han Jijian asked in shock. He couldn't maintain his composure anymore. Chen Yufan was an ace operator. No ace operator would become a logistician. Someone you know? Li Lang asked with a smile. We participated in the Grand Mecha Tournament at the start of the year when we were still in the military academy. He is our opponent from the 3rd Men's Military Academy, Ace Mecha Master, Chen Yufan. Han Jijian managed to calm himself down quickly and introduced Chen Yufan to Li Lang. Li Lang narrowed his eyes. Was there some kind of plot behind this? Why did an ace operator become a logistician? Li Lang was used to scheming so naturally. He would think there was some kind of scheme going on here. Chen Yufan was shocked to see Han Jijian here too. Qilong's appearance already surprised him. Now, even Han Jijian was here. Why were they in 250 Mecha Clan? From what he knew, recruits who didn't have a battle team would be allocated randomly by the mainframe. Did they choose to enter 250 Mecha Clan so that they would stay together? No. Any battle team that could take in the two of them must be a 4-stars battle team or above. A 4-stars battle team wouldn't appear in this Forsaken Mecha Clan. Chen Yufan felt confused. 250 Mecha Clan didn't appear like a useless Mecha Clan, but to have the most powerful Mecha Master from the 1st Men's Military Academy as well as the best strategist. This was definitely not a Forsaken Mecha Clan. The mainframe did place recruits randomly, but it would place them in a mecha clan that fitted their capability. This was to ensure the strength of the battle teams. The best cadet would go to the best mecha clans. Of course, there were people who offended someone high-ranked and got assigned to a low-level mecha clan out of spite. Chen Yufan looked at Han Jijian. Did this happen to him? However, when Li Lang appeared, this thought was rejected. Li Lang's face reminded him of who Zhao Jun and he were. Li Lang, Zhao Jun? Chen Yufan said in shock. Li Lang raised his eyebrows. You know us? Since he was familiar with them, he must have a reason for coming to 250 Mecha Clan. But, why did he reveal himself so quickly? Maybe he was trying to disguise himself and make them lower their guard around him. Li Lang got vigilant. Chen Yufan smiled bitterly. You were the members who participated in the Grand Mecha Tournament before us. Our school lost terribly that year, so we studied how you fought against us. You two left a strong impression on us. He turned and looked at Zhao Jun. I found you familiar just now but couldn't remember where I met you. However, when I saw Li Lang, I remembered everything. Chen Yufan glanced at Li Lang. You remembered Li Lang but you don't remember me? Zhao Jun touched his chin. He was depressed. Was he too average looking? He was sure that he looked quite fierce. Chen Yufan looked at Li Lang cautiously. Major Li's mask is memorable. Haha, so it's the mask that you remembered, not the face. Zhao Jun felt much better. Li Lang glared at Zhao Jun. This pighead. Why was he helping his opponent to scold him? I must end my friendship with him today. Chen Yufan instantly pretended that he never saw anything when he noticed that Li Lang was on the verge of exploding in anger. However, by now, he knew that 250 Mecha Clan was not a Forsaken Mecha Clan. Two powerful recruits appearing at the same place might be a coincidence, but 3 or 4 were not. This Mecha Clan was not as simple as it looked. The designated time arrived. None of the recruits managed to enter the hut and complete the mission. Li Lang, Zhao Jun, Qilong, and Han Jijian brought Chen Yufan to the field where they laid their ambush. Very soon, the other teams brought the recruits that they caught and gathered them there too. When Luo Lang came in with a bunch of badly bruised and half-dead recruits, some recruits rejoiced in their hearts. They were not the worst ones. Chen Yufan saw Ziyi, Li Yingji, and Luo Lang appearing. The veterans called them team leaders. He had seen the information about these veterans. They were people who received many merits and achieved many achievements before. His heart stopped. He observed everyone and noticed that the 250 Mecha clan was split into 10 teams. 7 of the team leaders came from the 1st Men's Military Academy. Was the 250 Mecha clan controlled by the 1st Men's Military Academy? He remembered that General Ling Zhao was from the 1st Men's Military Academy too. Chen Yufan felt that his guess was correct. At that moment, footsteps were heard. The field was really noisy, but for some reason, Chen Yufan could hear the footsteps clearly. No, everyone heard it too. The recruits were curious. They raised their heads and looked at the direction where the footsteps were coming from. The field instantly turned quiet. The footsteps became clearer and louder. Chen Yufan looked up too. He saw a person properly dressed in military uniform. He had a short whip in one hand as he walked up the track along the hill. Chen Yufan felt his body tensed up. He could feel an imminent sense of danger. He straightened his back as though this action would give him more strength. The person walked over naturally. Within a minute, he had arrived in front of them. Regiment commander. The 10 teams shouted in unison. Chen Yufan's eyes almost popped out. He knew this person, Ling Lan, the real leader of the 1st Men's Military Academy during the Grand Mecha Tournament last year. He was rumored to be the real king of the 1st Men's Military Academy, but he started his closed-door meditation during this Grand Mecha Tournament, so many people had forgotten about him. However, Chen Yufan had looked at the information of the members from the 1st Men's Military Academy before. Ling Lan was someone he could never forget. Ling Lan was the first person to break away from the conventional battle royale method and come up with a new battle strategy. No one had any advantage over their team, so the results were predictable. Such a legend actually appeared in front of Chen Yufan as the regiment commander of 250 Mecha clan. Chen Yufan was dumbfounded. Ling Lan was in the same year as Qi Long. This meant that he was a recruit too, a recruit as a regiment commander. Chen Yufan felt that his world was turned upside down. Chen Yufan blinked. Then, he saw the epaulette on Ling Lan. It was the epaulette of a major. A senior captain was the highest rank for a recruit. He was probably able to become a major because he was appointed as a regiment commander. The lowest rank requirement be a regiment commander was a major. The military rank was not very important. The main thing was, he was a regiment commander. As someone who came from a military academy, Chen Yufan knew what this meant. Although Ling Lan had the same rank as Li Lan, Ling Lan had actual military power. As Chen Yufan was digesting what he saw, Ling Lan walked in front of everyone and started scanning the crowd. She saw that the soldiers of 250 Mecha clan were still energetic after the mission and nodded her head. She felt satisfied. The hellish training had made them more motivated. Ling Lan didn't know that these mecha operators were energetic not because they felt motivated, but because they wanted to torture the new recruits. They were like Qi Long. They needed to torture other people in order to feel better. Hence, 250 Mecha clan moved towards an unpredictable direction. All the mecha operators, as well as logisticians, became a bunch of psychopaths who got excited when they see their opponents. All their enemies were afraid of them. Their names spread far and wide. Chapter 688. New mission. Ling Lan ordered the 10 leaders, report your results. The first person who reported to Ling Lan was the big brother figure of the 10 teams, Yang Mingxi. He took a step forward and shouted, Team 01, 24 members, successfully subdued 52 recruits. The other teams reported their results too. Ling Lan nodded. The performance of the 10 teams was not bad. There were still some flaws, but Ling Lan decided to let them off this time. The mecha operators saw their regiment commander nodding and were elated. They passed the mission. A moment ago, they were afraid that Ling Lan would not be satisfied with their performance and start a new round of hellish training. They had been repeating this process for a few months. Now, when they receive a new mission, they would feel dying again. This time, their regiment commander was satisfied with them, but they needed to know what made their regiment commander so satisfied. The mecha operators were observant people. They tried to find why their regiment commander let them off this time. Overall capability, Bullshit. Their current capabilities were still similar to their last mission. The performance during the mission? The mecha operators felt that there weren't many improvements compared to their last mission too. They couldn't find a reason. The mecha operators watched as their regiment commander walked towards the badly beaten up recruits. They suddenly had an enlightenment. Their regiment commander was a vicious person. He killed 2 mecha operators at the start of their training. Since the mecha operators of 250 Mecha Clan didn't interact with each other much, they were not sure how many mecha operators there were in the Mecha Clan. Hence, until now, they were still fooled by Ling Lan. They must be too gentle and kind. This must be why their regiment commander kept torturing them. This time, however, they vented their frustration at the recruits and were a little harsh on them. Was this why their regiment commander was so satisfied? With this idea in mind, the mecha operators got more vicious and bloodthirsty in their future battles. They hoped that their regiment commander would be satisfied with them. Ling Lan, on the other hand, thought that they were under too much pressure, so she treated them better. This caused the mecha operators to harden that idea in mind. They thought that their guess was correct, hence, they turned even crueler. Ling Lan got more worried about them and tried to lessen the intensity of their training. This cycle continued. Due to a strange combination of circumstances, the 250 Mecha Clan became devils on the battlefield. Of course, all these happened in the future. We could ignore it for now. The new recruits didn't expect their regiment commander to come. When they saw Ling Lan looking at them with her cold eyes, they trembled in fear. She didn't say a single word, but her cold aura and force of presence told everyone she was a frightening and heartless person. There was only one thought in their head: would they be sent back by this scary regiment commander? The recruits were distributed by the mainframe, but they could still be sent back to the recruit training camp if their regiment commander in the Mecha Clan was not satisfied with them. These recruits had to go through the recruit training camp again. After that, they would be sent back to another Mecha Clan. If their new regiment commander was not satisfied with them again, they would be sent out of the military. These people would be deemed unfit for the military. They would have a hard time finding jobs or partners in the future, since they chose to enter the military. Besides those young men that got thrown in by their parents, most of them wanted to continue staying here. If they got sent back this time, they believed their next regiment commander would still be dissatisfied with them. They would then be sent out of the military. This was not what they wanted. After knowing their possible future, a few young men who had a more fragile heart started sobbing. They just reached 20 years old. They couldn't handle such a hard blow. Weak, Ling Lan said with a hint of anger when she saw some recruits crying, and frowned. The moment she said this, those recruits that were trying their best to control their emotions broke down. Almost everyone started crying. Ling Lan felt speechless. She thought that the mecha operators in 250 Mecha Clan were bad enough. However, these recruits were worse. Additionally, why were they staring at her like she was a devil? FK. Her looks were definitely not bad. No, she was definitely a good-looking person. This was not the main point. The point was, why were they looking at her like that? Was there something wrong with their eyes? Ling Lan felt depressed. She wondered why no one liked her. Ling Lan was unaware. Those people weaker than her would be severely impacted by her cold aura. Only those that were stronger could withstand her force of presence. Hence, these recruits could only see her cold aura and her indifferent eyes. As Ling Lan's gaze got colder, the recruits felt that they would definitely be sent back. Crying is contagious. Soon, all the recruits started tearing up. FK, why are they crying? Why are men so weak? Ling Lan snorted. All the recruits got a shock. They didn't dare to make any sound. They cried silently. The tears on their young faces made them look pitiful. Forget it. I don't want to look at them anymore. Ling Lan shouted helplessly. Lin Zonking. Yes. A voice rang through the field. A figure suddenly appeared behind Ling Lan. It was from Lin Zonking. I'll hand these recruits to you. You have 3 months to make them into real men. If they still cry like this, I will not show them any mercy. Ling Lan was afraid that she would be unable to control herself and hit these people. After so many years of hardships, she couldn't stand someone crying. Yes, Regiment Commander. Lin Zongking received the order. After handing these recruits to Lin Zongking, Ling Lan walked towards Chen Yufan. He was the only one who wasn't scared of her. Chen Yufan felt his heart beating quickly when he saw Ling Lan walking towards him. He only looked calm, but in actual fact, he was frightened too. Chen Yufan, yes. Chen Yufan instinctively stood up straight. I know you are an ace mecha master. If you pass the team challenge, I'll make you a member of a team. Ling Lan would not let Chen Yufan waste his talent. Thus, she gave him a chance to be a member of a team. Chen Yufan was hesitant. He looked at his younger brother. Chen Yun was the reason why he entered the military. Ling Lan smiled mockingly. She knew what Chen Yufan was thinking. She said nonchalantly, a logistician services a mecha operator. Whether you are the one doing the service or the one getting serviced depends on your capabilities. Additionally, you need to have the ability if you want to protect someone. Ling Lan's words allowed Chen Yufan to understand how he could protect his younger brother. At the same time, Ling Lan warned him to not think too highly of himself. If he didn't meet her requirements, she was willing to send him away. She didn't mind letting him be a logistician. She could afford to waste his talent. Chen Yufan was shocked. He was a smart person, so he understood what Ling Lan was trying to tell him. He could be a mecha operator and let his younger brother be a member of his logistician team. Yes, I understand. Chen Yufan's eyes lit up for the first time. He seemed to have found a new goal. Ling Lan smiled. When will Chen Yufan stop lying to himself? Ling Lan looked away from Chen Yufan. She didn't care much about him. Although she wanted to let him join the battle team, she would not spend as much effort on him, unlike with the comrades she grew up with. If Chen Yufan managed to prove himself, she would give him the chance to become a part of Lingshan battle team. Ling Lan walked past Chen Yufan and walked to the front of the crowd. She shouted, "Disperse." After that, she disappeared. It was as though she was never there. All the mecha operators took a moment to register that they managed to escape their regiment commander's punishment. Everyone cheered happily. They were a stark contrast to the recruits who were crying their hearts out. Chen Yufan narrowed his eyes when Ling Lan disappeared. If he wasn't able to see how Ling Lan disappeared, Ling Lan must have reached another realm in terms of physical skills. He knew that Ling Lan probably hid her true capabilities, as there were no changes to the youngest person who entered the domain realm in the Federation's records. As expected, 250 Mecha Clan was not a forsaken Mecha Clan. It might even be the Mecha Clan that had the most potential in the 23rd Division. Chen Yufan looked at the confused Chen Yun and the stunned Zhu Yu. He sighed. The three of them must be extremely lucky to have met such a powerful regiment commander. They would have a good future ahead of them. The other recruits calmed down when they were told that they would not be sent back. They were elated. However, they soon started crying again because of the harsh training. They realized that despair was scarier than being sent back. Time passed quickly. 2 months had passed. Within these 2 months, the people in 250 Mecha Clan continued their training. No one in the Federation knew that a vicious beast was growing in the 23rd Division. Ling Lan sat in her office and was looking through documents. Without Little Four's help, she could only rely on herself. She asked Little Blossom regarding Little Four's progress, but he just replied with Little Four's evolving was going smoothly. He didn't know when Little Four would finish his evolution. Little Four and Little Blossom were two different kinds of intelligent entities. Hence, they were unable to understand each other. Beep. Beep. The optical supercomputer belonging to 250 Mecha Clan reminded Ling Lan that she had a new message. Ling Lan opened the message. She frowned. It was a land-clearing mission. When the Federation finds a new planet that was 5-star and above and had signs of life on it, they would inform all the divisions and request them to send some Mecha Clans to explore and open up the virgin soil. For the first 5 years, the first Mecha Clan that discovered the natural resources on the new planet would get a portion of it. After that, the Federation would start taking more of it. 10 years later, all the natural resources on the planet would be excavated. The reason why the Federation gave such benefit to the battle teams was because land clearing mission was dangerous. Many Mecha Clans were annihilated on unknown planets. If there were not enough rewards to entice them, no one would be willing to send people over. Hence, because of these privileges, Divisions always sent their best ace mecha clans to go for these land-clearing missions. The fund given by the Federation was not enough to let the division grow stronger. The divisions needed the natural resources gained by their battle teams to increase their military strength. You could say that this land-clearing mission was to instill divisions with a competitive spirit and let them provide for themselves. Although this might make it harder for the Federation to control the divisions, it was the only way to not burden the civilians with the expenditure of the military. There were pros and cons with this decision, but for now, there were more pros. The mecha clans that would receive the land clearing mission were normally the most powerful ace mecha clans in a division. This was a dangerous mission, but it could allow them to gain many raw materials, based on the rule: if the natural resource they found on the planet was a one-time thing, the mecha clan only had to hand over 80% of it. If it was a sustainable natural resource, the mecha clan would get 10% of it. It didn't seem like a lot, but if they really managed to find a sustainable natural resource, it would bring them over 1 billion credits. This was a huge sum of credits to a mecha clan. If a mecha clan wanted to become stronger, they needed to have advanced technology and equipment. All these cost credits. If they waited for the Federation's fund, God knows when they would get it. The Federation had to consider the entire strength of the military and not just a single mecha clan. Hence, they would not pay attention to individual mecha clans. Chapter 689, Spiritual World. If 250 mecha clan received the land clearing mission, it must be the doings of Ling Lan's fair father, Ling Zhao. There was no other way such a mission with bountiful rewards would be handed over to a useless mecha clan like hers. Ling Lan would not reject this mission, but she felt this mission came too early. Land clearing missions were extremely dangerous. She felt that the members of 250 mecha clan were still lacking in some areas. Additionally, there would be other mecha clans from the 23rd Division participating in this mission. This meant that they needed to collaborate with other mecha clans. Ling Lan had not done any training on collaboration. She was not sure if something would happen to her clan members if she brought them on this mission. Ling Lan's head started hurting when she thought about this. Master, if anyone doesn't listen to you, you can let me eat them up. Little Blossom felt Ling Lan's frustration, so he popped up and tried to help her. In her mindscape, Ling Lan flicked Little Blossom's forehead. As expected of a doomsday flower, he only thinks about eating. However, Little Blossom's words reminded Ling Lan, she could just beat someone up if a person didn't listen to her. She was more powerful than all the other mecha operators. She believed that she would be able to subdue them. Ling Lan gathered all the team leaders, the person in charge of the logistics, Lin Zongqing, the person in charge of the medical department, Li Shu, and the person in charge of the experiment department, Chang Xinyuan. They had a discussion and decided to leave behind the mecha operators and logisticians who performed poorly. In the end, Ling Lan brought close to 200 mecha operators and almost 300 logisticians with her. She asked Lin Zongqing to prepare all the equipment they needed. If he lacked anything, he must report it to her so that she could ask Xuyang for it. Poor Xuyang. To Ling Lan, he was her big fat cash cow. Oh, no, he was her best helper. If she needed to find anything, she could just look for him. Soon, the time of the mission arrived. The Commander-in-Chief of the Rising Sun Fleet of the 23rd Division received an order to pick a mecha clan up. He looked at the said mecha clan in disbelief. He looked at his order again to make sure that he was not under an illusion. The useless mecha clan, 250 mecha clan, was in this mission too? Had his superiors given up on this mecha clan so they let them seek their own death through this mission? Qi Yiming couldn't help but think this way. All the higher authorities in the 23rd Division knew the background of 250 mecha clan and knew what kind of mecha operators were in there. He felt a little frustrated. He thought that only his Rising Sun Fleet was participating in this mission. However, since there was another mecha clan, he needed to remove some people from his fleet. The number of starships for each mission was fixed. Luckily, 250 mecha clan was a useless mecha clan, so Qi Yiming felt that they would not snatch resources with them. Speaking of this, We need to know that each division had its own personal fleet. This fleet only serviced the people from their division. There would rarely be an occasion where people needed to board a starship belonging to a different division. Chiaming was puzzled as to why the headquarters gave this order, but he still ordered one of the ships to fetch the 250 Mecha Clan. Fortunately, the 250 Mecha Clan would only be taking his ship temporarily. Once they reached the new planet, he wouldn't need to care about them anymore. Chiaming felt that the problematic mecha operators from the 250 Mecha Clan would definitely cause trouble on the new planet. The person who was in charge of them was unlucky. He just hoped that they would not ruin the reputation of the 23rd Division. A large fleet of starships floated in the universe. It looked magnificent. The entire universe seemed to be filled with starships. All the 23 divisions and those independent divisions sent their ace fleet over. They all tried to reduce their numbers, but there were still many starships. After all, there were close to 30 divisions sending in their people. The 250 Mecha Clan was in one of the starships among the fleet. They were not the only Mecha Clan on the starship. To increase their chances of finding a natural resource vein, Chiaming had maximized the capacity of all the starships. He thought that the 250 Mecha Clan would be a nuisance on the trip, but luckily, everyone from 250 Mecha Clan stayed in their room and rarely came out. Chiaming couldn't help but feel relieved. The fleet journeyed for more than 10 days before reaching the infamous Road of Ayaguda. The Road of Ayaguda was a place where many black holes congregate. There were more than 10,000 black holes here. Normally, the presence of a black hole would exhibit a strong gravitational force around it. Once any starship came near it, they would be torn into pieces. However, the Road of Ayaguda was different. The gravitational force around each black hole was at a normal level. A starship could get near it easily. A few powerful countries knew the secret that some black holes could lead to another unknown planetary sector. To prevent other smaller countries from being aware of this, powerful countries sealed the route to the Road of Ayaguda and collaborated with one another to explore the unknown planetary sector together. When there were benefits to be gained, everyone would choose to cooperate with one another no matter how deep their grudges were. The new planet they found this time was within an unknown planetary sector. Since the Federation discovered this new planet, they got the right to excavate the resources. Why were the gravitational forces of the black holes in the Road of Ayaguda so low? Researchers concluded that it might be because the different gravitational forces from the various black holes somehow managed to reach equilibrium and created a node where the gravitational forces are low. They also felt that there was a probability that one day, this equilibrium might be disrupted and the Road of Ayaguda would become the Road of Death. Without the exact data of the positions of the black holes, starships could get lost easily. After all, only a few of the 10,000 black holes were safe. Those starships that entered this area accidentally, normally disappeared without a trace. Because of this, the Road of Ayaguda was also known as the Ayaguda Maze. Starships could get lost here forever. The huge fleet of starships carefully passed through multiple black holes. At that moment, the navigator on the starship was extremely nervous. He knew that a single mistake from him could result in the death of the entire fleet. Luckily, all the starships managed to arrive at the designated black hole safely. Soon, the fleet vanished. The Road of Ayaguda became peaceful again. It was as though the 1,000 starships fleet never existed. The moment Ling Lan entered the black hole, she noticed that her comrades, who were talking to her, suddenly froze. She seemed to be the only one who was conscious. What is happening? Ling Lan felt cold sweat on her forehead. This scene was too eerie. She didn't dare to touch her friends. She was afraid that her rash actions might harm them. Just as Ling Lan was at a loss, a loud bang was heard in her mindscape. A small and plump little body dropped from the sky and landed right in front of Ling Lan. Ouch! Little Blossom's eyes were filled with tears as he rubbed his head that was hurting. When Little Blossom appeared, Ling Lan felt calmer. At least she was not the only person left in this world. Just now, Ling Lan felt like she was abandoned by her friends. She was having a minor mental breakdown from the loneliness. Master, number 5 kicked me when I was sleeping. Little Blossom immediately rushed over and hugged Ling Lan's leg when he saw her. Why did he kick you? Ling Lan rubbed Little Blossom's head as she consoled him. He was the one who calmed her down, so she was exceptionally gentle towards him. "Ah, I remember now. Number 5 asked me to tell Master something." Ling Lan's words allowed Little Blossom to remember what the number 5 said when he kicked him. "What is it?" Ling Lan asked curiously. Number 5 seldom said anything. He normally asked Ling Lan to experience his hellish training personally. Most of the training that Ling Lan gave the 250 Mega Clan were inspired by number 5's training. The only difference was that she was not as harsh as number 5. "Tell that idiot, Ling Lan, that if she wants to solve this problem, suppress her spiritual power until it's below level 5. Little Blossom repeated every single word number 5 said. Number 5 had been observing everything, so when he heard what Little Blossom said, he held his forehead and sighed. "What an idiot." "So I'm an idiot?" Ling Lan gritted her teeth. She knew that number 5 always talked about her behind her back, but she still felt furious when she heard his words personally. Of course, this little person in front of her was an idiot too. Ling Lan instantly flicked his forehead. Little Blossom started groaning in pain. He didn't know why his master changed her expression so suddenly. Sob. "Give back my gentle master." Ling Lan calmed down and started pondering over number 5's words. She immediately understood that this must have happened because of her strong spiritual power. Additionally, she practiced the spiritual power cultivation technique from the Divine Command sect, which strengthened her spiritual power. However, Ling Lan never tested her spiritual power before since she didn't have a spiritual mutation, so she didn't see the need to test it. Therefore, she was not sure what level her spiritual power was at. Only hackers and people with spectral abilities would go and test their spiritual power. No one else would do such a thing. But even without a test, Ling Lan knew that her spiritual power was above level 5. When she was 6 or 7 years old, Little Four told her that he had set her spiritual power to level 5. After so many years of cultivation, her spiritual power would only be higher. Ling Lan was relieved after finding out the reason. Just as she was about to suppress her spiritual power, she thought about something. She looked at Li Lan. Li Lan's tense body started relaxing after he noticed Ling Lan's gaze. He opened his mouth but no sound came out. Li Lan was frightened. What was happening? Ling Lan noticed that Li Lan couldn't speak and frown. She tried to talk but realized she couldn't make a sound too. She thought about what number 5 said and was enlightened. The image she was seeing now was feedback from her spiritual power. This was the spiritual world. The 5 senses could not be used in the spiritual world. This meant that she was not able to communicate with her mouth. She needed to use her spiritual power. "Lan, don't worry, this is our spiritual world. Our body is frozen just like the others." The anxious Li Lan heard Ling Lan's voice and calmed down instantly. Why was Ling Lan able to talk when he couldn't? Ling Lan noticed his doubt, so she continued, "I'm using my spiritual power to communicate with you." Li Lan's eyes lit up. Then, it dimmed again. He must have learned this skill from Ling Zhao's sect. Ling Lan had given him many things. He couldn't be too greedy. "When I'm free, I can teach you." Ling Lan replied generously. She understood what Li Lan was thinking. There were many minor techniques like this available in the learning space. Even if she didn't teach the technique from the Divine Command sect, there were other similar skills she could share. Li Lan was elated. He seemed more vibrant now. Ling Lan smiled. Sometimes, the black-bellied Li Lan was quite cute too. "This happened to us because our spiritual power is above level 5. We need to go below level 5. Ling Lan explained their situation to Li Lan. Li Lan nodded. He had spectral abilities, so he knew what level his spiritual power was at. "As long as we suppress our spiritual power, this problem will be solved." Li Lan nodded. He closed his eyes and started suppressing his spiritual power. Soon, he got out of the spiritual world. After Li Lan succeeded, Ling Lan felt at ease and started suppressing her spiritual power too. However, just as she was about to go below level 5, her spiritual power suddenly went out of control. Damn it! Ling Lan was shocked. She wanted to try suppressing her spiritual power again, but she realized that she could no longer control it. Chapter 690. lay eggs. Little Blossom was also forced back to the learning space due to Ling Lan's spiritual power going out of control. He didn't even have the time to say goodbye to his master. Ling Lan's mindscape was in a mess. Her spiritual power had turned into a huge whirlpool. Ling Lan didn't lose her consciousness. The moment she realized that something was amiss, she compressed her conscious until it was very small and hid it in a corner of her mindscape. Then, she used the small amount of spiritual power she could still control to encase her conscious and prevent it from being torn apart by the whirlpool. Even if her mindscape was destroyed and she had to become a vegetable temporarily, she would still have the chance of waking up as long as a part of her conscious was still intact. Ling Lan would fight for every opportunity to live. Hence, she immediately prepared for the worst when she noticed that things were going out of hand. After doing all this, Ling Lan didn't just sit there and wait for her death. She had already planned her route of retreat so she could focus on her current situation calmly. Ling Lan was clear that if she started getting anxious, she would be dead. Ling Lan didn't waste her time and try to gain control over her spiritual power. Since it was already out of control, she should keep the remaining amount of spiritual power she still had and slowly wait for an opportunity to fight back. Ling Lan quickly noticed that the uncontrollable spiritual power didn't harm her body. Her mindscape also showed no signs of getting destroyed. The whirlpool was just attracting all the energy from its surroundings. Since this is her spiritual world, the spiritual energy it was attracting belonged to her, right? Ling Lan was puzzled. However, she found the answer soon. She felt another force merging with her spiritual power. Her spiritual power should have caused havoc in her mindscape, but for some reason, an equilibrium was achieved. This seems familiar. The black hole. No, it should be the force released when a black hole formed. How did it manage to merge with her spiritual power? Ling Lan didn't understand what was happening. No one would be able to explain the situation to her too. She wasn't sure what would happen if her spiritual power merged with the force of the black hole. Would this be a problem? Ling Lan tried to control her spiritual power to determine if it was any problems with it, but her spiritual power just ignored her. It stubbornly continued with the merge and seemingly had a good time interacting with it. Although it seemed harmless now, Ling Lan was still on her guard. After her spiritual power finished merging, the whirlpool started calming down. The danger came suddenly and disappeared suddenly too. Ling Lan was speechless. She started examining her mindscape and realized, to her surprise, a white and smooth egg had appeared. Egg. Ling Lan tapped the egg with a dumbfounded expression. The egg trembled in her mindscape. It seemed to be trembling from the itchiness. Maybe it was trying to greet her. Master, did you lay an egg while I was away? Will it be my little master when it hatches? Little Blossom had been worried about his master. When he noticed that he could enter her mindscape again, he immediately jumped in. The first thing he saw was a white egg. He experienced a series of emotions: shocked, then excited, then a sense of release. Sob. I finally have a little master now. I am no longer the youngest. I can bully little master now. Little Blossom kept being bullied by Little Four. When he tried to retaliate, Little Four told him that younger people should be bullied by older people. For instance, Ling Lan bullied him, so it was right for him to bully Little Blossom. Little Blossom got tricked. He thought that this was the norm. Let's have a moment of silence for the future little brother of Little Blossom. Although he was nowhere in sight, his evil brother was already waiting for him. The reason why Little Blossom thought that Ling Lan laid the egg was that Little Four taught him that laying eggs was a way of generating offsprings. Little Blossom couldn't swallow data, so his knowledge came from what people taught him. Hence, he assumed his master was able to lay eggs. Ling Lan was speechless. Lay eggs? Did she lay an egg? She didn't even know where the egg came from. Since it appeared in her mindscape, she did feel like she laid it. Ling Lan quickly dismissed the thought and reminded herself that she was human. I almost got influenced by Little Blossom and thought that I was an animal. As expected, Little Blossom got beaten up by Ling Lan. Little Blossom finally experienced the family abuse that Little Four kept talking about. Sob. Master, hurry up and lay more eggs. Little Blossom wants to bully Little Master. Although Ling Lan emphasized that she couldn't lay eggs, Little Blossom still believed she could. No matter how much Ling Lan hit him, Little Blossom remained stubborn. Ling Lan suddenly missed Little Four. Previously, she felt that Little Four was not very sharp and used proverbs the wrong way. However, compared to Little Blossom, Little Four seemed extremely sharp. He was able to give her some consolation during critical times and not make her even more frustrated. People needed to be compared to show how important they were. Ling Lan vented her frustration and managed to calm down. She used her spiritual power to examine the egg. Maybe because Ling Lan's spiritual power and the egg came from the same source, she was able to successfully see what was happening inside the egg. There were no signs of life inside the egg. It was filled with spiritual energy. The spiritual energy swirled around the center of the egg. Because the spiritual energy being too dense, it formed a hard surface that made it look like an egg. In actual fact, it was just a spiritual energy shell formed due to the density of the spiritual energy. The spiritual power core at the center of the egg was extremely dense. If the density of her spiritual energy in her mindscape was 1, the density of the spiritual power core was 1000. If the spiritual energy in the core was released, Mindscape could increase by 1,000 times. Ling Lan was worried and elated. She was elated because her spiritual power had gotten stronger and worried that there would be a hidden danger. If this spiritual power didn't listen to her and got out of control, her mindscape would be destroyed. Just as Ling Lan was feeling complicated, Little Blossom exclaimed in surprise, "Master, your spiritual power is so low." Ling Lan got a shock. She heard noises coming from the real world. Her friends had woken up. She had left the spiritual world unknowingly and returned back to her own body. What level is my spiritual power now? Ling Lan was unable to sense her spiritual power because of the series of events that had happened. At most level 3. Little Blossom replied. His boss's spiritual power was much weaker than before. Very good. Ling Lan replied in satisfaction. That meant that when she entered the black hole again, this would not happen. She didn't want to experience it another time. It was too frightening. Boss, did you level up again? The moment Ling Lan opened her eyes, she saw Qilong's face right in front of her. He seemed to be stunned. What is the matter? Ling Lan pushed his head away. She was not used to having someone so close to her. Everyone was looking at her with the same dumbfounded expression. Ling Lan looked at them coldly, but she noticed their lips were twitching. Li Lan passed Ling Lan a mirror. Ling Lan took it curiously. Li Lan wanted her to look at herself. She looked at the mirror and was shocked. Was this her? Li Lan noticed the disbelief in her eyes and nodded. Ling Lan slapped herself and released some of the spiritual energy from the spiritual power core. She stared at her team members again. Everyone lowered their heads in fright. Ling Lan retracted her gaze with satisfaction and continued their discussion. She didn't expect such consequences to occur after her spiritual power was lowered. Ling Lan wanted to cry. As expected, she was more suitable to be a cold and dominating boss. After the fleet passed through the black hole, they entered an unknown planetary sector. Ling Lan suddenly missed Little Four. If he was here, she would be able to get some information about this planetary sector. Ling Lan was uncertain if this planetary sector had something to do with his origins, the Mandora Galaxy. The planets in this planetary sector were much further away from each other. Ling Lan only saw 2 planets after 1 week of traveling. One of the planets was mist-like. They were mock planets formed by the accumulation of meteorites. There was no use exploring such planets as there were no resources on it. These planets were dangerous too. No one knew when those meteorites would explode or move away from each other. The other planet was covered in ice. Based on past research, this planet was just a huge ice ball. There was nothing else besides ice. Although it was less valuable than those planets with signs of life, the people from Caesar were still elated that they found this planet first. The people from the Federation were frustrated that Caesar found the first planet. However, this feeling didn't last for long. Very soon, they found a new planet that was more valuable than the ice planet. Yet, at the same time, it was more dangerous for them to explore this planet. The starship that Ling Lan was at announced to everyone that they have reached their destination. Everyone started getting busy. To ensure the safety of the starship, it would not land immediately on the surface of the planet. It would send a batch of mecha operators to the planet first to ensure that it was safe to land. Only then would the starship land and start unloading all the pieces of equipment the Mecha Clans needed to build a camp on the planet. 250 Mecha Clan also had a scouting team to find a safe spot for their camp. There were 3 to 4 Mecha Clans on a single starship, so 250 Mecha Clan only had 2 ejection ports for themselves. It was half of what other Mecha Clans had, but since they were much smaller in size, Ling Lan and her team members didn't find it unfair. The scouting team of 250 Mecha Clan consisted of Ling Lan, the 10 team's team leaders, and a few of the most powerful team members within these 10 teams. There was a total of 24 people. This was the smallest scouting team among the Mecha Clans, but it was the strongest too. These 24 people were all Ace Mecha Masters. There were real Ace Mecha Masters both in title and ability. Currently, they were at their past peak form. As for Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong, after Ling Lan's harsh training, they not only managed to regain their ability, they were even stronger than their past peak form. Yang Mingzi even felt that he was close to becoming an Imperial Mecha Master. This was a surprise to him. He had been stuck at the ace level for close to 20 years. He couldn't break through the last hurdle, which made him lose confidence in becoming an Imperial Mecha Operator. The events that happened in his life also impacted him greatly and made him give up entirely. He never expected that he would achieve a breakthrough so easily under the lead of his young regiment commander. Liu Furong's improvement was not as obvious, but he also felt his ability increasing. He found hope again. In order to become stronger, he didn't mind becoming the next Qilong. The logisticians in charge of these 24 mecha operators were nervous but properly examined their equipment and weapons. Behind them, Lin Zonking and a few others were watching them intently. They had stopwatches in their hands and were observing the speed of the logisticians. Some of them were writing something on a piece of paper. The logisticians tensed up when they saw this. They didn't want their names to be written on the paper. Past experiences told them that once their name was on it, they would have to spend their next month in hell. Lin Zonking and his 4 assistants learned well from Ling Lan. They liked to experiment with what they learned from Ling Lan on the logisticians. Under such circumstances, the logisticians reached a breakthrough and managed to hasten their speed by more than 10 seconds. This allowed 250 Mecha Clan to be the first Mecha Clan to send its scouting team out of the starship. Chapter 691. New team member. The first person to enter the launching port was Ling Lan. She contacted the JMC that was in charge of her launching port and said coldly, 250 Mecha Clan Mecha number 1 requesting for launch. Ah, yes. Ling Lan frowned when she heard an anxious voice from the other end of the call. Hello. I'm the JMC in charge of your launch. Sorry to keep you waiting. We are doing the final check. Mecha number 1's weapons are fully equipped and the engine is normal. You are eligible for launch. The countdown starts now. 3,2,1. Launch. The JMC hurriedly finished the rest of her work. She was talking to her coworkers just now because, based on past experiences, they thought that there would not be any mecha operators entering the launching port this early. This was why she was not fully prepared. She didn't expect the mecha operators at her launching port to arrive so quickly. He even contacted her personally. The JMC heaved a sigh of relief after sending Ling Lan away. She felt fortunate that she was not scolded. She wished that this mecha operator would not complain about her work ethics after he came back from the mission. The JMC learned her lesson and didn't dare to relax anymore. She focused on her work and made sure that the other mecha operators got launched successfully. The other JMCs beside her also stopped talking and waited patiently for their mecha operators to be in position. They felt lucky that they were not in charge of 250 Mecha Clan. Why was this so? Because the mecha operators of 250 Mecha Clan entered their launching port more than a minute earlier than the other Mecha Clans. These JMCs were not normal JMCs. They were very experienced in handling Ace Mecha Masters, but even then, They hadn't met any logisticians who were able to work as fast as those from 250 Mecha Clan. Was this Mecha Clan an elite of the elite clan? The JMCs were not certain about the background of 250 Mecha Clans, so they started having other thoughts. After Ling Lan left the starship, she didn't choose to enter the atmosphere of the planet. Instead, she waited for her members. Soon, all the 24 Ace Mecha Master of 250 Mecha Clan were in position. Just as Ling Lan wanted to give her order, she received a call on her optical supercomputer in the mecha. Ling Lan was shocked. Only the members and the people at the headquarters of 250 Mecha Clan knew this internal channel. Who was calling her? Ling Lan accepted the call curiously. She heard a familiar voice. New member of 250 Mecha Clan, Ling Yu, wishes to join the team. Ling Yu? Ling Lan's lips twitched. Why is this person here? Yes, I received an order from the division headquarters. I will be temporarily joining 250 Mecha Clan for this land clearing mission. The person replied to her seriously. I believe that Regiment Commander Ling had received the notification too. Ling Lan gritted her teeth. Yes, she did receive the notification. This notification came so suddenly and it made her furious. Was this a sign of not being trusted? Did they think that she didn't have the capabilities to lead her team on this mission, so they sent in someone to help her? Ling Lan was angry, but she still saved the other party's embarrassment. She replied coldly, since that is the case, please join the team. Yes, Regiment Commander. He seemed angry. The new member scratched his head. The new mecha operator quickly joined the mecha team. Although he was a new member, the current members of the mecha team were either experienced mecha operators or members of Lingshan whom she had worked with for a long time. Hence, they were able to rearrange their formation quickly. The new member joined their team smoothly. Let's go. Ling Lan gave her order. The mecha team formed a triangular formation and entered the atmosphere of the planet with Ling Lan at the lead. Once they entered the atmosphere, Ling Lan felt a strong gravity pushing them down. Her optical supercomputer quickly displayed the relevant information of the planet. Ling Lan moved her fingers quickly and entered the new data into the system to calibrate the mecha so it would be able to fall at a slower rate and not get affected by the gravity. Within 1 second, all the mechas managed to control their falling speed. Since there was ample time, Ling Lan didn't fully unleash her hand speed. Hence, all the other mecha operators finished their operation around the same time as her. In the central command room of the Rising Sun Fleet, the mecha clans that participated in this mission were all displayed on the screens around the room. 250 Mecha Clan was on it too. Is that our Ace Mecha Clan? What impressive speed! One of the officers was surprised when he saw the mecha team. Yes, the other mecha clans are still at their launching port, but they have already finished forming up. The other officers were alerted by this officer and started noticing this mecha team too. That is because they have fewer people. How many mechas do they have? 25? Oh, it's 26. Most scouting teams will have at least 50 people, so they will definitely be slower. One officer expressed his opinion. The officer who noticed 250 first was unconvinced. They do have fewer people, but how many mechas of the other clans are ready? 10? 15? No clan has 20 mechas ready yet. How is this not fast? The officer that was rebutted was speechless. This was the truth. However, he was too prideful to admit he was wrong, so he continued. They have fewer people, so the communicating between themselves is obviously easier. It's normal that they are faster. Why don't you ask another mecha clan to try it out then? The officer that supported 250 Mecha Clan refuted. This speed was the overall speed of the entire Mecha Clan, including the logisticians. If it was so easy to increase one's speed, there would have been more teams out there by now. Stop arguing. The mecha team is already entering the atmosphere. Someone reminded the two officers that were arguing. Both of them kept quiet and turned to look at the big screen. Haha, that's good. Our 23rd Division is the first division to enter the new planet. The officers in the Central Command Center cheered when they noticed this fact. Don't be too happy. The Ace Mecha Clan of the 1st Division, God of Hunt, is entering too. Someone spotted signs of other mecha clans. The mecha clan from the 2nd Division, Whirlwind, and the Mecha Clan from the 3rd Division, God of War, is entering as well. As expected of the divisions under the 3 Great Marshal, they had a 50-man team, but their speed was only slightly slower than a 26-man team. The 23rd Division managed to gain an upper hand due to their numbers. Oh right, which Mecha Clan was that? Once this mission ends, we must heavily reward them. Although there were not many people in this mecha team, it was a fact that the 23rd Division was the first division to enter the planet. This was an accomplishment for them. It's 250 Mecha Clan. The officers were shocked when he saw the name of the Mecha Clan. They knew that the 250 Mecha Clan borrowed their fleet to participate in the mission, but they didn't pay any attention to them. They thought that the higher authorities wanted to give them an opening gambit or a warning. Unexpectedly, the useless 250 Mecha Clan was a fast and highly skilled Mecha Clan. Are they dreaming? Everyone looked at the mecha team that landed safely on the surface of the planet. They were astounded. We were fooled by the division headquarters. A calm voice came from the entrance of the command center. Commander-in-Chief. All the officers stood up and greeted him. Chi Ming walked into the central command center. He looked at the mecha team on the screen with a complicated expression. If they could get this Mecha Clan, the Rising Sun Fleet might become the most powerful fleet in the 23rd Division. Unfortunately, he remembered the smile on his superior's face when he submitted this request. He knew that there was no hope of that happening. Chi Ming sighed. If he had requested for 250 Mecha Clan right from the start, he might have a chance. However, now, no fleet would be able to get 250 Mecha Clan anymore. Their general looked as though he had given up on 250 Mecha Clan, but in actual fact, he had high hopes for this Mecha Clan. It was too late to benefit from this Mecha Clan. At this moment, Ling Lan and her team had already reached the lower layer of the atmosphere of the planet. The environment on the planet was bad. The optical supercomputer tested the temperature on the planet. It was higher than 40 degrees Celsius. There was no oxygen in the air too. If she didn't see the reddish spots which looked like plants when she was coming down, she would have suspected if there were any living things on this planet. Ling Lan carefully controlled her mecha and landed on a yellowish-brown spot which seemed steadier. The moment she landed, she felt her mecha sinking into the ground. This is not good. The ground here was not able to support the weight of a mecha. Ling Lan felt a sense of danger. She used her fastest hand speed and quickly calibrated her mecha. The mecha stopped sinking down. She raised one of her mecha legs and took a step forward. The mecha didn't sink. The weight of the mecha had reached an acceptable range for her to walk. Set your mechas to floating mode. The floating level will be at 53. Set traction to 11 and granular load to 27. Ling Lan quickly shared her mecha setting to her team members. She was confident that her team members were able to change their settings based on the situation, but she didn't want them to lose their focus on their surroundings, so she told them her findings. The other members quickly changed their settings while they were in midair. When they landed, no one sunk. This meant that Ling Lan had found the correct settings in an instant. After they landed safely, they noticed that the red spots they thought were plants were actually the color of the ground. On the other hand, the yellowish-brown spots which they thought was the ground were actually plants. As expected, their logic couldn't be applied in a new environment. Ling Lan and her team landed on an empty field. This was a good and a bad thing. It was good because this place was safer compared to a forest or a swamp. However, risk and opportunity came together. They would have less of a chance of finding a natural resource vein on this planet. Regiment Commander, we are so unlucky. We landed on a flat field. One of the mecha operators said in a depressed tone. Our main goal is to let everyone experience what it's like to go on a mission. It'll be good if we can find some natural resources. If not, it's fine too. Ling Lan replied calmly. She was not after the monetary gains. If she really wanted to equip 250 Mecha Clan, she could use the account that Little Four gave her. There were enough credits in the account to equip 10 Mecha Clans. It could be said that the only thing Ling Lan didn't lack was credits. The disappointed members managed to feel better after seeing how calm their regiment commander was. They used their search device on their mechas to scan the area. Ling Lan noticed that around 10 kilometers away, there was a thermal signal. Since they didn't have any urgent goals, Ling Lan decided to go there. They quickly ran towards the direction. They wanted to save their energy, so they didn't choose to fly. Along the way, Ling Lan accepted Li Lang's request for a private call. Rabbit, who is Ling Yu? Is he suspicious? No. Ling Lan replied, he is from the Ling family. Ling Lan added on, is General Ling Zhao worried about you? Is that why he sent Ling Yu over? Li Lan asked carefully. He detected a sense of unhappiness in Ling Lan's tone. Ling Lan's lips twitched. As expected, her team members knew all about it. What a bastard her father was. He destroyed the reliable and domineering image she worked so hard to build. Maybe. Ling Lan squeezed the words out of her mouth. Couldn't her leopard learn to act dumb for once? Luckily, he didn't know Ling Yu's real identity. If not, her image would really be destroyed. Damn it, her father really knew how to make things difficult for her. Chapter 692, A Creature with Tentacles. Putting Ling Lan's thoughts aside, all of them managed to arrive at their destination soon. It was a huge lake. The surface of the lake was shimmering with light. There seemed to be no end to the lake, with waters that were deep blue and clear. However, Ling Lan and her team members couldn't be certain if there were creatures inside the lake. The steam over the lake and the heat emitted from the lake told them that the temperature of the water was high. Ziyi started taking a sample of the water and examining it without Ling Lan's command. He told everyone what he found through the team channel. The temperature of the water is at 87 degrees Celsius. Can fish survive at this temperature? One of the mecha operators were stunned. Fish would be cooked at this temperature. You are a veteran. Have you forgotten life forms here might be different from what we know? I'm pretty sure the fish on this planet are not afraid of high heat. Someone refuted. There is a fish like that in the Federation too. It's known as a Amu fish. It can live within 50 degrees Celsius to 60 degrees Celsius water. If the temperature of the water gets below 45 degrees Celsius, it will die. Someone reminded everyone to not be restricted by their own ignorance. No one knows what is in the lake, let's be more careful. As the most experienced mecha operator, Yang Mingzi felt obligated to remind everyone to be aware of their surroundings when he noticed that they were too focused on talking. Everyone instantly focused their attention on the lake. Ling Lan knew that these people still had problems fighting in a high-pressured situation. They had relaxed for too long and lost their vigilance on the battlefield. This was not something that could be solved with training. Only real life or death situations would allow them to regain their vigilance. Regiment Commander, why do I feel that the heat in the lake didn't trigger the thermal signal? Li Lan looked at his optical supercomputer. He noticed that the thermal signal came from the lake, but 87 degrees Celsius was too low for the thermal detector to give such a signal. Ling Lan stared at the surface of the lake for a few seconds. She said slowly, "Seems like we need to go into the lake." She had this query too. There might be something in the lake which caused it to have such a high temperature. She didn't know if it was a natural resource vein in it. However, entering the lake was a dangerous task. Entering the bottom of a lake or a river was usually the most dangerous place to explore. There was water resistance, and the water would affect the mecha operator's vision too. Most importantly, no one knew what was under the water. Ling Lan pondered about it and chose Qi Long, Zhao Jun, Liu Furong, Gu Zhengyang to enter the lake with her. Li Lan wanted to say something, but he stopped himself. He really wanted to go with Ling Lan, but he knew that if anything happened there, with his stamina, he might drag the whole team down. He could not cause trouble for his rabbit. Ling Lan asked Yang Mingzi to be in charge of guarding the perimeter and asked Li Lang and Han Jijian to help him. She glanced at Ling Yu, who was standing still like a piece of wood. After some thought, she said, "Ling Yu, you'll go down with me too." Since there is a bodyguard, she should use it. "Yes, Regiment Commander." Ling Yu received the order. Very soon, the six of them jumped into the lake. The moment they entered the lake, the six of them changed their mecha setting to suit the underwater environment. Their mecha got used to the environment and slowly sunk. It took more than 10 seconds for them to sink to the bottom of the lake. It was deeper than expected. There was no light at the bottom of the lake. However, the mechas had searchlights on them, so they were able to see within 30 meters around them. The six people cautiously explored the bottom of the lake. While they were sinking, They didn't see a single fish at all. This caused them to doubt if there were any creatures in the lake. Be careful. Qilong felt his boss kicking him. Ling Yu, who was protecting Ling Lan, fired a beam shot at Qilong's direction. If his boss didn't kick him, he would have been hit by the beam. Qilong was furious. Was there something wrong with Ling Yu? Wasn't he boss's bodyguard? Qilong, inspect your mecha and see if there is a problem. Ling Lan's cold voice rang inside Qilong's ears. Ling Yu still had his beam gun in his hand. However, it was not aimed at him. It was aimed at his side. Qilong got a shock. He knew that things were not what it seemed. He immediately inspected his mecha and noticed that there was a round-shaped burn mark on the mecha's chest. He didn't know when he got this scar. It looked like a burn mark was formed by electricity. Qilong replayed what happened. After slowing down the video feed 10 times, he finally saw a silver whip-like tentacle appearing beside him suddenly and attacking him. If his boss didn't kick him away, he might have been seriously hurt. At the same time, he also noticed that Ling Yu's beam sliced the silver whip-like tentacle. That was why the tentacle retreated and stopped attacking him. With Ling Yu standing by, Ling Lan bent down and picked up the tentacle that was sliced by Ling Yu. After it was sliced, half of it dropped onto the bottom of the lake. The tentacle kept forming sparks in Ling Lan's hand. Ling Lan was prepared for its attack, so she protected her hand using the shield. After a few seconds, the sparks disappeared. The silver whip-like tentacle had used up all its energy and stopped moving. It started to turn dark silver. This tentacle has powerful electricity in it. Even if it leaves the main body, the electricity will not disappear immediately. Some of it still remained in it. Ling Lan explained what happened to the other 5 people. Based on the way it attacked, it should be a creature with tentacles. Everyone gasped when they heard that. The hardest type of creature to deal with under the water were creatures with tentacles. This creature even had electricity in it. They were not afraid, but it still made their heads hurt. Ling Lan signaled at Ling Yu to put down his gun. The creature that attacked them had moved away or was hiding. Ling Lan swallowed the questions she had and turned to face everyone. Be careful. It is injured, so it will definitely attack us again. Yes, Regiment Commander. Everyone was on their guard. With such a scary opponent being near them, all of them moved with vigilance. They even activated their shields. At the bottom of the lake, each mecha was shining with light from their beam shield. Ling Lan knew this would make them easier targets, but it was better than dying unknowingly in the tentacles of a tentacle monster. Regiment Commander, we are unable to contact the people above. Liu Furong frowned as he told Ling Lan the bad news. Just now, Ling Lan ordered him to contact Yang Mingzi to inform them about the situation under the water so that they could be on their guard. Seems like the water is able to interrupt signals, Gu Zhengyang guessed. Maybe this is the ability of the tentacle creature. Zhao Jun had another guess. No matter what, we are rich. Qilong smiled brightly as he stared in front of him intently. All he could think of were credits. He didn't look as though he just met a life-or-death situation. He was as lively as usual. I didn't expect our luck to be so good. Their current situation was quite bad, but everyone's mindset was good. They started making the best out of the situation. They knew that if they wanted to explore this lake, they needed to get rid of the tentacle creature first. They didn't know how many creatures there were. Furthermore, if they killed all the tentacle creatures only to realize that this was just an ordinary lake with no ability to block signals, their efforts would be in vain. Yet, everyone looked at the situation positively and accepted the challenge happily. Ling Yu nodded his head. He was satisfied with the performance of these team leaders. At the side of the lake, the 20 people who stayed back split into 2 teams. One of the team rested while the other guarded the area. A portion of them guarded the lake while another portion guarded their surroundings. The person in charge of the group that was guarding the lake was Li Lan. Luo Lang and Ziyi helped him. Li Lan trusted Ling Lan and the others, but he still couldn't help feeling worried. He kept looking at the lake and hoped that his friends would return soon. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes. Luo Lang, Ziyi, look, did you see something below the surface of the lake just now? He saw a flash of silver just now. This caused him to be on his guard. Luo Lang and Ziyi immediately looked at the lake, but they didn't see anything. There seemed to be nothing. Luo Lang said with uncertainty. Ziyi smiled. You must have mistaken. How can there be any creatures in a lake with such a high temperature? He moved his mecha after he finished speaking and looked in another direction. Luo Lang seemed to agree with what he said. He turned his mecha around indifferently too and placed his focus on the other side. Li Lan muttered, maybe I'm wrong. He spun his mecha around too. When the three of them turned around, 6 long tentacles shot out of the lake and slashed towards the 6 mechas that were near the lake. 3 of the mecha belonged to Li Lan, Ziyi, and Luo Lang. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the tentacles appeared, Li Lan, Luo Lang, and Ziyi shot their beam guns at the 6 tentacles as though they were prepared for its attack. This creature which snuck up of them was caught off its guard. All the 6 tentacles got sliced off. The other 3 mechas at the side of the lake had received an order from their leader and quickly dodged. After seeing the attacker, Yang Mingzi, Han Zhejian, and Li Yingji quickly came over too. 2 of the tentacles dropped on the yellowish-brown plants at the bank of the lake. They kept twisting as though they still had life in them. The plants that got in contact with the tentacles were burnt immediately. The electricity in the tentacles was strong. The mecha operators who noticed this felt a chill down their spines. If these tentacles landed on their bodies, they might turn into ash instantly. There was no chance of survival. This was just a portion of the electricity left in a broken tentacle. If they were hit by the main body, their mechas might not be able to withstand the electricity too. Yang Mingzi and his group met up with Li Lan's group. They saw waves forming on the surface of the river. Suddenly, numerous tentacles shot out of the river and rushed towards the people at the bank. It must be furious that Li Lan and his friends heard it, so it wanted to kill them. FK, that is a tentacle creature. Everyone focus. Don't get dragged into the water by it. Yang Mingzi quickly reminded everyone. He immediately raised his beam gun and shot at the tentacles. He was worried about the group that went down. He wondered if they were safe. This kind of creature was harder to deal with in the water. After a round of shooting, they managed to destroy close to 200 tentacles. This only happened because none of them missed a shot. However, there were still 800 more tentacles rushing towards them. We have too little people. We can't fight with it. Yang Mingzi immediately gave an order. Everyone, retreat till the tentacles can't reach you. Many mecha operators didn't agree with this order, especially the people from Lingshan battle team. Under Ling Lan's guidance, they didn't like to retreat. However, they remembered what Ling Lan told them. The person in charge was Yang Mingzi. Even if they wanted to continue fighting, they still had to listen to him. Hence, they retracted their weapons and started retreating. In a battlefield, everyone must be able to obey commands immediately. If not, they might put everyone in danger. The members of Lingshan got brainwashed by Ling Lan successfully, so they didn't create trouble for Yang Mingzi. Although everyone moved quickly, the monster in the lake was much faster. Before the mecha operators could move to a safe distance, the tentacles had already reached them. Chapter 693, Legend. Seeing this, Yang Mingzi immediately turned his mecha around. His beam gun pointed towards the tentacles and pulled down on the trigger with a great force. The barrel of gun suddenly had a bright yellow flower come out from its tip. One of the ace operator's sure kill techniques, blossoming flash. Those who were familiar with gun techniques would definitely be excited if they saw this move. It was a sure kill technique because once this skill was used, it would always produce some results. Bang! A large explosive sound echoed. The ground shook from the shockwave of the blast, not to mention the surface of the lake as it created countless tidal waves. A few mechas that retreated a bit slower than the rest were even hit by waves. The surface of the shore was flooded and required a long time to return back to normal. Just as it was about to explode, Yang Mingzi quickly backed up 10 meters. Although he had already put his beam shield on the highest setting, the shockwave created by the explosion was still too much for him to handle. The beam shield's energy levels were almost depleted and his mecha was losing energy as well. If someone were to attack him at this moment, it was possible that they would be able to bypass the beam shield and cause damage to the mecha itself. Yang Mingzi's move had its merits. Countless numbers of tentacles were blown off by the explosion. The explosion stopped the tentacles for a short while and averted the crisis the mecha operators were in. The tentacle creature saw that its attack was unfruitful. Its patience was already running thin and now it was really angry. Roar! A terrifying howl echoed from within the lake. Every mecha operator felt somewhat dizzy. Many of the mechas that were still in midair began to lose control and fall towards the ground. However, these mecha operators were after all not second-rate mecha operators. Their spiritual power levels were quite high. They quickly regained back their controls and immediately controlled their mechas. The tentacle monster used sound waves to attack them. This attack was to incapacitate these mecha operators for a moment. That small window of time was enough for the monster to whip out more tentacles to attack these bugs that had harmed it. This tentacle monster was more intelligent than what they had came to have known. It instantly took away their opportunity to escape, created by Yang Mingzi putting his life on the line. Right as they were about to wake up, they saw countless numbers of tentacles outside of their mechas. They knew they no longer had the chance to escape, thus they steeled their nerves and prepared to fight to their last breath. It did not come to their mind that they would be caught in such a huge predicament within the field area. The mecha operators were no longer relaxed as they were in the beginning. They all had the realization that they needed to fight for their lives. Whirlwind strike, multiple point strike. In the team, there were only 3 people who were not affected by the howl of the monster. They moved in together and attacked the tentacles once again. It was Luo Lang, Ziyi and Li Lan. Roar! The monster howled in pain. The entire surface of the lake began to rumble. A large circular shadow emerged from the lake along with the countless tentacles on its body. They began to wildly move about, causing the water to flood the shore again. As expected, it's a tentacle monster and it's a large one. Seeing this, Yang Mingzi and the others felt their nerves tingle. With just a small part of the main body coming out from the lake, along with its tentacles, they instantly knew this monster was hard to deal with. The thickness of those tentacles were about the same size as their mechas. Moreover, it was definitely 10 times longer than their mechas. No wonder with them exploding, cutting them or slicing, they didn't do too much damage to the tentacles. Are they able to dispose of this large monster with the equipment and weapons they have on hand? Where is our regiment commander? Yang Mingzi asked worriedly. Don't worry. This little guy would be way over its head if it thinks it can take down our regiment commander. Luo Lang's first response had a tone of looking down on the monster as if this large creature wasn't even a cause for concern. Hearing this, Yang Mingzi didn't know where Luo Lang's confidence came from, to trust the regiment commander's group of 6 to not have any problems in the lake. Even if it was Yang Mingzi himself, he would not be much of a help and would just shudder at the sight of this large creature if he was in their regiment commander's position. However, Yang Mingzi didn't have the luxury nor the time to worry about others. The tentacle whipped towards them once again, complementing the sound wave attack that was coming towards them at the same time, an attack that was both physical and spiritual. This made Yang Mingzi and the other mecha operators fall into another difficult battle. Luo Lang, Ziyi, we can't keep attacking like this. We need to get closer to the main body. Li Lan battled with a tentacle for a while and finally found the time to communicate his plans with Luo Lang and Ziyi. Although Li Lan's hands were already full with his own battle, he was also paying attention to everyone else. He discovered that Luo Lang and Ziyi were also not affected by the spiritual attack. Li Lan was spectral ability user. Spectral ability users were also able to use spiritual power to attack. The only thing that could harm him spiritually was a spectral ability of the same level. This crude spiritual attack was of course not effective against him. As for Luo Lang and Ziyi, Li Lan determined that the reasons why they were not affected was because Luo Lang's innate talent and Ziyi's dual personalities. Luo Lang was able to easily switch between his various personalities, and with him being the primary personality, he definitely had the highest level of spiritual power to be able to control all of his personalities. For Ziyi, after fusing his light and dark personalities, his spiritual power had grown stronger and was able to easily negate damage from crude spiritual attacks. This was why Li Lang shared his plans with Luo Lang and Ziyi. "Just say it, what should we do?" Luo Lang replied. Li Lang was a strategist that even the boss trusted, so he of course would trust in Li Lang's plan. "Ziyi and I will create a path for you. You will then try to move closer to it. As for the main body's weakness, Ziyi and I will try our best to give you 1 minute's worth of time." Li Lang looked at the main body in the lake. His eyes showed a hint of determination. He couldn't let Rabbit be disappointed in him. "Understood." Luo Lang shouted. Among the three of them, his close combat skills was the strongest, which made him the most suitable to attack the main body. As for the other mecha operators, it was already good enough that they could endure the spiritual attack and stay alive. It would be a miracle if they could provide any help. The three of them began to slowly change their positions and got closer to each other. Yang Mingzi had noticed their weird movements, although he didn't know what the three of them were doing, but he was sure that it was to attack the large monster. After blocking an incoming attack, he split a bit of his attention towards the three of them. Finally, the three of them stood together in a triangular formation. Li Lang suddenly shouted, "Ziyi, coordinates, 234,312, beam gun." Ziyi raised his beam gun without hesitation and shot towards the coordinates Li Lang had given him. This type of coordinate was only used in Lingshan Battle Clan. Of course, now it had become a speciality for 250 Mecha Clan. Only they knew the coordinates and would cause the enemy to be confused. That was unless the enemy hacked into their communications channel. The beam from both mechas hit the same location at the same time. The power of the attack wasn't comparable to the power of one beam. It also wasn't simply just adding the power of two beams. It increased exponentially when combined. Not long after, the tentacles in the path of the combined beam were vaporized. Before Li Lang could say anything, Luo Lang, who was already ready, shot out like a cannonball, following the beam Li Lang and Ziyi had shot. He went straight through the path the beam had created. In actuality, all these steps were done instantaneously. When Li Lang and Ziyi's beam dispersed, Luo Lang had already arrived above the tentacle monster's main body. A brightly flashing cold weapon was stabbed straight towards the circular main body without hesitation. Shoo! The large sword cut into the circular body for half a meter. A black liquid squirted out from the wound. It quickly changed the original clear blue water to pure black. Roar! The monster screeched, leaving everyone with headaches. Luckily the monster stopped attacking because it was under immense pain. The mecha operators weren't harmed physically, but everyone had cold sweat dripping down their foreheads from being afraid. If they were attacked when they didn't have their guard up, they would definitely be heavily wounded. As expected, land clearing missions were the most dangerous type of missions within the military. They had only just arrived at the new planet and landed in the safest location. Even so, they still almost all perished. After getting injured, the tentacle monster's entire circular body began to flop around. The tentacles that were originally attacking everyone flailed towards Luo Lang, who was wrestling with the main body for the sword. Not good. Quickly everyone, attack the main body. Yang Mingzi saw this and knew something bad was going to happen and immediately gave an order. Everyone knew Luo Lang was in danger. In that moment, they didn't care about preserving energy. The beams from their guns were shot out as if they were selling cabbages on the street. The main body could no longer disregard the attack. It couldn't help but use a few of its tentacles to protect itself. This also showed the disadvantage of having such a large body. Without the agility to dodge these attacks, it could only use its tentacles to block. Even then, 1/3 of the tentacles were still attacking Luo Lang. Luo Lang saw this and couldn't help but temporarily give up on the sword that was stuck in the main body and maneuvered his mecha to dodge the tentacle. Just like that, a mecha was dodging through the tentacles that were 10 times taller than the mecha itself gracefully. This scene made the mecha operators on the shore watched anxiously. They were afraid that with one mistake, Luo Lang would be crushed by a tentacle and would perish. At that moment, sweat poured down from Luo Lang's forehead like rain and his spirit was waning. The reason the mecha dodged so gracefully was because of his countless combination of controls. If one command was executed slower, he would meet his doom. In that situation, Luo Lang didn't think about anything else and only wanted dodge, dodge and dodge. Suddenly, Luo Lang's finger slowed down and in turn Luo Lang's mecha slowed down. This sudden slowness was only for a blink of an eye, but as luck would have it, in this amount of time, Luo Lang lost the chance to dodge a cross-chop attack from two tentacles. The mecha operators on the shore watched in horror as their mouths were wide open with disbelief. Right at that moment, two whirlwinds came down from the sky. Just as the tentacles were about to hit Luo Lang, they were sent flying back by the whirlwinds. "You guys are finally here. You guys are too slow," Luo Lang said with discontent. "Sorry, we wasted some time getting past the monster," Ziyi apologized softly. The danger Luo Lang was in just now almost made Ziyi's heart stop. "Here." Li Lan suddenly took out a long and large sword that looked similar to a Tangdao and passed it to Luo. Luo Lang caught it and took a look. He instantly shouted out, "Li Lan, why is the boss's firmament with you?" "Boss was afraid someone would lose their weapon, so he told me to bring it if by any chance that happened," Li Lan said coldly. Luo Lang didn't know what to say. He could only hold the firmament and ruthlessly pounce towards the tentacle monster. "Woo wah woo, I will wash away the disgrace," Luo Lang thought frustratingly. Li Lan didn't care about how his conversation with Luo Lang may have harmed Luo Lang's pride. He and Ziyi worked together and blocked all of the tentacles attacking Luo Lang. This made Luo Lang put all of his focus into attacking the circular main body. The attack just now made them realize that the main body was not as tough as the tentacles. However, because it was so huge, one sword strike could not cause a fatal wound. They only hoped that the sharp firmament could create a miracle. Luo Lang's sword attack was even more ruthless than the last one because of the disgrace he had received. In other words, this strike Luo Lang made gave off a feeling that it was either his enemy dying or himself. Shoo. As expected, the firmament was undoubtedly a very sharp and tough cold weapon. It easily cut open the main body. This time, it instantly cut through around 2 meters. Luo Lang's mecha also followed the sword's downwards momentum and dropped into the water, creating countless ripples. Roar! The tentacle monster gave off another screech of pain which stopped the attacks of the mecha operators on the shore again. Without having to defend against the attacks of the mecha operators from the shore, all of the tentacle began to attack Li Lan and Ziyi along with Luo Lang, who had not come out from the lake. Li Lan and Ziyi used all their might to defend against the tentacles, but still couldn't defend against the tentacle monster's desperate attack and were both struck down into the lake. The tentacle monster's attacks didn't stop there. All of the tentacles that could still move split into 3 groups and ruthlessly pounced towards the 3 mechas that were struggling to get out of the water. At that moment, one mecha suddenly appeared in the sky. The tentacle monster actually didn't notice this mecha because all of its attention were on the 3 in the lake. That one mecha plummeted straight down from the air. Quicker than words could say, the mecha instantly landed on the main body, then a beam gun was ruthlessly stabbed into the wound Luo Lang had created and the operator pulled down the trigger of the beam gun without hesitation. Bang! A large explosion was heard. The entire lake blew up. Mechas that were close to the shore were instantly blown away by the shockwave of the blast. The tidal waves from the lake instantly pushed them back tens of meters. The mecha performing the final attack was also sent flying many meters away by the rebound of the gun and smashed onto the surface of the lake. Perhaps the force of the rebound was too great because his destroyed mecha was released black puffs of smoke. Captain Yang, while all the mecha operators were shouting with concern, Li Lan's group of 3 were also watching Yang Mingzi. In their time of need, Yang Mingzi made a move. In order to save the 3 of them, he used a move that destroyed both him and the monster. Without enough the beam shield to protect the mecha, it would of course be destroyed by the terrifying explosion. Shoo! Yang Mingzi's battered mecha suddenly floated above the water. Could it be that the damage to Yang Mingzi's mecha wasn't as severe as they had thought? Everyone relaxed a bit, but quickly discovered it wasn't the case. It was because Yang Mingzi's mecha didn't float above the water by itself and was brought up by Luo Lang who had fallen into the lake earlier. Captain Yang! Captain Yang! After putting down Yang Mingzi's mecha softly on the ground, Luolang anxiously shouted to Yang Mingzi. If he didn't respond, Luolang would have opened the cockpit and perform emergency first aid. Ugh, Captain Luo, I'm all right. Yang Mingzi had blood coming out of his mouth and tried his best to relieve Luolang's worries. Drink the emergency medicinal agent our regiment commander had prepared for us. Brother Shi's medicinal agents are very effective. After hearing that he was all right, Luolang instantly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't forget to remind Yang Mingzi to drink the medicine for the fear of some undetectable internal injuries. As long as he drank the medicine, it would make sure nothing could go wrong. Hearing Luolang's concern, Yang Mingzi wasn't going to ignore it. He took out the medicine from the small fridge contraption, opened it and drank it. These simple movements made Yang Mingzi use all of his body's energy, causing immense pain. I haven't been injured in so long. Didn't think that being injured would be so painful. Yang Mingzi smiled bitterly. He had forgotten the feeling of pain. As expected, living peacefully was a warrior's grave. Back then, his injuries were more severe than this, and yet he could still continue to operate his mecha and battle with the enemy until the bitter end. If it was back then, he wouldn't need Luolang's help to swim out of the lake and wouldn't be rendered him unable to move by such small injuries. At that moment, Li Lan and Ziyi had crawled out of the lake while dragging out the main body from the tentacle monster. In reality, the power of the explosion that Li Lan, Ziyi and Luolang had endured wasn't any less than Yang Mingzi's. Moreover, they had already sustained attacks from the tentacle monster. They should have all been injured, but the three of them were like wild beasts, as if they weren't even affected. Yang Mingzi looked at these three and couldn't help but think to himself, as expected of the new generation replacing the old generation, while the old generation dies on the battlefield. I'm indeed old. Yang Mingzi's mood was slightly depressed and felt some regret, but he felt more happy. These mecha operators that were too young to be true were much stronger than he was back then. He really wanted to see how far these young mecha operators will go. Perhaps he could follow behind them and become a legend too. Yang Mingzi didn't know why, but he actually had a thought like this. Chapter 694. Making a move. Li Lan and Ziyi dragged the main body of the tentacle monster onto shore. Luolang quickly ran up to them. The main body was even considered big for them, who were piloting mechas. If they fought with their regular bodies, they would be as small as ants compared to the tentacle monster. Luolang thought about this for a second, then frowned. He didn't want to be at the lowest level of the food chain. Luolang poked at the main body with interest. Suddenly he saw that there was a circular hole at the main body's lower part. The hole had black fluid constantly flowing out from it. Luolang knew that this was the monster's blood. In other words, this wasn't a mouth hole or the hole at the other end. Instead, it was wound. Guys, come take a look. Look at that. Luolang anxiously called out to people to come take a look. A bunch of people heard Luolang's call and gathered around him. Han Jijian was also poking at the hole with his large sword. Right as he did that, the black liquid that was flowing out suddenly squirted into the air. If Han Jijian's reaction wasn't as fast as it was, he would have been covered with the black liquid. It's indeed a wound, and it's also a fatal one, said Han Jijian. Yeah, the amount of black liquid that spewed out from the explosion wasn't as much as that wound itself. Li Lan saw that the ground they were standing on was already stained black, and the speed of the flowing black fluid did not slow down. The large circular body also deflated at a speed the naked eye could see. It seemed that the circular hole was the main reason why it died. Our boss probably made a move, Luolang said with a glint in his eyes. I agree. Ziyi supported Luolang's idea without hesitation. I also agree. Han Jijian thought for a second and could only come to such a conclusion as well. I don't see why not. Li Lan said with a smile. Only Ling Lan had the capabilities to find the fatal weakness of the tentacle monster and kill it in one hit. Everyone thought Ling Lan had made a move, but Ling Lan's group had just reached the deepest part of the lake. Ling Lan didn't expect the bottom of the lake to have a deep trench. Ling Lan stood at the edge of the trench and couldn't help but frown. Boss, the thermal indicators are reacting greatly. It seems like this is the place. Qi Long said sternly. Although they found the real source of the thermal signal, The bottom of the trench still gave Qilong a strong and terrifying pressure. This made Qilong's mood heavy. "Qilong, do you feel a strong pressure?" "My instincts tell me that I shouldn't go down there." Ling Lan's strange innate talent actually gave her a warning. Ling Lan couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. "My instincts also tells me that it's very dangerous." Qilong added more emphasis on very dangerous. Hearing this, Zhao Jun's expression became serious as well. He knew clearly that Qilong's animal instinct was very sensitive. There was definitely an existence that was of a great threat to them since Qilong felt danger. "Then, we're giving up on it?" Ling Lan didn't say anything. She indeed could choose to give up and report the information to the higher-ups. However, the outcome of doing it like this would mean that afterwards, she would no longer have any part in this. Ling Lan looked at the thermal signal shown on the mecha. She could predict that there was definitely a large energy source down in the trench. For her to give up on such a large prize, Ling Lan was still quite unwilling to do so. Compared to the credits little for accumulated by shady means, the thing in front of her could strengthen 250 Mecha Clan with real honor. Ling Lan's original resolve began to waver. "Go or leave, Regiment Commander, it's all done." At that moment, Ling Yu, who Ling Lan sent to clean up, had returned. Ling Lan turned around to face Ling Yu. She suddenly had a thought. With him here, going down there will be safe, right? However, using this kind of means to acquire merits, isn't it too shameful? The shame inside Ling Lan's heart began to battle fiercely with her selfishness. Not long after, her selfishness easily defeated her so-called shameful heart. Man, since he came to her voluntarily, if she didn't use him, she wouldn't be treating herself right. Ling Lan's palm clenched together and decisively made a decision. Thus Ling Lan ordered, "You guys wait here. Ling Yu, go down with me." "Boss, Regiment Commander." The other four all shouted. Was it safe to take a recently joined clan member? They weren't confident about Ling Yu, who had only just joined and had unknown capabilities. "Don't worry, Ling Yu is part of the Ling family, he will protect me." Ling Lan comforted, and at the same time she expressed the fact that her decision could not be changed. Hearing this, Qilong couldn't help but look towards Ling Yu. Did the boss mean that Ling Yu is stronger than him? Or perhaps, because Ling Yu is a loyalist of the Ling family, thus if something were to happen, Ling Yu would give up his life in exchange for the boss to escape? Qilong was worried. He didn't know why, but his instincts were telling him that it was the first reason he had thought. That was because his boss would definitely not sacrifice lives randomly, even if they were loyalists. Ling Lan led Ling Yu and jumped down into the trench. Not long after, they disappeared into the darkness. In the end, they had completely disappeared from Qilong and the others' radars. Maybe it was the strength of the thermal signal. It might have interfered with their other searching systems. The four of them looked at the anti-radar and could only comfort themselves with this fact. Ling Lan piloted her mecha and sunk down slowly. The cockpit was completely silent with only her soft breathing sound echoing through it. Loneliness, in addition to the pressure increasing as they sunk lower, made Ling Lan feel anxious. She couldn't help but say, "You're weird. Does the 23rd Division not have anything for you to do? You actually have time to play dress up?" "Lanner, your heart's wavering." Ling Yu's voice changed. The warmth it had also had a hint of comfort and made Ling Lan's heart instantly stop wavering. "I'm sorry, Dad." Ling Lan took a deep breath and expelled the anxiousness out of her. It turns out Ling Yu wasn't the real Ling Yu and was Ling Zhao dressed up as him. It seems that feeling the danger below could silently affect your mood. Looks like it's a hard opponent. Ling Zhao coldly stared at the bottom of the trench. It dared to bully his daughter. It was looking for a death wish. "Dad, that thing at the bottom is mine." After calming down, Ling Lan of course knew clearly who caused her mood to waver. She was instantly filled with anger. It actually dared to make look weak in front of her father. It was indeed looking for death wish. "All right." Ling Zhao replied with a smile and was proud of her. As expected of his daughter, gutsy and would not back away from a difficult situation. Alright, the two of them were never on the same page, but now somehow had a mutual understanding of each other. Chapter 695, tossed out the door. Inside the trench had an area shaped like an upside-down triangle. The space inside this area was vast, but it was filled with unknown plants and roots. Ling Lan and Ling Zhao didn't turn on their mecha's engines but instead chose to slowly sink down. They carefully piloted their mechas and moved away from the unknown plants. Their mechas didn't make any sound and safely landed at the bottom of the trench. The surrounding area was completely silent, as if there wasn't anything alive within the trench. However, Ling Lan and Ling Zhao knew there was definitely a terrifying creature hidden in this trench, seemingly to have hidden itself perfectly within the trench. Ling Lan didn't want to just sit and wait for the creature to come to them. She released her spiritual power and scanned the entire trench. Then she waved her mecha's arm, creating waves within the still water. It was as though a drop of water had fallen onto a heated pan, leavening up the dead zone in an instant. However, Ling Lan's movements didn't lure out the creature. The surrounding area was still silent and unmoving. Ling Lan couldn't help but frown. She didn't understand why that thing hadn't made a move yet. Could it be that her instincts were wrong? Was there no terrifying creature in this trench? Ling Lan immediately overruled her sudden change of thought. She believed her innate talent, profound insight, would be never wrong. There was definitely a creature more powerful than her in the area. It was just that it was patient enough to not make a move. There was definitely a reason for that. Ling Lan suddenly had an idea. She looked towards Ling Zhao and had a sudden realization. Could the creature also sense danger? Did it sense her father's hidden and terrifying power? Thus it didn't dare to make a move? Ling Lan was instantly frustrated. She originally wanted her father to be there as her insurance. Now it seemed like it was a terrible idea. The creature was probably so scared, it didn't dare to make any moves. If she can't completely destroy the creature, even if they reported the existence of the energy source, 250 Mecha Clan wouldn't be considered as the real founders. After all, her father, Ling Zhao, was going to leave after this mission. Once Ling Zhao leaves, this dangerous creature would immediately cause havoc. If she couldn't finish off this thing before anyone else discovers it, Ling Lan became frustrated. The military's regulations stated all discovered energy sources must be safe and not threatened by any form of danger. If it was discovered that it was dangerous, then the founder of the new energy source would be the one who resolved the danger. Ling Lan was not going to hand it over to others on a silver platter. Then how could she make the creature not fear Ling Zhao for it to make a move? Ling Lan glanced towards Ling Zhao as she thought about how she could get rid of her annoying father. Ling Zhao suddenly sneezed. He glanced at the temperature reading on his cockpit and saw that it was very warm. Why did he sneeze then? Could it be that his wife was lovingly thinking about him at home? Yes, that was probably the case. Ling Zhao had this thought joyfully. His wife was definitely lamenting the feeling of how one day felt like an eternity. She was probably now missing him and already regretting kicking him out. Planet South Crest, headquarters of the 23rd Division. Lan Luofeng was looking at the information only accessible to senior colonel rank. Every rank had their own data access permissions. The higher the rank, the more information they could access. Lan Luofeng looked through the list of information she had access to and discovered there wasn't information on what she wanted to know. Then she sighed and turned off the communicator's screen. Deputy Officer He, who stood beside her, carefully began to speak. Senior Colonel, if you want more information, you can always ask General Ling Zhao. As Lan Luofeng's deputy adjutant, he knew that a while ago, her senior officer had a fight with General Ling Zhao. Of course, the reason for their fight wasn't because of some family matter or the appearance of a mistress. It was instead because of their son, young Master Lan. Inside Adjutant He's mind, a young and proud Ling Lan, who broke 3 past records, activated his battle team during the new recruit training phase, looting one of the newest model of mechas from Caesar and earning his merits to be 250 Mecha Clan's regiment commander. After thinking up to this point, Adjutant He's eyes showed a hint of admiration. General Ling Zhao was indeed strong to make people admire him, but that was a legend in Senior Colonel Lan's generation. Luckily, they had a young Master Lan. Frankly speaking, This fight was started by Senior Colonel Lan. It was because Senior Colonel Lan was not content with young Master Lan and General Ling Zhao being sent off to a mission to explore new planets. Additionally, Adjutant He also believed that General Ling Zhao was quite fearless. Although Adjutant He believed young Master Lan was very talented, if he was given a few more years, young Master Lan would definitely be able to take on a mission like this by himself. However, it was still too early. After all, young Master Lan was still a new recruit who had only joined the division for less than a year. He had only been a regiment commander for a bit over 6 months. Even the most talented leader would not be able to fix that mecha clan in such a short amount of time. Moreover, it was mecha clan filled with damaged individuals. Nobody could accomplish anything without the necessary tools. Even if it was young Master Lan, he wouldn't be able to train a group of individuals who could take on a land-clearing mission in such a short amount of time. The result of the fight between the two of them left them parting on bad terms. General Ling Zhao seemed to be warm and easy to talk to, but in reality, when he made a decision, he was firm with it. Even Lan Luofeng, who he loved with all of his heart, could not change his decisions. Lan Luofeng, who could not receive a satisfying answer, angrily kicked General Ling Zhao out of the 23rd Division's headquarters. The two of them gave each the cold shoulder. General Ling Zhao had not returned to the general's mansion for more than a month. This made Adjutant He worried. It should be known that in the 23rd Division, there were many young and beautiful female soldiers. If General Ling Zhao drowned his sorrow with alcohol and was taken advantage of by someone, wouldn't her senior colonel go insane? Thus, whenever she had the chance, Adjutant He wouldn't forget to remind her senior officer to give in and ask the general to come back home. Lan Luofeng knew her adjutant was doing this to be nice. She knew very well where Ling Zhao was at this moment. Even if she wanted to contact him, she wouldn't be able to at this moment. However, she wasn't thinking of that bastard. Her mind was filled with thoughts about her soft, cute and adorable baby Lan. That idiot Ling Zhao actually made the decision to take her baby girl away on a land clearing mission. After thinking up to this point, Lan Luofeng's anger was reignited. She felt that she hadn't hit Ling Zhao enough on that day. It wasn't enough to get rid of the resentment in her heart. What kind of mission was a land clearing mission? As a soldier in the Federation, she of course knew of it. From the beginning days of the Federation, the mortality rate never dropped below 40% during these missions. It was a ratio of 1 person dying out of 2 people. This made her worry immensely. Thus, how could she not hate Ling Zhao? Back then, when Ling Zhao sent their daughter to the men's academy accidentally, she was already angry. She didn't think that letting Ling Zhao do as he pleased would make him go overboard. This time, he didn't even notify her and sent her daughter to a land-clearing mission. If her adjutant didn't tell her this, she probably would be still in the dark. Luckily, that bastard still had some resemblance of being a father. In the end, he promised her that he would personally go to protect their daughter. Lan Luofeng then felt a bit better. Ling Zhao was after all a division's leader and couldn't leave the headquarters for too long at a time. In order to let Ling Zhao leave silently, the two of them conveniently used this fight as a reason to be away from each other. Ling Zhao pretended to be depressed and hid in the headquarters, not meeting with anyone. During this time, he only met with First Staff Officer He Xueyang. First Staff Officer was once again screwed over by General Ling Zhao. When necessary, he would pretend to be the general and approve documents for him. As expected, he must have owed the Ling family's father and son in his past life. Thus in his current life he must be their slave to repay them. Lan Luofeng, on the other hand, would handle everyone who came to the general's mansion to meet Ling Zhao. Normally, Lan Luofeng hated dealing with this type of public relations. However, she endured it because of her baby daughter. Of course, Lan Luofeng, who was still depressed, made a decision that unless her baby Lan returned home safely, she would definitely not forgive that bastard. Alright, at this moment, Lan Luofeng was definitely regretting her decision and was thinking of Ling Zhao just as Ling Zhao had predicted. Well, it can't be said that she wasn't thinking about him. After all, Lan Luofeng was thinking of beating Ling Zhao a few times to let out her frustration and anger. Thus, One must never provoke a female tiger protecting their cubs. There would be no going back, and thus the heroic father Ling was kicked out by the heroic mother Lan. People should light some candles for General Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao suddenly felt killing intent in the air while he was blissfully think about Lan Luofen. Ling Zhao didn't hesitate and blocked with his large sword. Clank. The clash between the two cold weapons was muffled by the water. The huge shockwave shook the water around them and split the water apart as it quickly flowed back into position. Ling Zhao smirked. This is method you thought of? Since it's afraid of you and doesn't dare to make a move, then I'll just let it have that chance. Ling Lan replied indifferently. In such a short time, she indeed couldn't think of any other way to lure the creature out. It wasn't the fact she couldn't get Ling Zhao to leave, but Ling Lan would not actually put herself in peril just to lure out the opponent. That would be a stupid move. After thinking back and forth, the only way was to make it think that the two of them were not in the same team. This would allow the creature to believe it had a chance to sneak an attack onto Ling Zhao. As long as it made a move, Ling Lan would be able to find it. It indeed is a way to resolve the issue. Then let your dad test out how much you've improved, Ling Zhao said somewhat excitedly. The creature here was considered dangerous to Ling Lan, but wasn't to Ling Zhao. In actuality, he had already somewhat sensed the location of the creature. It was just that Ling Lan had said that the prey was hers, so he couldn't make a move. Additionally, he didn't want his own daughter to miss out on a battle with an opponent who was stronger than her. With him by her side, he could protect his own daughter and make sure she wouldn't get injured. How could Ling Zhao destroy this opportunity of a lifetime for Ling Lan? Chapter 696, Violence. Now that they both understand the current situation, this father and daughter couple began to fight for real in the depths of the trench. Ling Lan put all her effort into fighting with Ling Zhao, a God-class operator. It was because Ling Lan knew that even if she tried her hardest, she would only be able to go a few rounds. If she still kept holding back, she was looking for beating. It was just as Ling Lan had thought. Right as Ling Zhao retaliated, she was immediately under pressure the entire time and was getting pushed back from each attack. She could only block and not have any chance to counterattack. Roar? The creature that was silently watching the prey that had entered his domain was now very confused. It didn't understand why these two creatures that came together began to fight each other. Was it because they weren't together? It had a sudden realization and began to move about. The two creatures that came from above, one wasn't very dangerous, but the other one terrified it. It was also this fear that made it watch them from the sidelines. It was the reason why it chose to continue to hide silently and not attack recklessly. This creature that was hiding in a corner was the ruler of these waters. No other creature dared to enter its domain. Everyone that had entered his domain had already been devoured by this creature. Originally, after these two entered its domain, it was preparing to gobble them up. However, when it was about to make a move, it felt a terrifying aura around the prey. This aura was very familiar. The High Ruler of this planet also had this type of aura. This creature had once seen other creatures that were stronger than it be ruthlessly torn apart by this High Ruler. It believed in its instincts because from when it was born, it lived through many dangerous situations using its instincts and safely lived until now. This included the time when it revolted against the High Ruler, but it sensed the feeling of death and decisively chose to submit. This also helped it live until now as well. Its other companions, however, did not believe in their instincts and were killed by the High Ruler in the end. The creature was originally planning to give up hunting them instantly, had a change of heart because of Ling Lan and Ling Zhao's actions. It was because this creature had not eaten meat for a very long time, ever since the apocalypse. The temperature of these waters kept getting higher and higher. The organisms in the lake started decreasing and in the end, only it was left. Even if it ate plants, it could still survive. However, eating meat once in a while was also good. The creature felt the saliva dripping from his mouth. It looked towards its prey, one it didn't dare to attack. If the two of them were on the same side, then it would of course not be greedy. However, now it seemed one of the prey could be caught. Moving away from the creature that was debating with itself in a dark corner, on the other side of the water, Ling Lan felt her entire body completely drained of energy after only blocking 8 hits from Ling Zhao. However, Ling Zhao didn't hold back and followed up with another attack that was going straight for the helmet of the mecha. Bang! The two large swords clashed forcefully once again. Ling Lan's mecha was pushed back. Normally, Ling Lan would immediately reposition the mecha, but because of how tired she was, she actually couldn't reposition it in time. A chance. The creature hiding in the darkness saw this and became excited. It didn't even think for a second and four tentacles silently moved towards Ling Lan. This creature had a habit of ambushing in this way. The tentacles silently yet swiftly rose up from the darkness, looking to capture Ling Lan's mecha. Shoo! The large sword Ling Zhao was using to attack Ling Lan suddenly slanted and moved a little bit. Two tentacles had been severed by Ling Zhao. At that moment, Ling Lan had already noticed the attack of the other two tentacles. She didn't choose to dodge and also didn't use her large sword to block. Instead, she let the tentacles wrap around her mecha. In its blind spot, a powerful laser rifle slipped into the mecha's left hand. The tentacles pulled Ling Lan rapidly down into the depth of the trench. Ling Lan's mecha was instantly dragged to a corner of the trench. The creature that attacked Ling Lan wasn't stupid. Its tentacles had wrapped around the two arms of Ling Lan's mecha. After watching the two of them fight, it knew that these two organisms used their two arms to attack. As long as it controlled their arms, there wouldn't be any danger. Of course, the creature wouldn't choose to attack Ling Zhao. It didn't want to die just yet. Just from watching the two of them fight, the creature knew that Ling Zhao was much stronger than it was. If it wasn't because of his hunger, it wouldn't jump into the fray and fight over the prey. Of course, the reason why the creature dared to make a move was because in its mind, whoever acquired the prey would be able to eat it. No one would fight to the death for food. The creature clearly thought Ling Lan and Ling Zhao had similar habits. This was also the reason it was doomed to be living a terrible life. Ling Zhao's had a glint in his eyes as he saw that his daughter being pulled away by the tentacles. Although he knew of his daughter's plan, the creature was still taking away his daughter right under his nose. This was definitely something Ling Zhao couldn't endure. His mecha then disappeared from its original position. In the next second, his mecha appeared at the end of the direction Ling Lan was being pulled towards. The outer shell of the mecha changed into a standard ace mecha in the blink of an eye. The creature was still excited about catching its prey. It did not notice a mecha had appeared above its head. The barrel of a large beam gun was silently aimed at its head. If the creature harmed his daughter in any way, Ling Zhao would blow the creature into a million pieces in an instant. The creature, that didn't have a sense of crisis, had its eyes fixed on the prey it had snatched. It opened its drooling mouth and ruthlessly bit down on its prey. On Ling Lan's side, she saw that the ground suddenly had a large crack appearing. The crack suddenly rose up as if it was a large mouth and bit on the right leg of her mecha. Ling Lan activated her beam shield in an instant. Crunch! It bit down on the mecha's leg with a large force. If Ling Lan didn't use a high-capacity beam shield energy storage unit, the energy level of the beam shield would probably have been broken through from this bite. Even so, Ling Lan's mecha's beam shield energy levels dropped to nothing instantly. The entire mecha instantly became dark and would not be able to take on another bite like the last one. Ow! 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 The creature instantly spat out the leg of the mecha. It even saw that one of its teeth was spat out as well. It began to have tears form in its eyes from the pain and the thought of losing its tooth. Wah wah wah. It was originally filled with hope that this prey would be full of delicious meat, but all it got was a tough bone. Additionally, was it because it hadn't eaten meat for so long and only ate plants, causing his teeth to no longer be able to bite down on bone? Wah wah wah, my little tooth. While the creature was still sad about his broken tooth, Ling Lan knew that she was in a dangerous situation. The laser rifle in her left hand suddenly shot out a slew of beams and hit the tentacles wrapped around her mecha's arms. The tentacles were instantly sliced apart by the beams. The prey didn't taste any good and wanted to escape. This was definitely a provocation. The creature became angry. Its tentacles were like trees after a first spring shower, violently rising up from the ground. It wanted to hold its prey in place then think about how to eat it. Although its idea was perfect, Ling Lan didn't give it that chance. The laser rifle's consecutive attacks destroyed the tentacles one by one. It created an opening and Ling Lan moved her mecha out of the grasp of the tentacles. The large sword in her right hand instantly slashed towards the direction the tentacles had risen up from. Right here. If Ling Lan still didn't know the location of the main body after so long, the time she spent in the learning space all these years would have been considered a waste of time. She would definitely be taken back into the learning space by all the instructors and relearn everything. The large sword ruthlessly hit the ground. A black ink-like liquid spewed out from the ground. A painful roar echoed and a shapeless spiritual attack flew towards Ling Lan. Ling Lan activated the heptashield and countered the sound wave attack. Roar? This was the first time this creature's spiritual attack was countered. The tentacles that were about to attack Ling Lan suddenly froze and floated in the water. Seeing this, Ling Lan moved her mecha and pulled on one of the tentacles. She saw half of the large circular body be pulled out of the mud at the bottom of the trench. Spiritual attack? Then I'll let you have a taste of what a real spiritual attack is like. Ling Lan saw that the tentacle monster planning to attack again. Thus she sent a spiritual charge straight towards the circular body. As the creature roared once again, countless tentacles around the circular body began to tremble intensely. The tentacles that were closer to the main body began wrapping around it as though to protect itself from the next attack. You think you can block the attack if you do that? Ling Lan snorted coldly. Her left hand pulled on the tentacle in her hand. The circular body instantly flew up from the bottom of the trench and towards Ling Lan. Ling Lan decisively threw down the large sword. Her large clenched fist ruthlessly punched the circular main body. This is for making me look bad in front of my dad. And this too. Ling Lan didn't forget what it did to her and was full of resentment. Now that she saw the culprit, how could she hold in her anger? Ling Lan, who had been the pillar holding together her group of friends, as luck would have it, showed her weak side to the person she wanted acknowledgement from the most. This made Ling Lan feel irritated. She actually wanted to use her actions to tell Ling Zhao that she was able to hold her own. Unfortunately, things didn't go the way she wanted. Her opening display was not very good, especially since she would rarely have a chance to go on a mission together with her dad. Just like that, one punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Each punch hit the flesh, pushing away the tentacles, revealing the circular main body. Ling Lan didn't stop and was still punching. Her punches made the creature constantly roared in pain. Not long after, wounds started to open up on the circular body. Black ink-like fluid flowed out from them. As Ling Lan's fists hit it one after the other, more liquid slowly flowed from the main body. Ling Zhao watched as the stubborn and unreasonable fists of Ling Lan continued pummeling the unknown creature. His face twitched a little bit. He decided to turn around and pretend he didn't see the gory scene. He definitely wouldn't admit that the violent mecha operator down there was his daughter. It should be known that him and Lan Luofeng were warm and friendly people and were definitely not violent. Their daughter also inherited their virtues and was a kind and cute young lady. Thus, he was definitely hallucinating. Chapter 697, Acting Cute. Roar. Ling Lan suddenly stopped wailing her fists and looked at the circular body that she had already punched countless of holes in. What she heard just now, wasn't what she thought. Roar, roar. Seeing Ling Lan stopping her fists, the circular body suddenly called out excitedly. That excitement seemed as though it was rejoicing that it managed to gain a new lease of life. Dad, did you hear what I did? Ling Lan turned around and asked her father, who was coldly watching from the side. With uncertainty, she could actually understand the creature's words. Could it be that she had already been possessed by this creature's father without her noticing? Ling Lan shuddered at the thought and immediately examined her body. After finding that everything was normal, she was no longer worried. That's right. Ling Zhao covered his mouth with his hand and coughed, holding in his laughter as he answered. He seemed to have also understood the meaning of the sound the creature had made. It was too funny. It actually dares to call me dad. This little SHT, I will definitely kill it. Ling Lan instantly exploded in anger. She wasn't even married yet and did not have any children. Most importantly, She was a woman. A woman. Why not call her mom instead of dad? The creature referring to her as dad touched Ling Lan's reverse scale. She clenched her fists and pummeled the creature once again. However, the force behind her punches had decreased a lot. Although Ling Lan was angry, she did not let it get to her head. She knew that in this unknown planet, if the creature of this planet could provide them some information, then the road ahead would undoubtedly be much easier. Thus, Ling Lan decided to temporarily keep it alive until it wasn't useful anymore, then kill it. Ling Zhao thought for a moment and said with uncertainty, "It's possible that during our conversation, it heard you called me dad. It probably thinks dad is a respectful term to address a strong individual." Ling Lan thought about it and thought that seemed right. This creature had never seen humans before and would definitely not know the meaning behind the names they called each other. It only imitated the way she called Ling Zhao. It believed that dad was a term for a strong individual because Ling Zhao was clearly stronger than her. After understanding what it meant, Ling Lan stopped and let go of the beaten-up body of the creature. She glanced at the creature. Her face twitched a little. It seemed that she may have put too much force into her punches. The circular creature was lying lifelessly at the bottom of the trench with all of its tentacles sprawled on the side. Well, there were still two tentacles moving about, but these two were only unconsciously convulsing. Ling Lan covered her face with her hands. Woo woo woo. Ever since her dad and her been together on this mission, her behavior was quite insane and barbaric. She didn't have any bit of her usual calmness or strategic thinking. Could it be because she knew that she had someone to rely on, thus she wasn't afraid of anything? Ling Lan looked at Ling Zhao with frustration. Next time, she wouldn't come out together with her father. Otherwise, she would get used to the habit of relying on her father. If that were to happen, she can kiss being independent in the future goodbye. After making a decision, Ling Lan piloted her mecha and landed beside the circular creature. She kicked it, surprising the creature, causing all of its tentacles to move about. Then she coldly asked, "Are you willing to submit?" Roar? Submit? What is that? The creature was confused. This was the first time he spoke with a human and could not understand what the word meant. There is actually a way to talk to that thing. That is to use your spiritual power to communicate with it. This creature's spiritual power seems to be pretty high. It should be able to endure the high-pressure spiritual communication method you normally use. This method that Ling Zhao had suggested wasn't a friendly method with no risks. It was instead an extremely violent way of forcing what one wanted to express into the mind space of another individual to make them understand. Of course, this method had some risk for the individual taking the brunt of the force. These individuals would easily be injured from the immense spiritual power of the aggressor. If these individuals had weaker spiritual power, they might even instantly become mindless zombies. Ling Lan heard Ling Zhao's suggestion and felt that it was appropriate. Originally, this creature was her prey, so if she destroyed it, she wouldn't regret it. Thus she forcefully sent over what she wanted to convey using her spiritual power, warning the creature to not go against her, otherwise she would instantly kill it. The circular creature knew that its life was being held hostage by this scary and terrifying creature. Additionally, another even more terrifying creature was watching it from above. It wouldn't dare to go against her. Normally creatures with large bodies were all strong physical attackers with weak spiritual power. This huge circular monster, however, was an oddball. Aside from its terrifying physical attack power, its spiritual power was also very strong. It easily withstood Ling Lan's spiritual pressure. This way, the two of them could now easily communicate with each other. "Yes, Dad. I choose to submit to you." The circular creature still hadn't realized the term it used to address Ling Lan with had some issues. Ling Lan felt her fingers itch, but she endured it. She decided to let it go this time since it didn't know any better. However, Ling Lan didn't want to suddenly have a random otherworldly baby in her life. She also felt his circular creature was too ugly and did not meet the requirements of her need for pretty things. She coldly corrected it and said, "Don't call me Dad." Normally, servants who chose to submit all called me Master. The circular creature immediately changed the term it addressed Ling Lan and shouted, "Master, are there any creatures stronger than you in these waters?" This was the first thing Ling Lan had to make sure. After all, This was going to become their 250 Mega Clan's base camp, so she needed to make sure it was safe. There aren't any others. I am the strongest here, Master. I'm very scared. Ling Lan didn't know why, but she detected a hint of fawning and ass-kissing from the creature's voice. Could it be an instinct of the creature to get it out of dire situations? So this creature that had never seen humans before, yet it knew how to behave itself? Was it your subordinate who attacked my subordinates on the shore? Ling Lan asked. How many more subordinates like that do you have? Can you control them? They aren't my subordinates, they're my clones, replied the creature proudly. There are countless clones of myself in these waters. Of course I can control them. Will they attack objects that move closer to them? Ling Lan asked another question. Of course they won't. Without my orders, these clones will only stay in the water and eat things. My main body is very large, requiring a lot of nutrients to sustain myself. Just relying on my main body, I would definitely starve to death. Thus, I made countless of clones to help me eat, replied the circular creature earnestly. Ever since the apocalypse, only this creature survived in these waters. It was because it had felt a terrifying danger approaching and sent countless clones to protect its main body. In the end, millions of clones were sacrificed to give the main body a chance to live. Due to the lack of food, it was unable to return to its original peak in power. This was why it was easily caught by the prey it had set its eyes on. If it was at its peak power, even a scarier creature might not be able to take it on. The circular creature was sad after thinking about all that. It was already filled with sadness due to its companions disappearing. Even itself had become the prey of another organism. It only hoped that this organism would be kind enough to let it go. After all, it didn't taste good. Back then, stronger creatures had bitten down on his tentacles before, in the end puked it out and ran away. Yes, this was why it had survived in the beginning. The taste of its flesh was indeed not very good. The circular creature rejoiced in its mind and prayed the taste buds of its master wasn't too odd. Otherwise it wouldn't know whether or not it could live. If it could live, it would definitely not want to die. This desperate attempt to live was also one of the reasons why it had gotten away from dangerous situations one after the other. It was one of the only organisms that had managed to live through the apocalypse in the end. Then, are there any creatures stronger than you on this planet? After knowing there were no more threats in these waters, Ling Lan was relieved. She began to become interested in the ecology of this planet. The circular creature replied earnestly. Of course there are ones stronger than me. I am only the high ruler of these waters. Other places have creatures stronger than me. It's just that I'm not sure whether they survived the apocalypse. The circular creature's mood was a bit depressed. Ever since the apocalypse, it hadn't seen any of its companions. Although the circular creature lived in the water, it was an amphibious organism. It could also live on land, but every time it crawled onto shore, it would feel an intense sense of danger. It, being the careful creature that it was, would choose to retreat into the water. Although companions were important, its life was more important. Thus it stayed submerged in the water, until today as it was captured by this organism standing in front of it. Thinking up to this point, the circular creature regretted its decision. If it wasn't greedy for the taste of flesh, it would still have its freedom and still be the high ruler of these waters. Hearing this, Ling Lan shook her head. As expected, this planet wasn't just a simple planet. She looked towards Ling Zhao and saw Ling Zhao shaking his head. Ling Lan knew what that meant. He came here after hiding his identity only to protect her. Thus, even if other clans met with stronger creatures, he would coldly watch from a distance and wouldn't make a move. Although this seemed cold-blooded, Ling Lan knew her father didn't have a choice. If enemies knew her father was here, enemies of the Federation would without a doubt not give up on this chance to murder Ling Zhao. Although Ling Zhao was strong and was probably the strongest God-class operator, even the strongest God-class operator would not be able to survive the onslaught of many God-class operators attacking him at the same time. Ling Lan took a deep breath, her eyes glistening with coldness. She was a selfish person. The reason she tried so hard to be stronger was to make sure her family members could live a peaceful life. Thus, she didn't want to see her father helping others, voluntarily putting himself on a silver platter. Then, Dad, remember to watch over me. Don't let those stronger creatures hurt me. Otherwise, you should think about how you will plan on telling Mom," Ling Lan said plainly. Ling Zhao had a blank look on his face. Did my daughter just act cute? Cute? Acting cute? Ling Zhao's joy flowed through his entire body. Chapter 698, Spiritual Entity. Ling Lan began to think about ways to dispose of this large creature. Although this thing had submitted to her, it was still not human and would definitely have selfish thoughts. Ling Lan didn't want to have a threat existing outside of their headquarters of this planet. Although this creature seemed to be afraid of death at the moment and was easily subdued, this thing might still show its violent nature if her father was not here. Only Ling Lan and Ling Zhao could control it. If others wanted to control it, they probably needed to pay with a lot of blood. After feeling the killing intent seeping out from Ling Lan, the circular creature's tentacles began to tremble. It roared to beg for mercy. Two tentacles were even holding onto Ling Lan's thigh as if its life depended on it. Afterwards, the entire circular body wrinkled into a ball shape. 2 points on the body actually had transparent droplets coming out from them. It was like two flowing rivers, merging with the lake water in the end. Dad, is it crying? Ling Lan frowned. The behavior of the circular creature gave her a headache. This thing was behaving nothing like a violent creature. How can she be ruthless now? In reality, Ling Lan purposefully didn't move away from it hugging on her thigh. She wanted to dispose of this creature completely to make sure there were no threats around their headquarters. However, it had submitted to her after all. Although Ling Lan was ruthless, she never killed things for no reason. Thus, she softened her heart. She gave it a chance to attack her. If it does attack her, she would then have a reason to kill it. However, she didn't think this thing would actually cozy her up. This made Ling Lan unable to make a decision. It's probably crying. Ling Zhao rubbed his chin and looked at this circular creature who behaved oddly. He began to search through his divine command sect to see if there were methods to control other spiritual entities. If there weren't any restrictions placed on the creature, he would not be able to have peace of mind when he returns. I think we should just kill it. After looking through all the methods, the amazing General Ling Zhao still couldn't find a method to control the creature. In order to eradicate any possible threats in the future, General Ling Zhao decided to end this creature in cold blood. Ling Lan looked at circular creature sympathetically. The creature seemed to understand its end. The two rivers of tears instantly became waterfalls. Oh my! Crying like this actually made Ling Lan waver in her decision. After feeling that it had a slim chance to live, a bang sounded and the circular creature's body suddenly split open. From the crack, a small white ball suddenly jumped out. Oh, it wasn't a ball because the bottom half of it seemed to have some hair. Then it forcefully bumped on Ling Lan's cockpit. Ling Zhao's expression changed. Right as he was about to cut the white ball with his sword, he saw Ling Lan giving him a signal. It was signaling him not to move. It turns out, Ling Lan didn't feel any killing intent from the white ball. She wanted to see what this white ball wanted to do. The small ball bumped on the cockpit, then vanished. Ling Lan had an expression of surprise on her face as she looked at the little white ball appearing in her cockpit. She didn't know what method it used, but it had actually entered her cockpit. Ling Lan squinted her eyes and a flash of killing intent passed through her eyes. This situation was too weird. Even if Ling Lan pitied the creature, she still needed to be ruthless at this moment. Master, that is a spiritual entity. Ling Lan didn't understand how Little Blossom knew what the ball that appeared in her cockpit was. Meep, meep. The little ball suddenly had two eyes appeared on it and looked at Ling Lan with tears in its eyes. Master, don't kill please. SHT, it is so cute. Ling Lan didn't think that such a large main body would house such a cute and petite spiritual entity. Although Ling Lan always behaved like a man, she still had the heart of a young maiden. After seeing the little guy, her maiden heart fluttered furiously. Little Blossom, can you control its spiritual power? Although Ling Lan liked it very much, she didn't forget the threat it posed. She suddenly remembered Little Blossom had the power to devour spiritual power. Little Blossom had once used his clones to watch over her subordinates, thus she asked with uncertainty. After all, Little Blossom's power was only used against humans before. However, She didn't know whether it worked against spiritual entities. Little Blossom bit on his fingers and looked at the ball, as if deep in thought. Seeing this, Ling Lan sighed, "If there's any danger, then don't even consider it. I will have to kill it then." Right as Ling Lan was about to form a strong spiritual charge to completely destroy the spiritual entity of the circular creature, Little Blossom pulled out his fingers from his mouth and nodded with great force. "I can do it." Ling Lan immediately stopped her spiritual charge. "No danger?" Ling Lan was worried that Little Blossom might be hurt while trying to control the spiritual entity. Little Blossom nodded proudly. "Piece of cake." Ling Lan flicked his forehead and said, "Why did you look like you were making a difficult decision then?" Little Blossom made Ling Lan think that it wasn't possible or perhaps dangerous, or perhaps Little Blossom felt that Ling Lan would be hurt. That was why Little Blossom showed such an expression. Little Blossom rubbed his forehead with tears in his eyes. His expression was innocent and said, "Little Four said to display our importance, we should act a little bit and not follow when asked. So it's Little Four, huh?" Ling Lan gritted her teeth. Little Blossom only awakened for a short while and had already been taught how to be naughty by Little Four. When he wakes up, she would definitely beat him to a pulp. However, she still had to wait for him to wake up in order to punish him. Ling Lan's mood was somewhat down. She now thought about Little Four, who always slipped up every once in a while. Little Blossom saw that his master was thinking about Little Four and knew that Ling Lan wasn't going to be paying any attention to him for some time. He had temporarily gotten away from a dangerous situation. In order to make sure the boss would not come back in the future to punish him, Little Blossom decided to make amends. He immediately broke off a piece of his hair, then blew it towards the little white ball, who was making noise non-stop. Little Blossom's movements didn't escape Ling Lan's eyes. The short hair Little Blossom had broken off was actually his spiritual power. It flew out of her mind space, towards the little ball. The little ball didn't feel the terrifying spiritual power approaching, or perhaps it was because Little Blossom didn't have any killing intent. Finally, Little Blossom's spiritual power touched the little ball. The little ball then felt the terrifying spiritual power. It cried out and the hairs below it began to stand up. Ling Lan then discovered that those weren't hairs, but rather tentacles that could stretch at will. The little ball felt the spiritual power had the power to destroy it. Once it lets the power enter its spiritual body, it could be instantly destroyed. The little ball began to squirm around intensely, attempting to expel the power out of its spiritual body. "Since you want to submit to me, then you must choose to live with it." The little ball suddenly heard Ling Lan's voice. "Meep, meep." The little ball felt wronged and cried out. After thinking about it, it finally stopped struggling and let the terrifying spiritual power enter its spiritual body. Even if it tried its hardest to stop the power from entering its body, it still couldn't stop it. The little ball decided to take a gamble and hope that its master did not actually want to take its life. When it felt the terrifying spiritual power had completely entered its body, the bright little ball instantly darkened. Its mood was down and hid in the corner of the cockpit. It faced away from Ling Lan to show its wronged heart. It really wanted to submit to its master. Why would master do this to it? Ling Lan didn't care about this little thing's mood. She made it submit to her forcefully. If it wasn't for the fact that the spiritual entity was somewhat cute, she would have destroyed it. Thus, if anyone wants to live a longer life, looking pretty and cute are necessary. Ling Lan used her finger to poke the spiritual entity. The little ball then turned around and looked at Ling Lan with a saddened expression to show how hurt it was. "Oh, now that I've confirmed to take you as a subordinate, shouldn't you go back to your main body? Are you not afraid of dissipating?" She remembered that Little Four had once said spiritual entity could not leave their main body for too long at a time. Otherwise there would be the danger of the spiritual entity dissipating. The white part of the little ball was already becoming translucent. Hearing this, all of the tentacles of the little ball stood up in fear. In the next second, it immediately pounced towards its main body. While being sad, it had completely forgotten that it was a spiritual entity. If it wasn't for its master's reminder, it would nearly die from its spiritual body dissipating. Once it returned to the main body, The main body returned to liveliness from before. It hugged and kissed Ling Lan's mecha while crying. It didn't forget to be grateful to its master for saving its life. Preparing to let it go? Seeing this, Ling Zhao knew Ling Lan had already made a decision. Yeah, it's not a bad fighter. Ling Lan would of course not give up on this super terrifying fighter since she had control over its life or death. Alright, then make sure you watch over it well. Don't let it create any problems. Ling Zhao didn't have any complaints, no matter what Ling Lan decided. As a father following the teachings of the 24 filial exemplars, he would agree without any conditions. Understood. Ling Lan smirked. With a father like Ling Zhao who trusted his own daughter unconditionally, how could a daughter not love him? Ling Lan loved a father like Ling Zhao. Ling Lan began to patiently give orders to her new subordinate. She made it use its clones to be stationed at different locations of the lake to monitor the entire area of the lake. Once there were signs of danger, these clones would send a warning. After all that, the two of them piloted their mecha. Returning to the entrance of the trench, the two of them then led the Qilong, Zhao Jun and the others, who were waiting worriedly, out of the lake. Seeing the 6 of them returning safely, Li Lan and the others who were waiting on the shore of the lake were relieved. Ling Lan landed her mecha and ordered, Jijian, notify Lin Zonking, all mecha operators and logistics personnel land will here. This place will be the 250 mecha clan's first base camp on this planet. Yes, Regiment Commander. Han Jijian said excitedly. Since their boss had given his orders, this meant that these waters were no longer dangerous. They were without a doubt very lucky to be able to quickly acquire a safe area to set up camp. Chapter 699. XXQ1 base. Ah, there's some news from boss. Lin Zonking, who had been waiting in the starship, jumped up in excitement when he saw the message on his communicator. The people beside him also started clapping at the good news. Finally, after waiting for a few hours, their boss called them. I'll immediately apply for a landing request. Lin Zonking rushed off immediately after saying that. The logisticians of 250 Mecha Clan were on board the starship. If they wanted to unload their supplies, the entire starship had to land. A landing request had to be made immediately because they were not the only Mecha Clan on the starship. All the Mecha Clans were rushing for time. No one wanted the starship to land while they were still packing their supplies. Hence, everyone rushed to apply for the landing request. Li Shi stretched his back to loosen up his stiff body. Then, he stood up and said to Luo Zhao and Hong Xuya, inform our people to take care of medical supplies carefully. We can't afford to lose a single pill. Yes. Han Xuya and Luo Zhao received the order and rushed out to inform the logisticians of the medical department. Li Shi gave this order because the logisticians were carrying special medicines and agents. He didn't place them in the warehouse because the warehouse was used by everyone. If someone made a mistake or detained a portion of their medical supplies, he would cry. These medicines and agents were really important to 250 Mecha Clan. They could save lives. Hence, they must be safely protected. In the Central Command Center, an officer who was staring at the optical supercomputer screen shouted, "A Mecha Clan is requesting to land. They have sent in the coordinates." The officers, who were about to fall asleep, jumped up in excitement. "Haha, we are the first to get the request. Which impressive Mecha Clan is that?" One of the officers laughed. He was in charge of communicating with the other fleets, so he knew that no other starships had landed on the new planet yet. It's... The officer's smile froze when he saw the 3 numbers. What happened? The other officers asked anxiously when they heard no reply. The officer's smile disappeared. He said softly, 250. What? Some people didn't hear it properly. It's 250 Mecha Clan. The officer shouted this time. The entire command center turned silent. A few seconds later, someone groaned, "FK, it's not someone from our fleet. Our passenger is faster than our own Mecha Clans. This is impossible. Even the ace Mecha Clans from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Division haven't found a base yet. How did this rubbish Mecha Clan find one before them? What kind of luck was that?" Someone sighed. "Did they just simply chose a spot, then requested us to land?" Unsurprisingly, Many officers agreed with this thought. No one believed 250 Mecha Clan was able to find a safe place to set up their base in such a short time. Some officers even suggested asking 250 Mecha Clan to inspect their location again to ensure its safety. HMPH. A cold voice came from the door. Ji Ming walked into the Central Command Center with a stern face. Just because 250 Mecha Clan is not under us, you don't trust them and even want to set up obstacles for them. Ji Ming stared at the officers seriously. There were disappointment and anger in his eyes. They were not from their fleet, but 250 Mecha Clan was still a part of the 23rd Division. I'm sorry, Commanding Officer. The 250 Mecha Clan had always been deemed as useless, so we suspected them. One of the officers bucked up his courage and spoke the truth when he saw Ji Ming being angry. Those were just rumors. Did you see the 250 Mecha Clan personally before? Even if you did, how do you know that things haven't changed over these past few years? Who said that 250 Mecha Clan would be useless forever? Ji Ming glared at all of his officers. They lowered their heads in shame. Actually, Ji Ming was curious whether 250 Mecha Clan really found a safe spot to set up their base. However, he knew that if General Ling Zhao gave 250 Mecha Clan this mission, it meant that the Mecha Clan was ready to accept such missions. Ji Ming firmly believed in the decisions made by General Ling Zhao, as he was a crazy fan of Ling Zhao. He waved his hand and said, "Have the starship land at the coordinates given by 250 Mecha Clan?" "Yes." The officer immediately accepted the 250 Mecha Clan's request after receiving this order. "If you are not convinced, you can push our Mecha Clans to work harder. We still have a chance." Ji Ming couldn't help but remind them, if 250 Mecha Clan could do it, their Mecha Clans could do it too. It would be an honor for them if they were faster than the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Division. Many officers got enlightened by their commander-in-chief's words and quickly contacted the regiment commanders under them. After speaking to them, all the regiment commanders promised that they would work harder with their clan members. FK, 250 Mecha Clan, I hate you. All the regiment commanders screamed in their cockpit after hanging up the call. Ling Lan sneezed suddenly. What happened? Ling Zhao got nervous. His daughter just sneezed. She could be sick. He wondered if there were any unknown viruses on the new planet. Is it harmful to the body? How can he help his daughter? Ling Lan rubbed her nose and examined her body carefully. She felt great. She calmed down and said, "I'm fine. Maybe Mummy is missing me." Ling Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. If something happened to his daughter, he would have a hard time later at home. Soon, the news of 250 Mecha Clan finding a place for their base was made known to the other divisions. The commanders-in-chief of the other fleets were furious. The first Mecha Clan to set up their base would have their names written down in history. This was an honor. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Division had been fighting for this glory within themselves for so many years, but this time, someone else took it from them. It was the 23rd Division. A division that they never held in high regard. However, no matter how strong a team was, luck was an important factor too. Everyone thought that 250 Mecha Clan just got lucky. No one would have thought that they had to fight a formidable monster and had gone through many obstacles before finding their location. Of course, this thought was to act as their excuse for their incompetence. All the divisions were jealous of 250 Mecha Clan. They wished that they were the ones who found the location first. Anyone who went through a land-clearing mission knew there was a huge difference between a division with a base and a division without one. Having a base would allow the division to officially enter the planet, enjoying all the benefits if they successfully finished their mission. 250 Mecha Clan managed to attain the highest status with just a single step. Soon, the starship arrived at the location where Ling Lan was at. Since they were not sure if the ground was able to support the weight of the starship didn't land. However, the logisticians were still able to transport all the supplies down. This was all thanks to the transportation mechas Chang Xinyuan had created. The other logisticians stared at 250 Mecha Clan's logisticians with envy. When would they be able to operate a mecha? Even if it was just a transportation mecha, it was still a mecha. All the outstanding logisticians hoped to operate a mecha someday. After these logisticians returned to the 23rd Division, they told everyone the 250 Mecha Clan's logisticians had transportation mechas. Thus, in the future, whenever 250 Mecha Clan was recruiting for logisticians that wanted to operate a mecha all signed up. The person in charge of the various mecha clans in the 23rd Division hated 250 Mecha Clan. It was hard to raise a batch of qualified and excellent logisticians. Why did they have to give these rare resources away to 250 Mecha Clan, letting them benefit from their hard work? Shameless. Yet, there was nothing they could do to stop their logisticians from applying to 250 Mecha Clan. They could only grit their teeth and let them proceed. Back to the new planet, Lin Zonking organized the logisticians and they started building their base. Chang Xinyuan's Mecha Research Center officially started its operation. He first modified all the transportation mechas so they would become more efficient. Everyone knew that their safety depended on how strong their base was. This base would be the home of the mecha operators. The mecha operators could only rest at ease if this base was safe. The logisticians of 250 Mecha Clan were amazing. Normally, a temporary base would take 1 week to complete. However, they finished it in 3 days. Of course, with the help of Chang Xinyuan's modified transportation mechas allowed them to speed up the building process. The mecha operators that didn't have any missions would help the logisticians to carry supplies around. Hence, their base was built really quickly. When Lin Zonking came to report that the base was finished, Ling Lan got a shock. Really? Was there any false report on labor and uses of substandard materials? Ling Lan believed in Lin Zonking, but she still had to make sure that it was safe because they would be living there for quite a while. Don't worry, I supervised the entire construction with Chang Xinyuan. There is no mistake. Also, Chang Xinyuan inspected the base a few times. It passed his test. Lin Zonking smiled. He knew that his boss questioned him because the speed of construction exceeded his expectations, not because he didn't trust him. He felt happy that he was able to give his boss a surprise. That's good. Let's go take a look then. After staying in the mecha for 3 days, Ling Lan felt her body was turning into a mecha. Hence, she was elated to know the base was finished. Sob. She is so dirty. Luckily, she didn't have any obsession with cleanliness. If not, she wouldn't know how she would survive the past 3 days. All the team leaders were unhappy when their regiment commander left with Lin Zonking. They knew nothing good would happen when this guy appeared. He must be here to curry favor with their boss. The 10 team leaders immediately operated their mechas to follow after Ling Lan. They would not let Lin Zonking have a chance to gain any favors from their boss. When they reached the base, they were stunned. The entire base was shimmering with white light and was quite huge. The white light was due to the protective shield around the base. Since the environment of the new planet was not suitable for humans, they needed to activate the protective shield and equip the base with oxygen conversion systems. That way, the bad air would be blocked outside and the air within the protective shield would be suitable for humans. I thought that it will be an enclosed space. It is more advanced than what I had imagined. Ling Lan smiled. What a surprise this was. Seems like you extorted a lot of pieces of equipment from Xuanyang. You even got this. Ling Zhao looked at the familiar protective shield. He used the 2 ace mechas from Caesar to exchange for this technology. This new technology had undergone 5 rounds of experiments and was going to be released to the public soon. He didn't expect it to land in the hands of his daughter in the end. Of course, a land clearing mission is not an easy mission to do. It's better to have more protection. Moreover, it's a waste to keep this thing in the headquarters warehouse. Why not bring it out and let it do what it should do? Ling Lan glanced at her father. You can't blame the chief of staff for this. If her father reprimanded He Xuanyang, she wouldn't be able to extort things from him again. Ling Lan liked asking things from He Xuanyang. It was fun for her. Why will I blame him? I didn't see anything. Ling Zhao coughed and expressed his opinion. He should be having an argument with his wife in the main base of the 23rd Division. How would he know what was happening so many light years away? Even if he knew, He had to pretend that he didn't. Good things should be used by his daughter. Who else was supposed to use them? Those guys? He must give some credit to He Xueyang after he goes back so he could continue helping Ling Lan. Ling Lan was satisfied with her father's answer. As expected, in this world, having a good father was the most important thing. Ling Lan knew that she had such a smooth journey in the 23rd Division because of her father. He gave her a good environment and good resources to display her talents. There were no gates at the base. There were only two big and brightly lit holes. Logisticians wearing hazmat suits stood outside the holes and waved the flags in their hands. That is the entrance and exit. Ling Lan understood the flag language. Yes, these two holes are the exit and the entrance of the base. The interior was designed based on a starship's launching port. If there was an emergency, we could use these launching ports. Of course, we can walk in too as the ground here is firm. Your mechas will be stored in the warehouse closest to the entrance. This is to make sure if our base got attacked, our mecha operators can get ready for battle within the shortest possible time. Lin Zonking asked everyone to follow him in. He followed the orders given by the logisticians at the entrance and slowly flew down. 50 meters into the passage, there was a door. Once they went through the door, it closes automatically and isolated them from the air outside. They passed through 5 such doors before finally reaching the last gate. Boss, welcome to the ZZQ-1 base of 250 Mecha Clan. I'm your JMC to help you enter the base. Please listen to me. A gentle and cute voice sounded in Ling Lan's cockpit. It was Luo Zhao. The other mecha operators were not as lucky as Ling Lan. Besides Qilong, who managed to have Han Xuya as his JMC, everyone else had a man speaking to them. Among male JMCs, only Li Shi had a pleasant voice. Due to the lack of manpower, the members of Lingshan who hadn't started working as well as some logisticians who performed well, like Chenyan, Zhu Yu, and Garong Kai, were all dragged by Lin Zonking to become JMCs. The others were still okay with their new role, but Li Shi was not. He was always an elite of the elites, someone who was treated like a prince all the time. Yet, when he came here, he had to do all kinds of tough work. Some even had nothing to do with his specialization. If his instructors knew what he was doing now, they would definitely hug him and cry, "What a waste of talent." However, he had no choice. The only thing 250 Mecha Clan lacked was manpower. Lin Zonking had to worry about the lack of manpower every day. When they were on the Rising Sun Fleet, his mouth watered when he saw people in logistician uniform. He wished that he could knock them unconscious and abduct them into his team. From this, you could see how much Lin Zonking suffered from the lack of manpower. Thus, when he saw Li Shu, Luo Zhao, and Han Xuya idling around, he turned frantic and immediately gave them the job of being a JMC. Li Shu didn't like to be on the losing end. 3 people handling 200 mechas, they would die from the workload. Hence, he dragged Lin Zonking's 4 deputies to share the workload with him. These 4 people were not as free as Li Shu. They were really busy. They had no choice but to ask Lin Zonking for help. Lin Zonking knew that if he wants to save his 4 deputies, he needed to give Li Shu more people. In the end, Lin Zonking unwillingly passed a few of his men to Li Shu, and this issue regarding the JMC was finally solved. Currently, Ling Lan and her team were the people Li Shu and his temporary JMC team had to service. They didn't leave a good first impression, but they managed to accurately bring them to their landing spots without any mistakes. Ling Lan heard her mecha entering the mecha hold and jumped out of her cockpit. The other mecha operators landed almost at the same time. Zhao Jun stomped the ground furiously. "I can finally feel the ground. I almost suffocated to death in the mecha." This was why they needed a base. If they live in a small cockpit for a long time, they would start to develop a mental illness. It would affect their performance. This is not the safety zone of the base. "Everyone, please follow me," Lin Zonking said. Everyone followed Lin Zonking to a small door. A red light appeared from the top of the door. Lin Zonking was scanned from top to bottom. "Everything is normal. Please display your identity chip." A gentle female voice sounded. At the same time, A virtual character appeared. She had long hair and was looking at Lin Zonking with a gentle expression. Lin Zonking showed his communicator to the virtual character. A beep was heard. The virtual lady smiled and bowed. Your identity is confirmed. Senior Captain Lin, you've worked hard. You too, XXQ1. Lin Zonking smiled. The virtual lady titled her body, opening the door behind her. Lin Zonking nodded at the virtual lady and walked in. After that, the door closed. Qilong scratched his head. Are we supposed to follow what he did? Of course, if anyone could enter our base, we will be dead. Han Jijian rolled his eyes at Qilong. He stepped out and stood in front of the virtual lady. Everything is normal. Please display your identity chip. Han Jijian showed his communicator to the lady. A beep was heard and the virtual lady smiled. She bowed. Senior Captain Han, you've worked hard. You too, XXQ1. Han Jijian copied what Lin Zonking did. The virtual lady tilted her body and the door opened, showing Lin Zonking, who was smiling and waving at them behind the door. Seems like he was waiting for them inside. Everyone started entering the base. In the end, only Li Lan, Ling Lan, and Ling Zhao were left. Li Lan wanted to let Ling Yu enter first so he could have some alone time with Ling Lan. Ever since Ling Yu appeared, he had been staying beside Ling Lan. Li Lan was unable to talk to Ling Lan alone, making Li Lan frustrated. Thus, he was not willing to give up the chance now. Lan, you can go in first. Ling Lan knew that Li Lan probably had something to say to her, but she could only reject him now. She must not let her father's identity be exposed. Would XXQ1 say something like, General Ling Zhao, you've worked hard? Speaking of which, how did XXQ1 appear? She didn't remember asking this from the Chief of Staff. When Li Lan heard Ling Lan asking him to enter first, his heart dropped. Not only did he have to fight with Ling Lan's childhood companions to become the Ling Lan's most important person, but he also had to battle with the Ling family's loyalist now. It had to be said that Li Lan was a little abnormal. Because of various reasons, he previously had to give up on his friendship. Hence, when he managed to get it again, he wanted to get more from Ling Lan. He was never satisfied with what he currently had. You could say that Li Lan had gotten the Ling Lan friendship illness. If he wanted to get cured, it would be difficult. We could predict Li Lan would do many stupid things because of this illness. However, life wouldn't be complete without doing a couple of stupid things in life, right? Li Lan was sad, but he didn't want to disappoint Ling Lan. Hence, he nodded and walked in first. Okay father, you can walk in now. She wouldn't have to disappoint her friend if she didn't need to cover up for him. Ling Lan glared at Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao looked at Ling Lan thoughtfully. He touched his chin. Is Li Lan very important to you? Of course, he is a good friend. Ling Lan smiled. They sneaked into the mecha world last time and trained together. Although they never spoke much, they cheered each other silently. That year, if it wasn't for Li Lan, she would not be able to withstand the boring fundamental training. Ling Lan still remembered the things they went through together, so to her, Li Lan was a little more special than her other comrades, but just a little. I will not interfere with your choice of friends. However, Li Lan makes me feel uncomfortable. I just hope that you keep an eye on him. Ling Zhao was an open-minded parent. He didn't like Li Lan, but he trusted Ling Lan and let her decide how to live her own life. I know. Ling Lan smiled secretly. Li Lan has spectral abilities. He is the enemy of everyone who has spiritual power. Thus, it was normal for her father to feel uncomfortable around him. Chapter 700. The Return of Little Four. Ling Zhao walked to the virtual girl. Everything is normal. Please show your identification chip. The virtual girl smiled as she spoke. Ling Zhao aimed his communicator at the girl and heard a beep. The virtual girl covered her mouth in surprise, then said excitedly, Dad. Daddy. Huh? Why did she call him Daddy? Ling Lan instantly felt dark clouds passing over her head. She felt that her father was going to be stolen from her. Ling Zhao also had a similar expression. Although he really wanted to see Ling Lan wear a skirt and call him Daddy in a cutesy way, he definitely wasn't desperate enough to want this virtual girl to call him Daddy. The virtual girl seemed to have calmed down. She blushed. bowed and apologized. "Sorry, General Ling Zhao, please accept my apology. I was too excited just now." She stood upright and continued, "My creator is a loyal follower of you, General Ling Zhao." My creator had made me recognize General Ling Zhao as my father. Because of some of my creator's residual emotions within me, I have disrespected General Ling Zhao just now. The virtual girl's explanation made Ling Zhao frown even more. To be able to create such a lifelike intelligent entity would of course be an old researcher who had studied intelligent entities for decades. It's unsettling to let a 100-year-old man call him daddy. That would be a lot of pressure on him. Right as Ling Zhao wanted to indicate that he didn't have any thoughts of being anyone else's daddy except Ling Lan's, Ling Lan had a spark in her mind. She suddenly thought of something and immediately pulled Ling Zhao back. "Dad, I'll explain this to you in the future." Ling Zhao stared blankly at her for a moment, then suddenly understood something. "Lanner, you know who's the creator of this intelligent entity, don't you? If my guess is right, then it's him." Ling Lan looked at the virtual girl and her eyes flickered. Could it be that Punk thought she was being too mean to him, so he created this thing to remind her about him? "It's fine then if you know what's wrong." Believing in his daughter would explain it to him in the future, Ling Zhao nodded and let this matter rest for now. Ling Zhao believed his daughter would be able to resolve this and would definitely not let him have a child that came out of nowhere. Ling Zhao didn't know that his daughter had already sold him out completely. Without him knowing, his daughter already got him a son. In the near future, this situation would almost split the family apart. Of course, this was all in the future and will not be explained here. Ling Zhao walked into the small door while the virtual girl still had an excited expression on her face, leaving Ling Lan by herself. Ling Lan didn't hesitate and walked up. The virtual girl didn't ask Ling Lan to show her identity chip like the others. Instead, she respectfully shouted, "Master, I'm happy to see you." These words had basically confirmed Ling Lan's suspicions. Ling Lan coldly asked, "Is your creator Little Four?" "Yes, Master," replied the virtual girl as she nodded. "Did Little Four leave anything he wanted to say?" Ling Lan continued her questioning. She missed Little Four very much. "When will Little Four be able to wake up?" The virtual girl thought hard for a moment, then replied, "I'm not sure if those words were what my creator wanted to say, but when he was creating me he always mumbled them." Ling Lan felt something was off, but she calmed herself down and let the virtual girl to repeat what Little Four mumbled. She wanted to know what Little Four was thinking or what Little Four needed. The virtual girl's eyes suddenly turned black. The voice that she was using was not the voice she was using just now, but rather Little Four's voice. These words were unconsciously spoken by Little Four while he was creating the intelligent entity. "Boss, you should have a warm demeanor. Don't be so cold." "Boss, you should speak gently. Don't be so cold." "Boss, you should smile more. Don't be so cold." "Boss, caring about your younger brothers goes a long way. You should definitely not resort to domestic violence." "Boss." "Little Four, you're dead." Ling Lan finally understood that this girl in front of her was Little Four's image of her in his mind. Did that punk Little Four still dislike her current image? Ling Lan's fingers trembled. Hearing all this, the virtual girl's eyes twitched. She looked at her angry master, then thought about her naughty creator. She decisively sided her master, not with her creator. As an intelligent entity, it must control the situation. She clearly understood that if one wants to survive, one must hug the thighs of the strongest person. It was clear that her master was the strongest person and could protect her. Knowing who was the strongest, XXQ1 decisively tossed her creator aside and completely sold out her creator. Little Four, who was sleeping in the learning space, suddenly felt his body shiver. He was actually woken up by the cold. He rubbed his eyes and finally opened his two eyes that had been shut for a long time. As he opened his eyes, a chubby face appeared in front of him, covering his entire world. Little Blossom. Little Four was surprised. He pushed Little Blossom's chubby bun-like face aside with disgust. Man, why wasn't it the boss waiting by his side? It seemed, however, that he had heard the boss's voice, as if calling out to him. "Elder brother Little Four, you're finally awake." Although Little Blossom almost fell over after being pushed by Little Four, He was still very happy to see his elder brother Little Four awake. Thus, he decided to forgive elder brother Little Four's barbaric behavior. Finally awake? Didn't I just sleep for a little while? You are making a fuss out of nothing. Little Four rolled his eyes towards Little Blossom, dissatisfied about Little Blossom's lack of tact. Elder brother Little Four, you've slept for a very long time. It would be nice if I can sleep for that long, Little Blossom said with envy. Those bad people in the learning space forced him outside to be beside Master because Little Four was in a deep sleep. Although being with Master was very fun, Little Blossom still liked to sleep when he has nothing else to do. Very long? Little Four was stunned. He suddenly counted his fingers and in the next second he shouted with his face in his hands, I actually slept for more than half a year? Yeah, more than half a year. Little Blossom nodded in agreement. Did elder brother Little Four just realize this just now? Wah wah wah, this isn't good. I'm gonna fall out of favor with boss. Little Four pulled on Little Blossom's collar and shook him violently. Tell me, who was beside boss while I was sleeping? Little Four would definitely get rid of that person if he knew which bastard took his throne as the first underling. Little Blossom was shaken until his eyes were spinning and could not answer Little Four's question. Little Four noticed Little Blossom wasn't answering and looked at him. He saw Little Blossom being dizzy from his continuous shaking. He immediately stopped and patted Little Blossom's chubby face, hoping that he would return to normal. Right as Little Blossom stopped being dizzy, Little Four gritted his teeth and asked again, Little Blossom, tell me, who has been beside boss while I was sleeping? Little Blossom didn't recover from the dizziness completely. After hearing the question, he unconsciously pointed at himself and replied with a dumb look on his face, it was me. You? Little Four was stunned. Yes, elder brother Little Four wasn't here so I stayed beside Master while you were sleeping. Little Blossom told Little Four about this with a dumb look on his face. Arg, Little Blossom, I'm going to kill you. Little Four instantly exploded. He grabbed Little Blossom's collar once again and began violently shaking Little Blossom. It turns out, the person who took his spot was actually his subordinate. As expected, it was hard to prevent thieves from his own home. Little Four was inexplicably angry. After being shaken by Little Four again, Little Blossom finally realized the danger he was in. Although he loved to sleep, he didn't like fainting caused by an outside source. In order to save himself, his slow and dumb little brain finally clicked. Master. Master is going to be taken away by someone else. What? Little Four instantly stopped shaking Little Blossom. His eyes looked at him sharply. Little Blossom saw that his world was no longer shaking and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. He pointed towards the outside world and said, that intelligent entity is stealing Master away. PFFT, since I, Little Four, has arrived, I would definitely not let other intelligent entities touch my boss. Little Four tossed Little Blossom aside and in the next second, bolted out of the learning space. Little Blossom finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing he managed to deceive elder brother Little Four to make him leave. However, he knew that when elder brother Little Four realizes what he had done, he would definitely be beaten to a pulp by elder brother Little Four. He thought about it for a moment, then in the next second, he appeared at the center of the learning space. What are you doing here? Seeing an uninvited guest appearing in his dimension, Instructor number 5 couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Although he was a little kid, he was still the first person to visit his dimension after younger sister number 9 visited him. Let me hide here for a while. Little Blossom bit on his fingers as he spoke. Although he was afraid of Instructor number 5, number 5 was the only one he could go to for help. Of course, he could also have gone to number 1 for help, but Little Blossom wasn't sure whether or not he would be instantly shaken until he faints if he had gone into Instructor number 1's dimension. Little Blossom hated that feeling. Comparing the two, Little Blossom chose to came to Instructor number 5's dimension instead. Number 5 glanced at Little Blossom with interest. Wasn't this little kid afraid of him? Number 5's glance made Little Blossom's body shiver, but he still managed to calm himself down. Compared to elder brother Little Four's domestic violence, he felt that Instructor number 5's threats were less scary. As expected, The Doomsday Flower had a different understanding of the word threats compared to normal people. He actually believed the perverse number 5's threat levels were lower than Little 4's threat levels. Who are you hiding from? Seeing Little Blossom not shying away from his gaze, number 5 suddenly became interested and asked him, "Elder brother Little 4, Little Blossom replied honestly. Majesty 4, why are you hiding from him? Number 5 smirked, his eyes filled with colors of the rainbow as if he was plotting something. Elder brother Little 4 wants to beat me. Beating is very scary. Little Blossom was an honest child and told number 5 all the details of why he was hiding from Little 4. Number 5's smirk became a grin. You can definitely hide here, but Little Blossom, you should understand that in this world you can't enjoy something for free. If you want to hide here, then you have to pay a price. What price? Little Blossom asked confusedly as he bit on his chubby fingers. Be my guinea pig for experiments. Number 5 finally spoke out what he wanted. Guinea pig for experiments? Little Blossom didn't understand what those 3 words meant. Yes, I developed a new training method. Back then, Ling Lan had helped experiment with it. Now that Ling Lan's busy, she doesn't have time to help me. Little Blossom, are you willing to help me? Number 5's expression seemed saddened as he looked at Little Blossom with a pitiful look on his face. Little Blossom didn't think much about instructor number 5's expression. Once he heard that his master was a guinea pig blood instantly rushed to his head, blocking out any rational thought. Does this mean that he would be helping his master? Now that his master didn't have time for it but Little Blossom has some time, then Little Blossom would substitute be a guinea pig. It had to be said that Little 4's brainwashing was very successful. In Little Blossom's mind, Ling Lan was held at the highest regard. When he believed that being a guinea pig for experiments was something Ling Lan needed to do, Little Blossom would help his master do it no matter what the cost. If it can help master, then let me do this experiment. In the future, if instructor number 5 requires a guinea pig, no need to look for my master. Just come find Little Blossom. Little Blossom's eyes brightened as he looked at number 5. His eyes were filled with wholeheartedness and joy knowing he will be helping his master. Number 5 was defeated by Little Blossom's expression. He put his hand over his face and changed his expression instantly. He then spoke in a forceful manner. In that case, then come in here with me. Afterwards, he kicked Little Blossom's chubby buttocks and kicked him into a random dimension. This was to make him try out the perverse training that would completely make people go insane. Seeing his dimension returning to the previous silence, number 5 couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. I'm not sure whether I did the right thing or not. That's surprising. The usual cold-blooded and ruthless number 5 actually has times of hesitation. I would never have thought that could happen. Number 4's flirtatious face appeared in front of number 5. Number 5 laughed coldly and pointed his finger towards her. In the next second, number 4 moved far away and said softly, "You don't even care for a woman's beauty, wasting such a good shell." Number 5 huffed coldly and said, "Number 4, I can't withstand your love. If I dared to care for the beauty of a woman like you, I would probably lose half of my lifespan in the next second. Only Big Boss can withstand you. If you want someone who cares for your beauty, you should go find him. He already has someone he liked." Number 4 wasn't even on his radar. Hearing number 5 referring number 1, number 4's expression worsened. She couldn't help but snort coldly. HMPH, your Big Boss is like an iceberg, meditating every day. It's possible that he lost all of his 7 emotions and 6 desires. Number 5 sneered. It seems you have tried to flirt with the Big Boss, but didn't get the outcome you wanted. Number 5. Number 4's face became pale instantly. Number 5 composed himself, stopped sneering and asked plainly, "You don't come looking for me often. Tell me, what do you want?" "Shouldn't Ling Lan study under me now?" Number 4 said as she bit her lip. Her chances were becoming slimmer and slimmer. As Ling Lan entered 250 MegaClan and had climbed the ranks, the triplets, number 6, 7 and 8, smiled more and more often. There was no doubt that from Ling Lan's current progress, The three of them would be able to teach their abilities soon. It was possible that after a very short while, the three of them would be teaching Ling Lan. Only number 4 found herself losing hope as time goes on. The higher the rank Ling Lan acquires in the division, the more she strays away from being a cute feminine girl. Number 4 even felt that Ling Lan was slowly becoming a man. Not a tomboy but a man. Ling Lan was becoming a real man. How could number 4 be not worried? Originally, number 4 had gone to meet Big Boss number 1. But number 1 didn't have the intention of letting number 4 teach Ling Lan. He only said 2 words to number 4, too early. Still motherfing early. Number 4 couldn't help but swear. These stupid men just know power, power and power. Did they not know using a woman's charm was also a powerful ability? Unfortunately, inside the learning space, she couldn't communicate this into these old men's thick skulls. The only one she could have some sort of communication with was that perverted number 5. This was the reason why number 4 would come find number 5. Does number 1 not approve of you teaching Ling Lan? Number 5 was undoubtedly the smartest of the bunch, immediately understanding number 1's decision from number 4's demeanor. Don't mention that iceberg to me. Number 4 suddenly exploded in anger. Immediately afterwards, she returned to her original flirtatious personality. She then smiled and said, "I've been temperamental lately. Sorry about that." Number 5 rolled his eyes. Was it because she wasn't getting any action lately? It was indeed difficult for a demonic succubus like number 4 to patiently stay in the learning space for hundreds of years by herself, especially so when she doesn't have any chance to find other things to do in order to cope with her loneliness, so she was indeed quite pitiful. However, no matter how pitiful she was, number 5 didn't plan on offending number 1. Since number 1 had already made a decision, number 5 would of course not go against it, thus he could only apologize to number 4 for his actions. Number 4, you should know that we must all listen to number 1's orders. Since number 1 didn't let you make any moves right now, then you can only wait. Number 5 affirmed his position on the matter. If I wait any longer, my chances will be close to nil. Number 4 could wait any longer. She slashed the air with her finger and images of Ling Lan from back then appeared. Look, does Ling Lan look anything like a woman? Back then, you can still see some semblance of a female from her. Now, it's all gone. From the front, side, and back. No matter which direction you look at, the feeling she gives others is a man. A man and a man. Are you guys really going to twist a girl's mentality into a man's? Number 5 scrutinized the images of Ling Lan. In the end, all of the images showed her having a sharp look in her eyes. With the killing intent emanating from her eyes, even number 5 felt a bit afraid of her. Ling Lan had indeed become very strong, just as they had wanted her to grow into. However, her cold face no longer had any hint of being a woman. Made number 5 frown uncontrollably. He remembered Ling Lan's chubby and soft baby face. She was so cute beyond the bounds of her gender. When did Ling Lan wear such a dominant face? It was almost a second iceberg like number 1. She looked the same as the deity number 1 hoped Ling Lan would be, who doesn't have any indication of gender. The difference was worlds apart from the past. Unknowingly, his disciple strayed too far. A monstrous individual that could turn the world upside down was not born, but an iceberg that could freeze people to death was born instead. Number 5 felt frustrated. How did his disciple be so similar to number 1 but him, the one who taught her? Although he respected Big Boss number 1, he wasn't willing to share his disciple. Number 5's eyes showed a hint of determination, as if she could read number 5's thoughts. Number 4's flirtatious eyes glistened. She continued, "There's still a chance to fix this if you let Ling Lan study under me. I will definitely make Ling Lan reacquire her charm as a woman and completely shatter that iceberg." Number 5 closed his eyes. Although he wanted to bring his disciple back on the right path, he still didn't want to become number 4's scapegoat for punishment. Number 4 didn't want to cause a scene with number 1. Similarly, number 5 didn't want to do that as well. In reality, he was someone who liked to plot against others in shadows. He wasn't like number 3, who was stupid enough to jump out in the open and fight number 1 head-on. Number 5 smiled. Number 4. I've said this before, only the big boss has the right to make a decision for this matter. He casually expressed his feelings regarding this matter and how it had nothing to do with him. Number 4 frowned. Number 5. You actually don't care about Ling Lan's life? Number 5 found an empty space, crossed his legs and sat down. He closed his eyes and said calmly, Number 4. You and I both know very well when we will be allowed to appear in front of Ling Lan. It is all based on Ling Lan's choices. At first she wanted her body to become stronger, so number 9 appeared in front of her first. She then has the heart of a warrior, so number 1 came out next to teach her. She didn't want to continue to be weak, so that gave me, the pervert that I am, a chance to appear in front of her, using different methods to train her. After that, she wanted to learn about mechas, and then number 3 appeared. She wanted to practice spiritual powers, thus number 2 also appeared. Our appearances were all related to what Ling Lan needed in her heart at different moments in her life. That's why we were awakened. Thus, if Ling Lan didn't have any thoughts of competing, number 6, 7 and 8 would not have any chance to appear in front of her. You are the same. If Ling Lan's female heart does not awaken, then you would never be able to get near her. You know this information very well, so why would you be frustrated from this? Is it because you feel that it is impossible for Ling Lan to awaken her female heart by herself, so you want to use outside forces to force her to awaken? Number 5 immediately opened his eyes and a bright light flashed between them. It actually made number 4 shudder. It's possible number 1 already knew what you were thinking. That's why he rejected your idea. Number 4. It is indeed too early. Number 5 closed his eyes once again. Using outside forces to force an awakening wasn't impossible, but it will have a few side effects. For number 5, he definitely wouldn't want these unknown side effects on Ling Lan. Ling Lan was his most prized disciple. It should be said that even though Ling Lan was considered very important by number 1 and number 5, number 4 still thought of the importance they placed on Ling Lan lightly. This was the reason why she was rejected every time she proposed something about Ling Lan. Number 1 and number 5 indeed didn't want to anger number 4. But they were paying more attention to Ling Lan's livelihood. They would not allow any actions that could bring about any danger to Ling Lan. Alright, you guys are all satisfied and don't care about me, right? Number 4 smiled coldly. They were indeed protecting Ling Lan, but what about her? She didn't even have a chance to appear before Ling Lan. This made her feel wronged. Even if they didn't let her teach Ling Lan, it would still have been nice if they had let her meet Ling Lan a few times. They wouldn't even let her do that. The frustrated number 4 wasn't that unreasonable and wanted to teach Ling Lan right at this moment. In actuality, number 4 knew very well that if Ling Lan didn't want to, Ling Lan would not be able to learn very well, no matter how much she forced her to learn. She was only extremely lonely and just hoped she had a disciple to talk to. Was a demand like that difficult? It's not that we don't care about you. Didn't the big boss say to wait? Number 5 frowned and had a headache from number 4's behavior. I waited from her past life to this life and then waited in this life until Ling Lan is 21 years old. How long do you guys want me to wait? Until Ling Lan becomes an old lady? After speaking about waiting, number 4 completely broke down. She had already waited for a long time for a disciple, right? Number 5 didn't know what to say and knew number 4 was quite depressed. In her past life, Ling Lan had a heart of young lady but didn't have the physical capabilities to activate the learning space. Even though number 4 had the thought of teaching Ling Lan, she wouldn't have any way of getting close to her. In this life, Ling Lan's body was strong enough to activate the learning space, but as luck would have it, she went on the path of becoming a dominant and strong individual. The heart of a young lady from her past life was tossed to some corner by Ling Lan. The amount of time number 4 had waited for Ling Lan was indeed quite long. It was no wonder that number 4 was so frustrated. However, shouldn't she have gone to the big boss to resolve this issue? Why did number 4 come to find him instead? Number 5 suddenly realized it and instantly sighed. The big boss probably couldn't handle number 4, so he sent number 4 to come find him instead. Without a doubt, He had become the big boss's scapegoat. Number 5 instantly had a few words appear in his head. Big boss, you're too crafty. Number 1 felt Number 5's resentment while in his dimension. He opened his eyes slowly and then calmly closed him again. Better you than me. These words began to flow through the entire dimension. After realizing he had been sold out by the big boss, Number 5 seemed to be calm, but on the inside, his head was spinning. He was thinking about how to get rid of this troublesome woman. SHT. The best way to get rid of women like her was to give her a man. Did he have to give up his own body? After thinking about the cold and sharp Number 9, Number 5 instantly calmed down. No matter how troublesome, he wouldn't sell out his body. He still wants to have a chance to hold Number 9's little jade white hands. Number 5 knew that he couldn't give up his own body, so he could only find another man. As if they had heard Number 5's thoughts, the other male instructors in the learning space instantly closed off their dimensions. They definitely wouldn't let the two perverts, Number 4 or Number 5, invade their world. A bunch of cowards. Number 5 said in his mind. Suddenly he saw that within the perverse training method he had developed, there was a small chubby boy looking around with interest. He instantly had an idea. Number 5 opened his eyes and smiled. Number 4, you haven't taught anyone your abilities in a long time, right? After hearing Number 5 asking about her profession, Number 4's mood calmed down a bit. She sighed and said, yeah, let me count. SHT. It's almost been hundreds of years. Then you should get familiar with your teaching materials in case when Ling Lan wants it. If not, you wouldn't be able to teach her well, Number 5 reminded. Are you doubting my abilities? Number 4 squinted her eyes and a hint of killing intent appeared in her eyes. She was sharpening her weapons, getting ready to teach a lesson to this despicable Number 5. She hated people who did not trust her skills. Of course not. I'm only saying that before Ling Lan discovers her female charm, you should find a student and to be more familiar with your teaching materials. This way you would know how to teach a student, so you won't be like us, messing up a lot in the beginning. Thus made Ling Lan suspect our capabilities. In the end, we used a Herculean amount of effort before managing to have Ling Lan reinforce our overpowering image in her mind. In order to get Number 4 to listen his arrangements, Number 5 began to make things up. Really? Number 4 said with a hint of suspicion in her voice. She never heard others speak about something like this. All of the instructors who came into contact with Ling Lan all praised how their disciple was good and whatnot. It was also because of these people showing off that made her become jealous and frustrated. She wanted to quickly come in contact with this excellent disciple all the instructors raving about. Of course, no one would want to tell others about these humiliating things, right? Number 5 smiled and said. Although Number 4 didn't fully believe Number 5's words, she still wanted to avoid something like that happening if by any chance his words were true. She was already behind the other instructors in terms of time. If her teaching was also worse, wouldn't her position in Ling Lan's heart be gone? Number 4 decided that no matter if it was real or fake, she should still pay attention to it. However, after thinking about finding a student, she became depressed. If she could teach other students, then why would she be frustrated from not being able to teach Ling Lan? What you're saying is nice, but I need to find a student first, right? Where am I going to find one? In this space, isn't there only just Ling Lan? Number 4 was depressed. Was Number 5 playing games with her? His suggestions were impossible for her to do. Number 5 smirked and pointed towards a certain corner. Number 4 looked over with a bit of suspicion in her heart. Her eyes glimmered as though she had seen something. A chubby little boy. He's a very good person to teach. Congratulations. Number 5 didn't hesitate to sell out Little Blossom. Number 4 was angry and flipped. Number 5, you bastard. That's a child and he's also a man. She taught mature female charms. Please be advised, It was mature female charms. The main reason was of course the mature level. How could this little kid with 5 hairs on his head with his bare butt still showing have any connection with being mature? This wasn't even the most important part. Didn't he hear the second part? Female charms. He should at least give a girl. What was she going to do with a little boy? This isn't how someone should swindle someone. What's wrong with a boy? If you really could develop this little boy into a monster, then when Ling Lan needs you, wouldn't it be much easier for you to teach her? What else could be difficult for you if you could teach a boy? Number 5 smiled and said, also, you're bored anyways. You can take that little chubby kid and play with him. If you break him, no one would blame you. Really? Number 4 raised her brow flirtatiously and a flash of light glimmered past. Even number 5, whose heart belonged to someone else, had his heart skipped a beat uncontrollably. If it wasn't for the fact that his smiling face had already become a habit, number 4 might have detected his lies. Number 4 was as expected the most charming out of the 9 of them. She was the real killer in the shadows. This was also why it was difficult for number 1 to face number 4. Number 5 thought about this in his mind, but his spoke with determination. Of course. Number 4 smirked. With a new toy in hand, she instantly felt better about not meeting Ling Lan. Calming her down, she took back 70% to 80% of charms. Her eyes began to move and glanced at number 5 with a flirtatious look. I didn't think that little 5 cared about me this much. Then your elder sister will take advantage of little 5's graciousness. Number 5 felt his body shake. It wasn't for the fact that he had somewhat of a clear mind. It was possible that his soul may have been taken by number 4. He closed his eyes and began to mumble something under his breath. I didn't think that little 5 liked to recite those Buddhist scriptures from Ling Lan's previous live. Does it really have any effect? Number 4 suddenly appeared behind number 5. She hugged him and blew into his ear as she smiled flirtatiously. Number 5's body shook off number 4. Little 5, you really don't know how to take care of a woman. Number 4 wasn't angry but instead smiled flirtatiously. Number 5 finally opened his eyes and returned to his clear-mindedness. Elder sister 4, you don't need to play with me anymore. Little 5 can't take it. If elder sister 4 doesn't like that little chubby boy, then just disregard what I said earlier. Number 5 returned to his previous smiling face. Number 4 frowned. She hardly managed to get a toy. If number 5 actually doesn't give it to her, then it would be real troublesome. Thus she replied, all right, I'll let you go this time. Next time, if you dare to plot against me, don't think you'll get off that easily. Number 5's expression didn't show the embarrassment in his heart. He was still calm as the wind as put his hands out in respect. Thanks for your understanding, elder sister 4. Right as number 4 was about to leave, she suddenly turned around before number 5 could react and pounced on him. Little 5, I really like you. Next time your elder sister will come play with you, alright? Number 4 caressed number 5's face. In the next second, she disappeared into the chubby kid's training area to go find her little boy. Let us say a few prayers for little Blossom's depressing future. Number 5. You're despicable and shameless. A cold snort came from behind number 5. The smile that number 5 had on his face instantly crumbled. He immediately turned and shouted, Number 9, it's not what you think. Crash. A flash of light struck down. Number 5 quickly dodged. The flash of light skimmed his face. The lightning crashed into the ground and instantly created a large hole in the ground. Seeing number 9's terrifying attack, number 5 had cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He almost became a eunuch. Even if they were only spiritual entities, that thing was still very important. Number 9, I did not do anything with number 4. Number 5 saw number 9 looking at him coldly and finally knew why number 4 had done what she did before she left. It was clearly to get back at him for plotting against her. That annoying woman. Next time when he sees her, he would definitely not let her live it down. Number 4's behavior was already testing number 5's limits. Number 5 actually became angry. However, He shouldn't be in a hurry to take revenge on number 4. The most important thing was how could he get on number 9's good side again. SHT, he will definitely kill number 4. The situation he created after all those years of hard work was completely destroyed by her. Don't explain anything to me, I just want to ask you, why did you sell out Little Blossom? Number 9 asked calmly. What did number 5 and number 4's relationship have anything to do with her? But Little Blossom belonged to Ling Lan. Why did number 5 give him to number 4 to train? If Little Blossom got hurt, wouldn't Ling Lan be sad? In number 9's mind, no one else was more important than Ling Lan. Whoever made Ling Lan sad, she would definitely not let them off easy. Even if number 4 and 5 were stronger than her, she would still fight with them with all her might. Don't you think Little Blossom is too naive? That's not how the Doomsday Flower should behave. Number 5 realized that number 9's attention wasn't on his relationship with number 4. He breathed a sigh of relief, but still felt disappointed. It seems that his image in number 9's mind was still terrible. Number 5 was only disappointed for an instant, but he regained his fighting spirit in the next second. The road ahead was still long. He still needs to work hard to get number 9's heart. Number 5 pumped himself up. Number 5's words made number 9 think deeply for a moment. So you want number 4 to teach him? But what can she teach him? You might as well teach him yourself if you let her teach. Number 9 did not agree with number 5's decision. Number 5 smiled bitterly. Originally, he was going to teach him, who knew that number 1 would pass him the troublesome number 4 for him to resolve the issue. With a look of dismay on his face, he looked at number 9, who didn't know what actually happened. Could it be that all of this was caused by their big boss, number 1? Number 5 swallowed this idea into his stomach. Even if he explained, number 9 would still probably believe that he should take responsibility. Number 5 clearly knew that number 9 admired her big brother number 1. You actually think that number 4 only has the ability of using female charm? If that was the case, then she wouldn't be ordered in front of me and become number 4, number 5 said softly. In reality, the numbers the 9 of them were assigned were not random. It was actually based on their power. Number 1 was already their big boss, so being first was justified. Number 2 was Loki, but number 5 knew of number 2's abstract and terrifying methods. If he fought against number 2, number 5 would probably be the one who dies. As for number 3, his physical skills were not that strong compared to them, but in the Mandora star system, Biomechas were considered to be overpowered. Once number 3 pilots a Biomecha, even number 1 would not be able to defeat number 3. Thus, he was the third strongest. The others didn't have any disagreements about it. Back then, number 5 actually hoped he would be ranked 4th. It was just that back then when he fought with number 4, he read one of her moves wrongly, resulting in him being 5th instead. It was also the reason why number 5 knew how terrifying number 4 could be from their battle. This reason was also why he decided to let number 4 teach Little Blossom. Although number 5 was also using Little Blossom to get out of the situation, he wouldn't actually harm Little Blossom. Number 4 was still a powerful and methodical individual. After hearing number 5's words, number 9 instantly went into deep thought. She was the last one to enter the learning space, so she automatically became the last member. However, she had once heard number 1 said that the rankings of the people in front of her were quite intense. Many large battles had taken place. Now that she thought about it, number 1 probably meant the battle between number 4 and 5. Alright, if you think it's fine, then I won't say anything else. However, if something were to happen to Little Blossom, or if Ling Lan becomes sad, you and number 4 will feel my wrath. Number 9 left these to number 5, then left his dimension. Seeing his dimension being treated like a door where anyone could just pass through, number 5 felt frustrated. However, he didn't want to close off these openings either. What if number 9 wanted to come here again and couldn't get in? Wouldn't she be saddened by that? Number 5 comforted himself this way. It turns out, in order to get even the slightest chance of meeting number 9, even though number 5 knew he had holes everywhere in his dimension, He pretended to not know they existed. This gave Little Blossom a chance to enter his dimension to hide, and in turn also let number 4 easily tear open his dimension's barrier and enter his dimension. Ling Lan didn't know what had happened in the learning space. She only knew that she would be ruthlessly teaching Little 4 a lesson to let him know the result of looking down on her was going to be morbid. After calming down, Ling Lan continued to ask questions to XXQ1. Then what do you remember when you were completely finished? That punk Little 4 actually created an intelligent entity without her knowing about it. Furthermore, it somehow got into Lin Zonking's hands, becoming the mainframe of the XXQ1 base camp in the end. I'm not sure. When I woke up, I was already in the warehouse of the 250 Mecha clan. It was Senior Captain Lin who found me. XXQ1 sobbed as she spoke. She felt sad after thinking back to how she was found through all the landfill in the warehouse. It was as though she wasn't good enough and was tossed aside. Warehouse, I see. Although Ling Lan felt it was odd that XXQ1 had appeared in the warehouse, it could explain how Lin Zonking managed to get his hands on it. After thinking about it, Ling Lan knew that Little 4 wouldn't talk with anyone other than her. Therefore, Lin Zonking wouldn't be able to acquire XXQ1 from Little 4. Master, please give me a name. I don't want to be called XXQ1. XXQ1 finally mentioned something she had always wanted. Couldn't she have been given a nicer sounding name? She was a girl after all. Is your name not XXQ1? Ling Lan was stunned. Of course not. That name was given to me by those men who stood beside Senior Captain Lin. They didn't even ask me for my opinion on the matter and gave me a name only a man would use, said the intelligent entity spitefully. It seemed that in the beginning, she didn't know what was happening and didn't want to offend anyone, thus she accepted the name that she didn't like. Now that she had met her real master, she would of course request a name change. Does the person who discovers your first not name you? Ling Lan suddenly said playfully. Of course not. My creator had already set my master as you, Ling Lan, from the very beginning. Even if I was activated by others, I would only temporarily obey them. However, if you, my master, comes, then I would belong to you. The intelligent entity finally told Ling Lan about her settings before being born into this world. So I am your master from the very beginning. Ling Lan's eyes began to water with a hint of sadness. Little 4, no matter what you do, you always think about me. Even if you nurtured a new intelligent entity, you didn't even forget to set her master as me, Ling Lan. However, all of this isn't what I want. The thing that I want most is for you, Little 4, to be with me. Be with me when the sky's gray. Look at this world and its flourishing infrastructure. Little 4, when will you wake up and call me boss in a clear and sharp voice every day? Boss. Ling Lan's heart trembled. Did she miss Little 4 that much that she was hearing things? Boss, you have someone new to play with now, so you don't want me anymore? Little 4 appeared in front of Ling Lan all teared up. His eyes were filled with sadness. Little 4? Ling Lan couldn't help but rub her eyes. She saw Little 4 standing in front of her. She then looked at the virtual girl who had an expression full of shock. As expected, she missed Little 4 too much, so she heard wrongly and saw an illusion. Ling Lan lifted her head and looked up. Little 4 actually appeared with XXQ1 in the real world. It seemed her brain had become jumbled.